Yeah. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. Now I can get gangster if you keep talking your shit. Tricks is for kids. Better find your ass somebody to play with. Cause these hands is rated E for everybody. I don't give a fuck who you call, but you better call somebody. Cause ain't shit about me scary. You better guard your grill. Cause one thing about me, I ain't scared to kill. So go on and lace your boots up, and we can run them hands. You don't want these problems with this grown-ass man. You got me fucked up, right game wrong. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. If you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. I see you must think I'm pussy, cause I let you make it. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I'm a dog, I can't fake it. I've been trying to spare your ass, but I see you on a buck. You ain't scaring nobody, cause I'm dangerous as fuck. Now all bullshit aside, this ain't what you really want. I've been slapping bitches since grade school. Now play with me if you want. You done got away with a lot, but that shit coming to an end. Been nice for as long as I can. Ain't taking no more losses, so fuck you then. You got me fucked up. Hell yeah, you lost my trust. Yeah, I said fuck you with a lot of disrespect. Keep coming at me sideways. I'ma keep my foot on your neck. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch?
Lineage all day, every day, any day. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. And what you heard, we stay on code. People call you crazy when you stand up for justice. If you have no heart, then you're not about justice. Put the mind to the pedal and the foot on the gas. Hit the overdrive, tower coming at last. Everybody wants to eat when my people stay hungry. Blood in the book, slavery built this country. Came to this land by forced migration. Built this nation on blacks and plantations. You got nerve calling my people lazy. If you labor with interest, then you're gonna pay me. This ain't a moral problem, this is all about cash. 40 acres and a mule, stop hiding the stash. Karma hits you harder than a case of whiplash. Evidence is overwhelming, there is nowhere to dash. If you wanna run away, you'll be hitting the wall. Till you pay for reparations, you will steadily fall. What? Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. We stay on code when I'm messing with you. We'll put this country red, white, and blue. If you don't like it, then you can kick rocks. As a collective, we're juggernauts. Light up the phoenix, start up the flame. Where's the money? You are to blame. Give me the cash, give me this land. This is our country, this is for fam. Call to sin, it's really a crime. Debt is due, haven't paid us a dime. Politics is your oppression. Blacks do time, you make Smith and Wesson. We don't make crack, lock us up for weed. They got our wealth, yes sir, indeed. But soil will see, don't need you to lead. Cause all that you let is making my people bleed. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. F what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. And what you heard, we stay on code.
Before I say a word, let me remind you, I'm not built from convenience. I'm built from calling. I'm built from storms I didn't schedule and blessings I didn't bargain for. I'm built from women who prayed with cracked voices and still hit heaven like a drum. I'm built from men who work with tied hands and still held their families like scripture. So respectfully, I'm built different. And some folks only understand boundaries when they finally collide with one. I don't match energy, I set the temperature. I walk in the room and the atmosphere checks itself. I speak soft and the noise remembers its place. I move slow and time stops acting brand new. I don't clap back, I call back my peace. I don't raise hell, I raise standards. And that alone will make the unhealed start sweating under their own intentions. Because when you're built from prayer pressure and a little bit of southern steel, your silence becomes a sermon. And your stillness becomes a warning. I don't need to prove I'm chosen. I just walk like someone heaven refuses to lose. Respectfully, I'm built different. Not louder, not meaner. Just rooted, just covered, just chosen, just grown. Respectfully, I'm not here to prove nothing. I'm here to protect everything God placed in my hands. I used to explain myself to people who couldn't even hear God whisper my name. I used to overgive to folks who couldn't even hold what I handed them. I used to shrink so small, I could have slipped under a closed door and nobody would have noticed. But now, I let my boundaries speak fluent truth. Now I let my distance do the heavy lifting. Now I let my peace be the loudest thing in the room. If you feel a shift, just because I stopped carrying what wasn't mine. If you feel distance, it's because I stopped bending to fit your comfort. If you feel heated, it's because I stopped dimming my fire to warm people who never intended to stay. Respectfully, I'm not the one, but I am the one God keeps cover. And that's why I glow like I do. That's why I walk like I do. That's why I don't flinch when the storm starts raising his voice. I don't need applause. I don't need permission. I don't need validation from voices that don't speak my language. My worth is fluent in heaven. My boundaries are bilingual in grace and grit. My spirit is a southern woman's inheritance. Strong, sweet, steady, sanctified, and stitched together with the kind of love that don't break under pressure. I'm not built from ego, I'm built from endurance. I'm built from every no that saved me and every yes that grew me. I don't chase, I don't beg, I don't bargain with my peace. I don't fold, I don't flinch, I don't fear what I've already survived. I don't raise hell, I raise standards. And if that feels like a problem, then baby, that boundary was meant for you. I don't clap back, I call back my peace. I don't match energy, I set the temperature. And if the room gets too warm for you, step out. I'm not cooling off no more. Respectfully, I'm built different. I don't break easy, I don't bend wrong. I don't bow to chaos, I don't beg for peace. I become it respectfully. I'm not raising hell, I'm raising standards. And if you feel the shift, that's your sign to move. Respectfully, I'm built different, and I stand on it, barefoot, unbothered, and black.
Black, yep. Well, let me see. Okay. All right. On to the revolutionary agenda. I'm her host, aka Lady J, or the Black Villain. Or you call her actual name, which is Brandon. Welcome to the RVA. Sorry, a little late. My medicines. We got a pretty good little decent little learning experience today, little show today. Got iguana. Started late actually. We're supposed to be doing this way earlier in the daytime. Um, but I'm like most Aries, we need rest, in order to heal our bodies from all the stuff that we do every day and all day long. All the things we do, it takes a lot out of us. So um, I took that advantage. I was watching something. A Samuel L. Jackson series. He was in it, and I fell out. I fell asleep, and it was so hot. It's like um, I just fell asleep and like you just fell asleep just in the heat. That's the way it was for me. Fell asleep in the heat. So I woke up and then I got myself together. Luckily, thankfully, I planned ahead and put my little StreamYard package together so I can come up here and do an episode. Now, family, it will be a long, lengthy little jaunt because I'm killing time. I gotta stay awake so that I can get ready. Because today, or just a few hours, actually, yeah, in a few minutes, it's going to be Juneteenth, and that is our holiday. So it's going to be Juneteenth. We're not gonna struggle and argue with no tethers, no foreigners. This is the holiday for us. It's the FBA holiday. I don't have to pay. I don't have to look into what my um, how do I say it? What my other signal boosting friends are doing. We already know we're all on one page, one accord, one code. So that means that this is the holiday where we do not allow tethers to try to cooperate in our holiday. I like this is the words that I'm trying to say right now. I'm sorry, family. I just woke up, but it's mad important to say that. I've been seeing a lot of little things online where everyone's trying to. I see you, baby. Everyone's trying to. Can you share this thing out, please? Because I only can put it on Facebook, and I can't make a community post for some odd reason. I was gonna do that too, but I couldn't do that. Juneteenth is our holiday. I've been watching our other signal boosting panelists and channelists talk about this and how we are not allowing any, not now tether, to co-op and basically ride on the coattails of Juneteenth. That is not happening. So we'll be checking that, and we are all on one format, one code, right? So, and I can't find the fucking words to save my goddamn life today. I'm making myself something to eat while we sit here chopping it up. Yeah, Juneteenth. But I'll leave that for my my mate and Shabaka to delve into tomorrow, Juneteenth, or later on this morning. I mean to say. So we get into it. I hope you like the new music that I put up there. I think that they all pretty much the first and the last one pretty much really represent how I feel. Do not take me for the bullshit ass I don't play shit. And the other one, I just have to shout out Amanda Mass Media. That little song that old boy did, cuz is right up my alley. I felt like I was right back in the 90s. I was like, yes, it's like exactly what I need to hear. Yeah, the Lineage song from Amanda Mass Media. I recommend you go listen to it. And you might not be like everybody's evolved, but I'm a Gen Xer, so that shit was right up my alley. I was like, ooh, lineage. Yeah, you did. The beat was crucial up for me. I was like, God damn, he killed it. I don't care what anybody says, he killed it. I liked it. I liked that whole shit. That shit was like right up my fucking alley. All right, what have I been up to all week? Sleeping. Not much kicking it. chopping up with Jesse here and there. What else? Telling Jesse to spank the kittens. Um, Pretty much nothing. I haven't been up to shit. Watching movies. Finally, I watched that Disclosure Day. It was kind of slow. It picked up towards the end. Although I was watching it bootleg edition, so I got to see all the motherfuckers in the theater walking in front of the camera, which was kind of, I don't know. It was like Steven Spielberg made some better movie. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's a better, it's a better movie. You should watch it with the iPhones. We're gonna get into it though, fellas. We're gonna get into some shit that I don't know if anybody else touched it, but when I put stuff, listen. The RVA is never the same twice. The RVA is never the same twice. Okay, meaning I touch topics. Sometimes I go in real deep, man, real deep. Yeah, I know. That's why I left it there. That's why I didn't want to talk about it. I want to talk about Juneteenth. I love me Juneteenth, right? When Juneteenth, let me just touch on this real quick. Okay, Jesse, I'm not gonna delve into it. I'm just gonna touch on it real fast. Okay. I remember Juneteenth used to be it was like 5 days. One point, there was like 3 days, but it was a lot. Okay, and you could see none but beautiful Black faces walking up and down the street. Old faces, young faces, middle-aged faces, all dressed up. Everybody just suited and booted, just ready for the day. Whole couples, Black couples, elders, holding hands. It was such a beautiful experience. Yeah, there'd be a couple little knuckleheads out there, might get into a little scrap because it was during a high time where gangs were doing a lot, but it was just here and there. Maybe like you'd have a couple bad incidents throughout the weekend, right? Then maybe like 2-3. They were serious, When COVID hit, everybody went inside. After COVID was done, at that point, the gentrifiers had started to mosey on in and start pushing Black people out. And I would get very upset when I'm going down to Jesse lives like down there on the strip, right now currently. But when I would go down to Welton Street, I was unhoused, and I would go down there to go pick up the Habitat for Humanity had a little shop where they give out clothes for the unhoused, and I would go there to get clothes every day, because there was nowhere to get clothes. And they would give you a sack lunch and some water and shit. And you could go mingle with your buddies at the light rail. Then you go to the library. Like the unhoused had a little routine, And I remember seeing Welton with nobody on it. And it was like a ghost town. And it still is. Like, to me, you can still catch me crying and have a little tear down my fucking face. My little fair-skinned face. Because I don't see no fucking Black people. I see white people. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, you know what I mean? With their damn dogs. And they always try to look so fucking happy. What the fuck you gotta be happy about? Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to see white people happy. I don't give a fuck what they happy about. Why are they so fucking happy? It's because they got their fucking way. And they pushed us out. I like, why? And it sounds stupid. Why you upset the white people happy? Fuck them. We can't be happy. Nobody else can be happy. You see what I'm saying? So now it's up. Now it's up to 3 days. Today will start a 3-day weekend. And just was here yesterday, so yeah, we get semi ready for it. To get ready to leave the house because I have been pretty goddamn sick, family. And lack of motivation, energy. I mean, it's like it's real. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I think it's just because I feel like kind of bummed out, but we're gonna touch on that too. We're gonna touch on Black people being bummed out. So what this is gonna be a lengthy little experience. We're gonna touch on a little bit of the Anthony Metcalf situation. Just a little bit. And I want to show what I'm going to touch on that with family, is other black people that aren't like us. The ones that are like the ones that call us names for doing the right things. You know what I mean? The ones that just have to say some negative black shit in their incel black looking. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Vicky Diller. So let's go into that. Just going to show a couple of things that because I feel like it is disgusting and disturbing, of all things disturbing. I like to provide a well-rounded program so you see all the negatives and the positives. We're going to touch a little bit on the data center activity. We're mainly going to talk about Elon Musk thieving ass. And I don't know what else. There's something else in there too I put in there, but we're going to touch on a couple of little miscellaneous. Oh, we can touch on the dolls. The Natasha doll. I did a little deep dive, so we can touch on that. So I'm going to get to it, family. It is Juneteenth weekend, and we're supposed to be our best pro-black selves out there representing. And again, we're not letting no motherfucking tethers destroy our fucking groove. None. No tethers whatsoever. Yeah, we can touch a little bit on the data centers and yeah. And we're going to touch about a little bit of some depression shit. All right, family, let's go. First start. Shout out to All Access Media. He does a lot of the music that we play, some of the music we play. And he has his own little opinions too. He's a nice fella. So we're gonna okay.
Oh me, they are not.
All right. Now Charleston White is a buster because
Comment under the comment section. Most importantly,
Charleston White is a grifter. He's a buster. Whatever he does, it has to benefit and behoove him. So if you know anything about the situation, then you know that he kind of was all up underneath the Anthony family as well. But what you're gonna hear in this motherfucking text, this conversation, is really what I was talking about a few times on the Frontline Black News. Motherfucker is a buster. But you can't, like, there's got to be a time, Black family, when we look at all things at all avenues. You look at him like a motherfucking politician playing both sides of the fence. This is exactly the example of racial white supremacy, where they just play both sides, like right outside the fucking mouth. The black looking motherfucker is just talking all this white shit. What he says is fucking beyond crazy. So, like, we just gonna go over it because I've yet to see anybody really delve deep into it. But I've been like since it first came out like last week or the week before. I was all up on it. I was talking about in Frontline Black News. My mouse has got the shakes, like it's got a problem. It just shakes, move around. All right, let's go.
subscribe. But the real most important button you need to press is that share button. Please make sure you share this live. Now, don't forget, stay out of Asian businesses.
That's right.
Okay, and other people that is not foundational Americans, because they don't respect us. They just want to extract from us, so forth and so on. Now, listen, before we get into the charge talking to Carmelo Anthony's father, I want to show y'all, since I'm talking about stay out of Asian businesses, let me give y'all a little update. Check this out.
Yo, just a quick PSA to all of the Asian business owners out there across this country. If y'all are losing money due to the fact that the black community are boycotting y'all, and with the Chinese restaurants having all of these orders and no one show up and pick up, whatever, just letting y'all know that this motherfucker right here is the one to blame it on.
You
He's the
damn right.
one that dared the Black community to boycott Asian businesses. And now, instead of standing on business, the motherfucker himself decided to delete all of his social media and go into hiding. This is why a lot of Asian motherfuckers out there just bark out loud. When it comes to standing on business, they shut the fuck up.
Listen, man. Listen, we got to continue to stay on code and stay out of their businesses. Do not feel sorry because nobody has ever felt sorry for us. Do not play no games. Don't let nobody play with your heartstrings. But let me give you an extra update on the ramifications of this boycott. And we have to divest, not invest in their businesses. This is forever, perpetuity. Okay? This is not a few months. This is forever. Facts. We gotta get our shit in order. But let me play this shit right here.
We're on a forever blackout. You get on the list.
It's to serve with everything.
Now, listen, you see that lady, right? Hold on, you see that lady. So we have to make sure that we understand about others. This is an African lady. You can tell by the accent. She's consoling this Asian lady crying because there's no business. They there to help. They don't see us as them. This is why we have to really pay attention to the people in our communities. All of those things. I'm not even going to talk your head off because I want to get to Charleston White. But again, I'm going to bring it back. Just listen. But look at what we doing to their businesses. It feels so good.
And I like that.
Heart desire is to serve with everything so that we can able to.
I sound Caribbean.
Bless this place, God. Break.
Y'all is boycotting these people businesses and they feeling it. I'm talking about the lady was in there real life crying. Y'all is doing y'all big one.
Continue doing what we doing. Let's get to Charleston White.
Think you believe what I believe.
Don't get on the list. You get black.
I really believe that, fam.
That's the code.
Nigga, I don't win against my own people trying to convince black people white people is good, homie. But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people.
Look, you hear the first fucking sentence he said? Let's back this track up. Hold on, sorry, let the sister say one more thing, one more again. Okay, family, listen, pay attention to what he's saying, right? I'm gonna chop this up a couple of times. This is so fucking important. You know, I'm a black nationalist, and I don't know, I can't get into it. You're gonna have me stutter.
Just doing y'all big one.
Continue doing what we doing. Let's get to Charleston White.
Think you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't win against my own people trying to convince black people white people is good, homie.
What in the holy fuck is that? Like, what in the holy? Then, you know, we got some kumbaya motherfuckers in our family. Yes. That is true. But he goes above and beyond the fucking Call of Duty, right? I was talking to Anthony's father, the father. Okay, and he said he went against his own people. There's no coming back from that. How in all of Black history could you say you thought they were good? You hear me? You thought white people were good in all of Black history. You thought white people were good. You went against your own people to stress the fact that white people are good in all of Black history. It's not possible.
But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people. So when I
in all of Black history, never, not once. That's cap. I tell you how it's cap. You don't ever see him around white people. So you know he's lying. You know he's lying.
I saw all white jewelry. I called you and told you, have no fear. White people ain't that bad. I had faith in it all white.
Black family. This is why the Anthony family had all these mistakes and errors with their judgment of who the best lawyer was. It's because of this motherfucker right here. And he gonna say it. He gonna say it. It's not even just making it up. He gonna say it. That's not a hot boy statement at all. Then he gonna say how he did it. Just the fact that he said he tried to convince this motherfucker that, because he ain't never met a whole bunch in all of Black history. He's fucking goddamn lying. Who does he talk to? Black people. Who does he sit down and do interviews with? Other than Adam and Adam 22 and DJ Vlad. Black people. Black people. He ain't been nowhere else. He ain't been up there with Trump. He ain't been nowhere else. This motherfucker just loves white. He's like an Uncle Ruckus type. All right, but it's for show, because it's not. It's him saying it, because you don't see him doing interviews with other white folk. You don't see him with white folk. You see him with Black folk. So he's a fucking liar right there, off top. Just use your brain. Think outside the box.
White jewelry, didn't I? Didn't I? Man, listen, I feel horrible because I tried to strengthen your faith with my faith in white people, homie. I told you, man, that white jewelry go do right by us. I told you that, homie, and I believed it. I feel foolish.
Never in Black history has a white jury did good by us in Black history. Where in Black history? Never. It's fucking made up. Stop it.
I feel stupid for even calling you, trying to make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't went against my own people trying to convince Black people white people is good, homie. Only to look like a fool in such a case. It's hard to
I thought you was an ass, because it's not just this instance. We can take it back from jump. You've been a dick.
It's hard to defend what we see, homie. When they defend the Chinese man, George Floyd laid on the ground, homie, and didn't flinch, and white people had no compassion for him. So why would I expect them to have compassion for a kid who has epilepsy, like an autistic kid? This kid has saved more children's lives as a kid unintentionally than he ever thrown a punch or had a fight.
And remind y'all, the kid had epilepsy. Why it wasn't brung up in court by Toby Shook and Bill Worski?
Look, because they have this motherfucker advising them. They think, most motherfucking family be like, oh, it's Charleston Wright. Charleston White, he's famous. He got to have some good advice. Like, it's naivety. You know what I mean? This motherfucker ain't got nothing good. Look, he kind of don't even look. He just look like he woke up. He don't even look fucking remorseful.
Oh, I forgot, because I'm gonna do the video next on this. I'm pretty sure some of y'all may know, but this is a setup. That boy did not have a chance. But let's continue.
I paid for a training to teach the kid how to throw a punch last year. The kid don't even know how to throw a punch, man. I paid a trainer to go teach him how to fight. And you know what the trainer said? Homie, fighting ain't in him. He a good kid. Even the trainer said it ain't in him, homie. So he didn't go back to train him no more. Teach him to be good. He a good kid. Damn, nigga, man, I can't believe though. White homie, man, listen, we're gonna make it right. And one thing I know about the white man, the only way to beat him is you can beat him with his law. I did. I served time for killing a white man, nigga. Bragged about it. I committed some of the most, nigga, I ain't got nothing on my record. No felony conviction, no what. And I got a murder for a white man, nigga. So if white people can do that for me, they'll do it for your son too. I served time for killing a white man, nigga. Front page paper. My brother killed the nigga. My homeboy killed the nigga. I'm the only black man I know that ever served time for killing a white man, nigga. Stood over and watched him die. That's a badge of honor to me. And white people can't take that from me. So during these times when I close my eyes, my heart smile. Because I done something I know they wish I was dead for, nigga. They can't take that from you. And guess what? Your boy got the same thing. When he lay in the bed and smile and feel weak, he can feel stronger, nigga. His nature kicked in when he was afraid and scared. When he was afraid and scared of them two big bully white boys, his nature kicked in. And nature's first rule is to self-preserve. So he was too afraid to stand up and face the bullies. So he sat there subservient. Sitting down is a sign of submission. So he was already submitting to the white boys. When they tried to come put their hands on him, his fear in nature kicked in. He didn't have a knife. Hey, listen, your lawyers were supposed to object to every time they mentioned a knife for it to be on record. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-fashional tool. That the state of Texas, that listen, because if it was a knife, he would have 15 or 20 more years for bringing a weapon to school. That's the smoking gun. If it was a knife, it wouldn't be 30 years. It'd be 60. Because the knife enhances it for bringing a weapon around children to a school. The judge wasn't supposed to let that lingo into the courtroom. This is not a knife. Correction. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. It was a tool that all white kids get out their mama's pussy. Because we're all Boy Scouts in white world. And kids pack it to school in elementary. How did it become a knife with a nigga? Because it's a nigga with the tool. Just like a nigga is dangerous with knowledge, that's what makes us dangerous, knowing what they know. So my mama sent me to know what white people know, nigga. I'm smarter than any white person you can pick before my face. I know more than they know. I know everything about white people and black people. Like, history.
Why you do this? Why you do this? Because if you so smart and you smarter than white folk, why the fuck would you advise him like that? Why would you advise him like this? So they can lose, so he could get all this motherfucking time. Like, why the fuck would you do this? Why? Where the fuck was you, cuz? Why would you do that? Like, you so fucking smart. Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you advise them in any capacity to where their boy looks like a motherfucking killer and this is not it don't look like self-defense and all this extra shit? Like, why the fuck would you do that? Why? Just answer that question. Why?
Science, English, math, technology. I went to every school white people went to. I didn't want to know nothing black people know. That's how I got so many guns and black people don't. That's why I talk politics and black people don't. That's why I talk law, nigga. Can't no white man beat me.
First of all, that's cap. Black people got guns. If they want guns, they can have them. It's not an issue. It's not a thing. You just fill out that motherfucking application. Don't be fucking crazy. You're gonna get your shit together. Okay? That's it. That's all. So that's cap right there. We'll talk politics. What the fuck we doing here? Like, come on now, stop the cap, cause you act like you better than black people and you know white folks. And in both cases, the answer is wrong, and wrong.
So I ain't got no felony convictions. And I brag about the shit I've done with nothing on my record. I could be lying. It ain't on my record, but I've done it.
DSB, how you doing, my dark skinned brother? Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Okay. Hi. Sorry, we came back to the chat right here. DSB, Jesse, glad Jesse shared it out. Couldn't have made it without him. Let me see. Yeah. Charleston White, he just flaunted his little bird chest. He just flaunted his little bird chest. Yes. Yeah. I'm getting a show today is Juneteenth. So I got to get in. Then gotta get it in. We're excited. We're not letting no tethers co-opt our holiday. Is Juneteenth. But I'm getting into this broadcast. Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming through. Thank Jesse for sharing it. Because without him, I wouldn't have made it.
And they know it too, nigga. My mind and my mouth is more dangerous than that courtroom. They know it. Why? I can overturn law.
You just high talking.
We got juvenile life without parole abolished in America. It took us.
You just high dollar talking. Like you did. If you did anything, You fucked the family. That's all you did. That's all you did. All your advice, all your shit that you poured in, thinking that, you know, in all of Black history, white people were going to take the side of the Anthony boy. Woo, woo. No, 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 and no. So all you did was fuck the family. Your advice, your everything you did, and then what you do afterwards is just even more of an atrocity. You're a fucking villain.
A few years to do it, but we got it done, nigga. I ain't lost shit, school.
Yes, you did. You lost his family. You can take that as a pride.
I ain't lost shit, school.
Pride, you know what I mean?
And I got the world paying attention to what I'm saying, good or bad. Just like I got Aiden Ross to donate to the Metcalf family.
Oh, look.
I got people.
I got Aiden Ross to donate to the Metcalf family. All right, look. If you take this L, you did lose, cuz you lost this motherfucking family's case. You should take that as a major fucking hit to your pride, cuz. And then
I road abolished in America. It took us a few years to do it. That's why I talk politics and Black people don't. That's why I talk law, nigga. Can't no white man beat me. That's why I ain't got no felony convictions.
It's it about, you know.
And I brag about the shit I've done.
You ain't making it about him, and ain't no white man beat me. Cause you should just take this L to the fucking chest. Then we look at you like you a fucking scumbag. That's an L. Your own people look at you like you was a scumbag. We look at you like a scumbag. What you think white people look at you like? Token?
With nothing on my record. I could be lying. It ain't on my record, but I've done it. And they know it too, nigga. My mind and my mouth is more dangerous than that courtroom. They know it. Why? I can overturn law.
But you didn't do shit.
We got juvenile life without parole abolished.
But you didn't do shit, cuz. You didn't do shit. All you did was give the family bad advice and direct them in the wrong direction, cuz. You didn't overturn shit. You ain't did shit. So you gotta back that track up, cuz. You didn't do no motherfucking thing.
In America. It took us a few years to do it, but we got it done, nigga. I ain't lost shit, school. I ain't lost shit, school. And I got the world paying attention to what I'm saying, good or bad. Just like I got Aiden Ross to donate to the Metcalf family. I got people working on millions. I got people working on getting you $1 million like they got Chud. Without going through GoFundMe. That's how
I just seen something where that they don't have enough money for a lawyer right now.
Yeah, that part, yeah. How the fuck you gonna get the Metcalf family money through Aiden Ross, another racist? Like, why would you insert yourself into that? And then it comes out to be, you know, he won a box on Aiden Ross's platform, which it should be going down. Like, what happened? Didn't they have a law case, like a case against them? I wouldn't find out shit after Ray J. You know what I mean? But that's where he's going with this. It's a grift. But how is this motherfucker right here gonna go and raise money for the other family?
Since he's been transferred. So, but that's why I'm glad,
you
know, people's getting up money because we already know they shut down, they GoFundMe, they go send go and all of that stuff. But we're going to make sure that they get the cash directly and they spend that money on a legal defense team. There was a dude, is a white guy who actually drawn up, I believe, the actual appeal papers. But let me say this real quick about the appeal. Let me say this about the appeal real quick. Now, the appeal, when they appeal it, not necessarily is going to happen immediately. So they're going to keep him in there for some time because you got to go to a higher court. So that boy may be sitting in there for some years before he even get a new trial. That's why everything was so speedy. That's why it was a speedy trial. The judge just came out with his own, basically broke his silence. It's an 18-minute video. I'm going to do a video on that. So just expect a lot of videos today. Okay. The Jeff Metcalf came out saying some racist stuff. I did a video on that yesterday, but the audio kept coming out staticky. I did it like 3 times, and I said, you know what, fuck it, I'll do it.
28 days to be exact. I just need Mitch Nolte to file the appeal. I already got an appellate lawyer ready to go.
Continue.
Yeah.
How connected I am as a black man in America. I got white friends, politician friends, rapper friends, acting friends. And I'm gonna use it for you, fam. You have $30,000 before Saturday. I'm putting up $75,000 to start the appeal process for your son. We have 29 days, 28 days to be exact. I just need Mitch Nolte to file the appeal. I already got an appellate lawyer ready to go to write the entire thing. Collin County is dumber than what I thought they were. I thought at least they'll put one black on the jury. But I told you something about that judge. I told you that judge is not going to let it happen like that, right?
Oh, you say you old fucking dirty scumbag ass fucking bird chest having ass fucking goofy looking ass fucking Charles White. You fucking knew already. You knew. And yet, when the trial was still going within that first 2 days, you could have, if you had that much pull, air quotes. If y'all saw me, I was eating some soup and it's spicy as hell. Air quotes. You could have did something, or you could have had some sort of pull in that direction. You would have talked to the DA or the lawyer or whatever. Man, miss me with that bullshit, cause you couldn't do shit just like nobody did shit. Because it's out of your hands. I told you about that judge. All white, man, not one black person. No way you were. Where were you with the contesting of a black person on the jury? Nowhere. It's like everybody else. Everybody came out the woodwork after the fact.
Let's go to the actual parents when they broke their silence yesterday, the day before.
So talking tonight, they believe the trial was unfair from the start.
This is what he's showing is the second interview. The first interview was done by old girl on the Breakfast Club, and this is the second interview that they did after. Okay, so the first interview it's pretty much the daddy talking. I don't think it was because I think that's just the way their family works. You know what I mean? Not to say she ain't feeling shit. She just, that looks like a sense of shock. But I just think that's how the family works. That the father speaks. You know what I mean? Like I guess sometimes, man, or, you know, if I couldn't talk for myself, I'd probably let Jesse speak for me. After I wrote the shit down and made it so he understood what I wanted to say. Yeah, after I controlled the situation. I'm just kidding. But I think that's the way that family works. But this is the second interview that he's showing.
They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murderer. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
Access Media.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already. So, I mean, really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. If you looked at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they want.
After they still got what they want, they still want us dead.
See, this is what I'm saying. Even after they got the justice that they want, it's still not enough, and they still threatening the family. Can I just say something real quick? Now, listen, I'm not saying all white people. I'm not saying all white people, but I'm saying 99.99% of y'all are Satan's children. Yep. There's no other way to put it. If you look through history, they have a literal track record for centuries until this very moment.
That's what I'm saying.
And racism just got sophisticated, and they got a law and a government to protect it.
Yep.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you want to talk biblically, in their history, they have done more evil than any good they could have ever done. Okay?
Yep.
There's no way of all of things, all of the atrocities that they have committed against the world, against our people, and what they do to the earth, the food, what they do to children, even to this day. Everything. You cannot tell me they are not the descendants of Satan. You cannot tell me. They are the only people on this planet that created this damn atmosphere the way it is. Of course, there's tribal fights in other countries and things of that nature, but not to this magnitude and the destruction that these people have done once they came out those caves. Now, out of 54 million people, or 59 million, I say 54 million Caucasians that's in America, 1% of that is like, it's like 1,300,000. You understand what I'm saying? So
it might be all right. They might be all right.
There's some good ones out there. But there is some real good white people out there that maybe you can't trust more than a black person, how some say. It's weird to me.
Thank you, brother. Now we're gonna move to the next one. Listen, family. Listen. Now we're getting to the conservative black side. I want to say the conservative black side of the internet and their thoughts. Okay, look, listen. Black family, they don't speak for us.
I can vouch for that. Sarah Fields definitely did.
These motherfuckers are the worst. I would say, like this
intend to hurt anyone.
Hold on a second.
There was no.
These are the type of individuals that we like.
Another video I seen that time was going down. Make sure I hit the like button.
How can you talk like this? Like these are the type of black people we look at, we shake our head at because we can't believe the caudacity of them speaking like this and bigging up white people because the white people they're bigging up is not the right not a righteous white person, not a good white person. You know what I mean? They bigging up some motherfucker that their own sole intention is to tear down the black man and black woman, black child. Okay, now he gonna talk about old girl, Sarah Fields. Okay, we gonna talk about old girl Sarah Fields, and there's the same ones that they big up Sarah Fields will also downgrade that sister. What's her name? Billions. Okay. Tiffany Billions, something like that. I know I might got her name wrong. No, by all means, not my intention. But we'll talk bad about that sister, but we'll big up this white lady. You know what I mean? And the white lady's been determined, just like the that sister has been determined to. The sister's been determined to find him not guilty. But this one has been, and the white lady's been determined to crucify him. So. And there's several black people, like looking people, they have nothing good to say, like nothing. It's all negative. So we're gonna listen to some of that. This is the type of people I shake my head at. I can't believe.
The subscribe button for me, please. Y'all see it right here. You got Reverend Jordan Wells has posted this, but this is Jason Whitlock basically going off, about this. It's calling Carmelo Anthony's parents delusional. When it comes down to this, there's obviously been a lot of frustration when it comes down to Carmelo's parents. I'm here to tell y'all that don't let it, don't let it frustration, don't let it, get to you, because one thing about it is that they know, obviously, of what they have done. They know, it's more so of them being in denial at the end of the day. They know what they've done. They know what their child did. They just don't want to take that accountability. Check out what they say here.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone.
There was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
They are delusional. Look at the shirt that he's wearing. It says, believe Carmelo. Believe what? He hasn't said anything. He didn't take the stand. Believe his silence? Believe your t-shirt? Exactly. This is illogical. They create these echo chambers where you can have all of your delusional thoughts confirmed. He didn't want to harm anybody. He didn't want to kill Austin Metcalf. Your son brought a knife to a high school track meet. We've constructed a popular culture that shields Black people and leftists from common sense. There's another child dead, and they can't see what their child did wrong.
So I've said this from time and time again. I've said this from time and time again.
We on some
and
tip. Are we delusional, family, or are we on some self-defense tip? like, are you serious? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are we? Last time I checked, we were not delusional. Like, yeah, okay, thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. We were not delusional. We was on some old self-defense shit. And so something what, like us protecting what a young good little Black teenager. And he sat down and he fucking, hit the white boy's brother pushed him into it, and cuz fell out to the, like, yeah, the little thing out there, but he uses a little weapon. You have to apply so much pressure. That's like a tumbling. You know what I mean? It's not just because you hit him. He act like you stuck him in the chest, just like that. Nah, just logistically, a person who knows about stabbing, it doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. Are we delusional, or are we on some self-defense tip? And Black people have a right to defend ourselves. Which part is delusional? I'm gonna go Jason fat ass Whitlock, man. He needs close the lips.
I'll say it. Regardless of this situation, I don't care how anybody goes about it. I don't care what anybody. It's very simple. It's very simple, and I'm not even meaning to be that type of person to be rude or disrespectful. It's more so of me being real. However you put it, however you slice it, this is a closed case. This is something that should have been, okay, I'm about to take accountability. I'm guilty for what I did. We should take it. I truly feel like, I mean, y'all obviously might have different thoughts. With me personally, I don't think it should have went this far, seeing on how and what he did. Honestly. Obviously, you see that Carmelo and his parents, his team, they wanted more so money out of it. They knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted to do from the get-go. I feel, me personally, and I've said this before, and this is not me taking up for him. This is not me siding, but I know for a fact, and I'm glad that they even took it this far, and he facing the consequences about it. But he probably most likely would have gotten, less years than that. His parents wanted more money. Dominic Alexander and the whole NGAM wanted more money. Everybody wanted more money out of this. They didn't raise over more than $500,000. And now they have no money. Or at least they're not giving money to Carmelo for his appeal. So I'm telling y'all, when it comes down to it, I don't care, again, what anybody says, Carmelo was in the wrong for that. why even take a knife? It's almost like, you know, he went and had this whole agenda of what he was going to do. I mean, because why? Why even take that? There's no reason for that. Me personally. Check it out right here.
Carmelo Anthony's father has made a shocking admission in this interview that you're about to watch. Now, I was in the courtroom, and I'm going to be real with you. I knew that Drew Anthony was delusional when I saw him. As you can see, they're just going to continue to play victim. I don't know why they were even asked when they found out or how they found out. What does it matter? Their son murdered somebody. If the Breakfast Club wants to interview anybody, it should probably be the real victims in this situation, which is Jeff Metcalf, Megan Metcalf, and Hunter Metcalf. Those are the main three victims.
Exactly.
If they want to interview anybody, they should probably take the time to do that. Only 4 minutes. You mean to tell me that your son thought it was a good idea to go into someone else's tent, cause trouble by not walking away,
the dog had up,
stab somebody, and somehow he's still the victim? Please make it make sense.
Being all fair. Being all fair. I mean, yeah, people gotta just know on how true, you know, it is when it comes down to it.
Did you do that?
Says the interviewer did not hold them accountable. And failed to ask. You know, those big questions. They know what they're doing. They know what shows to go to. They know what because this is what they want to do. They want to basically have this more so based off of race. You know, they want this to be based off of race, and it's truly sad and it's truly sickening of them doing this. I'm telling y'all. But it gets worse when it comes down this on how Drew Anthony is and how he's acted, and what he has done. But before we get to that, this is more so, and I'm gonna show y'all a few things from Sarah Fields. Sarah Fields. If y'all haven't followed Sarah Fields or anything like that, make sure y'all do so because she definitely has great information. Definitely has great information. Says Sarah Fields is out here doing real journalism, not grifting for money like Carmelo parents. Says Fields exposed the truth on the Carmelo Anthony case while the family tried to bully and silence her with nasty personal attacks, including the disgusting comment about her daughter, which I'll be showing y'all. Says even Charleston White, who was playing both sides, initially pledged $75,000 to keep Carmelo's appeal, completely flipped after clashing with Drew Anthony. Actually, I'm pretty sure he put out a new video that I'll be showing y'all, so make sure y'all stay tuned for that as well. But he said he called the dad out for being soft and saying that he's more so all about the money. Says all you care about is that money. That's what Charleston White said. White withdrew his support and said he'd rather help Austin Metcalf's father because the Anthonys just want to keep the give and go donations flowing, which I've said from the get-go, from day one, I've been saying this. Really, everybody's been saying it. I mean, ever since last year when we seen them, that whole give, send, go, and that whole GoFundMe, whatever, you truly seen of how bad things were within that.
I mean, like, look, so it's okay to give that white bitch Shiloh almost $1 million for calling a little black boy out his fucking race, all right? The one who can't defend himself, right? To call him out his fucking race, have all these fucking white supremacists just giving, right? And ain't nobody said anything except for one sister trying to find a way to shut that shit down, right? I'll cover that later. I got a little update for that. All right. So it's okay to give that white wench a motherfucking damn there almost $1 million. Like damn there $900,000, something like that. Right? Give her that. Okay, without no motherfucking consequences. Right? This white people just here, bitch, here. Keep saying the N-word. There's no problem. Just go ahead. Keep calling little children out their motherfucking skin color. Right? All right. Then go ahead and have Chud the motherfucking stupid builder who ain't built shit, right? Have all his motherfucking racist, fucking Caucasoid, fucking Neanderthal, fucking Mongoloid friends trying to post $1 million to get that bitch out of fucking jail. That's okay. That's all right. We can raise money for that. But let this fucking family who has a good ass son who has a good ass fucking future ask the community for motherfucking help, raising money to fucking get a defense for him. That's wrong. That's wrong. We can't do that. What the fuck is these fundraising sites for? If not for that. Like so why? Is it because he's black? He don't get a proper defense? He can't raise the money? Why? Because he stabbed a little white boy? Why? That don't make no fucking sense to me, not even a little bit.
You truly seen on how bad things were. And what they've done, the money's been raised. Me personally, I thought it was gonna be, being real, I thought it was gonna be Dominique Alexander.
Check this out. They didn't even the Give Said Go people didn't even release the money to him right away. It took a long time for them to release the money to even get a defense. Okay, now the father somehow in one of these intermissions, I was chastising the dog, so I didn't hear it, but I didn't hear the second interview. I heard the first interview. The first interview was more than enough to me, but they didn't release the money right away. You know what I mean? And they had to keep moving around. You're talking about a black boy who killed one country-fed, corn-fed, motherfucking white boy, bigger than him, in a white area. Regardless of how many 6, 7 black people live there. What you think was going to happen? Did you think that they were going to be able to live and just keep going with their life, and that white people weren't going to want to have vengeance in their heart to fucking hunt them down? Like, for real? Did you think that? You special black if you think that.
Under NJAN that was going to take most of it, which they, obviously they had a part in that, but I did not expect, and I know y'all probably going, well, Reckless, how you ain't catch his parents do that? I truly didn't. I did, obviously, because you see that, when we talk about the cars, we talk about the, the mansion and this, that, and the other, but I mean, come on. Like, honestly, it's definitely disgusting of seeing how they're doing their own child, but hey, doing it to themselves at the end of the day. You got Carmelo Anthony that has done this and has to face those consequences. And you have Drew Anthony, and I don't even know, his mother's name, but you have them. And I mean, I know that things just it's not going to go good for them. It's not right to do this. Obviously.
It makes sense that what's happened is, it makes sense that white people took the money to file. It costs money to file motions and things like that. Whatever they did, you gotta factor in that the attorney was on retainer, right? So he's probably doing all this other work or whatever. Yeah, he pocketed some of that, sure. You know what I mean? But they had to move. In the first interview, it says that they had to move like 8 fucking times to the point where they were like in a little protective situation. They had to move several times, and because they were being hunted, motherfuckers, you'll hear Charleston White in one of the interviews talking about how he had to take the car and drive the car so they would chase. So white people were go follow that car so they could get away from them. You see what I'm saying? So this is like, what do you expect the money to go to? The money goes to an attorney. Attorneys were over there with their hands out trying to capitalize. Like, what do you mean? Like, of course it's not gonna have no money towards the end, and of course they're gonna somehow it's gonna shut it down and shut the Gifts and Go thing down. Of course they have to raise money for the boy to have an appeal, an attorney to fight the appeal and all this extra shit. What, you think it's free? No, and he had to file for a public defender not once but twice. He's in jail. He's in prison. So you know what I mean? Like, what?
And God sees all. Says over 600K raised before it shut down. Sarah didn't spread lies. She held them accountable. That's exactly what she did. Got it right here. Says, for a while, Drew Anthony attempted to silence me. Messaged me on Facebook. I spoke with them a few times, and this is one of the samples, the messages you got here. You have here.
As I said, black people just don't send no messages, don't call, don't do nothing. Because it's white people that like to exploit the situation, like the Sarah Fields chick is doing right now.
And Sarah Fields, I want to make sure I have all of these. Had to write in my notes. Says, I already had a name. I already had a following before any of this, which I can vouch for that. Sarah Fields definitely did.
It was like, they're nowhere.
Say your son unalive somebody. I can't say that word. Hold him accountable, which, again, is definitely true. You're coming after me because I made sure the facts were known about the case and not some crazy made unmarkedly about Hunter or Jeff or the school. You have done nothing but blame everyone else for your own child. Go be a dad. And me personally, I truly, truly, truly believe that is something that is true and real at the end of the day. To say, you know, to have that right there and to where's it at? Hold them accountable, which is up here, and go be a dad. Those are the main things that I absolutely, absolutely love, is that right there at the end of the day. Drew Anthony replied and says, there you go, being delusional. Again, you didn't have anything. My son defended himself. He put that in all caps, defended himself. As y'all see, he didn't defend himself. That's why he ended up getting 35 years. Because maybe if you as a parent and your child would have defended themselves, she might have not been molested. Me personally, I think that is the most disgusting thing a man could say at that. I truly feel like that is the most disgusting thing a man could say. That's low down and dirty. That's that hit below the belt. That's disgusting to me to say that. I truly feel like you have to have so much hate in you to say something to a person to try to, and I'm so glad that you have somebody as strong as Sarah Fields and the things that I've seen her post about and, you know, talk about a little bit of what, you know, she's obviously been through.
I don't care about that white broad. That bitch is just doing the same thing everybody else is doing. Trying to capitalize, trying to make herself relevant to a case she had no business in. Trying to make these scenes like with these black performers, black looking people. Okay, now this is another one.
I support Carmelo Anthony. I'm a still.
There's another one.
Go ahead and set your phone down and treat this as a podcast episode. I said this in the previous video that Carmelo Anthony's parents set him up for failure. They saw an opportunity to exploit his situation and make money off of it. And
look, first of all, if they raised a good little boy to have a job and work, take care of his family, go to church, be a good student, be a good athlete, then what the fuck she just said doesn't make no goddamn sense. And keep in mind, they were living out there prior to all that, so they could afford to live out there. Father was working, Carmelo had 2 jobs, so, you know, whatever the fuck she's saying it contradicts what the actual fucking narrative. The narrative, why would they do such a thing? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. It wouldn't behoove them in any way, shape, or form to do anything like that. Raising money for your kids' defense and having to move because you've been doxxed and you got white people trying to burn your motherfucking crib down is a whole separate issue.
he did, right? Had a conversation with someone close to me, and, you know, they were like, people are trying to push this bias that black people can come from money. Didn't know that they were upper middle class. I knew the Frisco area was pretty affluent, but I didn't get that deep into it because what they make is none of my business. But it's the optics. It's all about the optics. Even if they planned on moving, even if they already had the money to move, it's the timing of it all. You raised over $500,000, and instead of putting that money into a high power criminal defense attorney, you decided that you wanted to buy a house and do all sorts of bullshit with it, because even though an attorney can't make the client do anything, that high-powered attorney would have been like, based off of the evidence that's presented, based off of the countless witnesses, it was over 20 witnesses, that would have been like, hey, man, take a plea deal. And then everybody wants to forget that.
Look, that's gossip on the internet. I don't know if that's fact or not.
Everybody is offered some type of plea deal when you get arraigned. I know this from watching the University of Law and Order, all 25 seasons of it.
So basically, she's basing that off of a fictional show it has some basis of truth in it, like that's what you're gonna hang your legal hat on. You little stupid face. Stop it.
And so the fact that his parents didn't even have his best interest in mind and used this situation to try to create an OJ / George Floyd / Trayvon Martin moment.
This bitch is wild. None of that was the case. None of that was even remotely near the case of what was happening there. That was those are two separate. That's like three separate issues, three separate fucking ways that white people doing shit. That's not even the same shit. Not even the same category. Like none of that has any. None of that is the category. None of that was self-defense. Stupid fuck. That bitch is stupid.
Where they wanted to exploit him for clout and popularity. They set that boy.
Nobody was exploiting any of the other three little situations for clout because you're stupid. You try to blend that shit in. You just like them folk. Like this is fraud. Oh my god, let's
for failure because he could have easily pled guilty, probably gotten voluntary manslaughter, and maybe would have gotten 10 to 15 years in prison instead of the full 35. The fact that, and I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt, allegedly the parents left and wasn't even with him when he got sentenced, that tells you everything that you need to know about it. But given the fact that, you know, a good majority of the black...
And you're like, man, take a motherfucker.
Everybody. I believe...
Like, take a fucking plea.
And they told you
he wasn't that good.
Like who the
in cold blood, and now the pro-black
motherfucking plea, like you Joe weird looking ass bitch. Like, come on, stop now. Like, first of all, you got your you want to take advice like you take advice off of Law and Order. That's a fictional fucking show that's been going on for like 25 motherfucking years with some truth elements in it. Because if you're watching Law and Order, bitch, then you would see that this is based on fiction, not actual facts. It doesn't, you know, it's like a mirror image of fiction and compared to what the fuck they're talking about in the goddamn news. Like, stop it. Like, that's stupid. I'd never like no. No. This isn't a case of Law and Order. This has nothing to do with George Floyd, Trayvon Martin. What else did she say? Who else did she say? She said somebody else, right? I can't really think about it right off the top. This has nothing. Oh, OJ. All those three cases were fucking different. They were all different. All those people. One was convicted a certain way, and OJ was a whole different case. And it was not self-defense. Okay, it was not self-defense. It's like I didn't do it. He didn't do it. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You know? And Trayvon Martin, you saw the motherfucking killer. The motherfucker did. He was told to not follow. He did anyway. And George Floyd, he died right in front of us. What the fuck are you talking about? This is doom. That's where you're gonna get your insight from. Even I know this by watching 25 seasons of Law and Order. Bitch, you stupid. You are dumb. And why you want people to listen to you? That dumb shit is fucking beyond me. Stupid.
Slaughter, and maybe would have gotten 10 to 15 years in prison.
They didn't even offer a plea deal. Has anybody said they offered him a plea deal? Have we heard anything about a plea deal? No. Not a motherfucking plea deal in sight. Did anybody say, well, they offered him, if he said guilty, they offered him like 15 years. And we thought, well, you know, compared to life, we took go ahead and take that 15 years. No, ain't nobody said nothing about a motherfucking plea deal.
Instead of the full 35. The fact that, and I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt, allegedly the parents left and wasn't even with him when he got sentenced. That tells you everything that you need to know about it. That's but right. Given the fact that, you know, a good majority of the black collective want to die on this hill and try to say it's racism and that we need to...
Yeah, this bitch just spread a rumor. It's a lie. The mother was there because the mother had to give testimony to have them. She asked for mercy. So what you talking about, bitch? Like, she was there the whole day, the whole time. The one who wasn't there was the father. He was busy working. So what are you talking about? Like, you act like they were nowhere to be found. Nowhere. That's a damn lie.
Support one another. It's like, bro, your hubris, your ego, and your pride. A lot of y'all do not have the emotional discipline to look at information with logic and clarity. And this is why y'all are in the situation that you're in.
Look, did she try to put us all in a box? Y'all don't have the emotional fortitude to look at things like logically, with logic. The fuck we don't. We sure as fuck didn't get our information off of Law and Order, bitch. That just shows you right there who's smarter and who isn't.
And now.
Boy. So we got to talk about a fascinating turn of events in the pro-blackly black world. These individuals are still boohooing and crying about the Carmelo Anthony trial verdict.
As black as that motherfucker is, the fact that he had all that to say right there is just beyond me. As black as he is, the pro-blackity black are still boohooing because ain't nobody boohooing. But wrong is wrong, and wrong should be called out. This is the same type of black people that act like that wouldn't happen to me or mine. Yeah, right. That's exactly what's going to happen to.
Carmelo being found guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf in cold blood, and now the pro-blackity blacks. They're trying to figure out how did this happen, okay? Because a lot of these individuals believe the lies that came from random activists on the internet, black activists, pedophiles on the internet, like little pedophiles.
You hear what he called us, family? You hear what he called us? You hear what he called us? You hear what he called us? Like, what the fuck? Like, where the fuck did he get that from?
I was on the internet telling people that they saw a video claiming that Carmelo was jumped when that didn't happen, okay? But because these people believe these lies, they're now searching for an answer as to how is it that Carmelo was found guilty, right? And
that was before all them testimonies came out of the woodwork that Dan Calloway showed us. So yeah, that's cap. You're misrepresenting that.
They're saying that, hey, you know, Carmelo, it seemed like he had a weak defense, right? Because again, in their minds, Carmelo clearly was committing self-defense. So they're like, yeah, well, the reason why Carmelo was found guilty is because the defense was weak. And who hired the defense? Oh, the parents hired the defense. So now they're starting to realize that the parents are actually grifting because they're asking questions like, wait, hold on. This Mike Howard guy, he wasn't that good, right? And again, Carmelo didn't have a real self-defense case, right? The reason why Mike Howard didn't do a good job is because Carmelo had nothing to work with, right? But again, in their pea brains, that doesn't make sense, right? Because they're convinced that Carmelo is innocent, right? So their logic suggests that no, the parents hired a weak lawyer on purpose, right? And that they blew the money that was donated to them via the GoFundMe to enrich themselves, okay? And that's why they're now receiving backlash as some of their biggest supporters, like, for example, Charleston White, he has now turned on the family. He's apologizing to Jeff Metcalf for all the disrespectful things that he said about Jeff Metcalf and his.
Now that motherfucker is a grifter. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, listen, family, when we started donating to that Give and Go for Carmelo Anthony, we knew exactly what the fuck we were getting into. We knew exactly what the fuck the money was going to be for. The woman who set the shit up, the mother, she wrote it out in plain fucking English. What they were going to use the money for. They were going to use it to, for defense, to move, therapy for the kids, some other shit, right? A couple of things, but it was laid out there plain in fucking black and white. And we just had to go off of that alone, right? So we, you know, what we saw was we saw the situation. First of all, it is on the black grassroots utter prerogative and discretion to choose who they want to donate to and for what reason and what causes they feel we feel compelled to give our fucking little change to. Okay? And it's not a force, it is something on our prerogative, our fucking will, our choice, right? So while everybody was upset that, which I don't really get, how the fuck is it okay for white folks to do active fucking acts of racism and raise money on these fucking fundraising, crowdfunding platforms, but let a black person do it, and then you guys got all the motherfucking heat in the world for it. That shit is it don't make no goddamn sense. And for black looking people to be such fucking pocket watching haters, it's like, what are you really upset about? Why we thought it look, if okay, so he killed him, right? Self-defense. That's what we're going with. We knew that from jump. Okay, so that's what I said. It's up to us and our prerogative as black grassroots to decide what is a worthy cause. Who do we donate to, and for what reasons we feel compelled to donate to. Not this fucking narrative that you think that we're fucking pea-brain pedophiles and we're gonna do, motherfucker, like, you gotta stop. That's deflection. Maybe you're on that bullshit, but you can't put that on the black grassroots, because there's nothing like that going on with the black grassroots at all, not even one fucking iota. You're the first motherfucker to call us like pedophiles, like, even for real. The whole of us, all of us, like, come on, cuz, like, you're stupid. This is sorry. And I don't even know how you got a fucking platform. Like, that's ridiculous.
Son, and let's be honest, I'm not really forgiving Charleston White for what he said. I don't take Charleston White serious as a person, but I do find it hilarious how he's now openly, publicly turning on the family, like others, over the fact that people are now asking questions about the family and whether or not they sold their son out for their own personal financial gain. Yep. Take a look.
Carmelo parents and the sorry ass defense team is why he lost in court today. If you don't already know, Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty, and it's his parents and the defense team's fault. Now, he had enough money raised to hire one of the best lawyers in the country, but his parents mishandled the funds. They wanted to vlog and floss and, you know, spend.
That's lies. That's fucking a whole bunch of lies. We rarely even seen them do anything because they had a gag order. We saw more of the fucking Metcalf boy in the beginning, and his father on fucking on these platforms, Twitter Spaces and whatnot. So we didn't see hardly anything from Carmelo Anthony's family, except in the very, very beginning when they were trying to get a grip on shit, and they were very emotional in the very beginning. That was in the very beginning. They chilled because there's a motherfucking gag order. Who didn't chill was the Metcalf family, because we've seen them for at least a month or two after the fact, still giving testimony on motherfucking Twitter, or one of those fucking spaces. Okay, so that's a fucking lie. You saying they spent the money on what? Bitch, you weren't there. You don't know what the fuck they spent the money on. You're just listening to motherfucking YouTube rhetoric. Like that, you're listening to the other side too much, because you didn't hear none of that. What we heard was whatever this side was spewing, whatever nonsense vile was coming out that side. That's all that was about. You don't know what the fuck they spent the money on. You don't know any of that. As far as defense attorneys, you'll hear fucking you'll hear the father say they were directed, they went even to black attorneys, and black attorneys sent them to the white ones. So they were getting advised in the wrong directions by motherfuckers like Charleston White and these said attorneys that they went to that told them to go to the white side. You'll hear that come out directly from the father on the first interview with the Breakfast Club, and fucking Charleston White on whoever the fuck he's talking to, because he has to film all his conversations. He can't just have these conversations. So when he's cussing out everybody and switching sides, you'll hear that come out. He's also the same motherfucker that fucking raised money for the Metcalf family. So he's playing both sides of the fence. Bitch, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just over there making up shit like everybody else does.
The money on other things, and they told you that they spent all of his money, and y'all donated even more.
Again, family, it is the black grassroots prerogative to donate to whom and what we choose, to Spread the message about whom and what we feel we need to do. That is our prerogative. It is not up to them to judge how the fuck we fucking spend our little change and on what cause we spend our change to. If you're fucking you got a fucking problem, that's up to you. That is your personal problem because you like pocket checking. They're the same motherfuckers that always pocket watching another. This is lame, and lame. Like, get some business of your own, cuz. And it's sad, but not all skin folk is kinfolk. And this is the types that is like, we have to like evaluate and be like, no, you gotta live fine. No. Yes, it is a black thing right now. It is like that.
What gets me about stuff like this is, now you pass over smaller families in the Black community that ask for GoFundMe, donations to they're facing homelessness, they need a car, something like that. Y'all pass those up and tell them to pray about it. But Carmelo's parents spent his money. You donated more. I don't understand how y'all think, but it's not for me to understand.
What are you pocket watching us for? Cuz how do you know we do that? Like, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. And who's y'all? Why can't you just say what it is? You know what I mean? Who's y'all? The Black grassroots don't donate enough to grassroots causes. Okay, cuz, just say that. But what's this? Oh, y'all do that. Y'all do that. Well, okay, well, let's turn this other cheek. Y'all ain't black enough to be talking to us. How about that? How about we should take y'all's black card because y'all are stupid and pocket watching, and that's just not a rip. How about that? Like, Jesus Christ, like, who the fuck does it? Like, why? Why is it so fucking important to you to know what we do with our money? Like, why in the fuck is it important to you what we do with our opinions and our fucking our reasoning for it? Who the fuck is you to play fucking God and wonder what the fuck we're doing and why we're doing it? How do you know we don't donate to other motherfucking causes? How do you know we don't show up to these motherfucking causes and fucking help them with physical help, right? Versus monetary. What if they in our neighborhood? Why can't we just go help them? What are you really saying? You just acting like we just skip over the internet. Well, this is a grassroots cause. They need help moving. I'm just gonna keep moving. Oh man, Major, this is all over the news. I think I'm just gonna donate my little monies, and I hope that she know that I'm over there donating to this big news cause that's all over the news, and I didn't help my neighbor down the street physically with their needs. I didn't bring food to them or nothing like that. Like, bitch, how do you know? How do you know? Your fucking pocket watching she fucking wench. How the fuck do you know?
Understand whether you like it or not. He was found guilty, and that's the end of it. Austin's father, I think what really pushed it over is Austin's father not taking a completely right-wing agenda. He wasn't, pushing all the racist, pro-white things. He just said he's not racist. He doesn't want any of the pro-white people, trying to make it into a race issue, and he forgave him. So this white man who had a black man take his child away from him still held no malice in his heart. And I think that...
You old raggedy ass wench, what are you talking about? The moment the little boy went into jail, he did a fucking interview and he fucking made sure he knew he could call him a watermelon felon. He was a fucking racist, cuz. The fuck you talking about, bitch? He's a racist. And it was raising money for the motherfucking racists. Separately, behind the fucking back of Carmelo Anthony's family, not only did the Metcalf family separately, husband and wife separately, raise money on a GoFundMe fucking site. That's the facts. That's the fucking facts. What the fuck you mean? You ain't on their tip? But you over here pocket watching the fucking black side and chastising the black grassroots. How dare you fix your lips to fucking do any of that and not turn around and ask them why the fuck they needed to raise motherfucking money for? What the fuck did those two people, not as a fucking team, not as a husband and wife that just lost a child, allegedly, right? lost a child and he had died allegedly in his twins' arms, and oh my God. But why the fuck did them two have separate GoFundMe gifts and goes during the time they were raising just and we didn't even raise enough money. Think about it like that. That Shiloh, whatever the fuck, she raised almost $1 million. We were like 600,000. Are you fucking kidding me? But I bet you when we ride her fucking coattails and shit, pocket watching what the fuck she do. You just gonna suck it up and eat it, right? And let God live, right? Man, what the fuck is that about? Why do they have to raise money? That's been my question all motherfucking month. Why did the fucking Metcalfs have to raise money? If nobody wants to talk about that, they fucking ignore that and run right over that, right? But you so busy pocket watching what the black grassroots do with their fucking prerogatives. Ugh.
That's what helped their case the most, my personal opinion. But his parents, like I said, had the ability to hire a lawyer and get a desirable verdict, but you make the mistake the most.
Check this out. If you have other people whispering in your ear, tell you where to go, what to do, and you don't know where to go, what to do, because you're one of them good ass families that never been in, don't have these kind of conflicts, regardless of what people want to say about the father, right? But you don't really have these kind of issues. That at least the father take his shit outside the house and handle his business, right? But let's just remind everybody of that. The father doesn't bring the fucking drama to the fucking family and drag his family through. He'll take off and go deal with his fucking problems in another fucking state. Let's just be thankful. That right there shows some masculine qualities right there. However, you fuckers are a trip. Like, why don't you ask the questions I'm asking? Why you say they could have? If you're being led by people who are supposedly allegedly have your best interest in mind, and you've never been in any kind of real situation like this, and you don't know who to turn to and how to fucking maneuver, and you think you're getting the right advice, you're gonna make the same fucking sorry ass mistakes
most people make when they get money in their hand and they're not used to having none.
Y'all forget that family lived in that area. That area is nice. They lived in that area, so they could afford to live in that area. They've been in that area enough to have their children go to school and be integrated in that area, enough to have their child to be an athlete in that area. So what the fuck is she talking about? They ain't never had no money. What really is money? At the end of the day, when you're just giving it out to fucking pay bills.
Mello Anthony, but I ain't gonna lie, folks' parents.
I mean, also too, you got to keep a factor in mind. The boy had 2 jobs, along with the daddy.
Let him down, for folks' parents let him down. For tell me why they doing all this shit for money, gang. This is what I be saying about certain black people, bro. Shit be so fucking embarrassing and sad, gang. Cause motherfuckers will really leave you in the dust for money, gang. For money, gang. Your own family, your own people, gang. They'll leave you in the dust because of money. But it's still free Carmelo Anthony for, cause he still ain't deserve to do that many years in jail. But y'all know what's really going on, gang. I know what the fuck is going on. You feel me? That's just sad as hell. I damn near fuck the parents. I ain't gonna lie. I support Carmelo Anthony. I'ma still want him out, but folks' parents is wrong as hell.
I want to say this to the Metcalf parents. If I have said anything that hurt you, I ask for your forgiveness. Forgive me.
I think because you only making that motherfucking a plea of apology because that motherfucking swamp looking ass white man, trailer park looking ass white man came out with the motherfucking axe and said he will hack you down to size. And now you want to apologize to the Metcalf family. Come on, cuz we all saw that video. That motherfucking swamp boy had that motherfucking axe and he was ready to cut you down 3-4 pegs because you was talking that hot boy shit. So, like, come on now. I think that's the only reason you apologizing and the only reason you taking it like that. And now you spinning a narrative that the daddy only wants money. Well, you know, the fucking daddy got to raise money for the motherfucking appeal. Is that wrong? You're not supposed to raise no money. What you supposed to do? Allah, please just send me a fucking bag full of change. Please, I got to get my son out. Please, Allah, please. Can you just please put a bag of loot on the back porch so I could get it, so I could apply it to my son's appeal process? Please, Allah, I don't think I'll be good. I'll behave. I promise I'll behave. So he's not supposed to raise no money, right? That's how he's supposed to go? That's how you're supposed to roll? Come on, Kayla, let's get on our hands and knees. We go pray 5 times a day. Please, Allah, please, pretty fucking please, I'll behave. If you just put a bag of money on the back side of my porch so I could get it to my baby, because I don't want him in there no longer than fucking maybe 15 years is a lot. Like, maybe we could just drag it out to like that. But please, Allah, please, can you please put a bag of money on the back porch, please? Please, I pray with all my heart. Allah Akbar. Please, Allah, and you're all knowing, all knowledgeable. Please, Allah, please put a fucking back. Come on, cuz. Stop that bullshit. He gotta raise the money too. Lawyers ain't free, as you could tell.
My feelings, I was in my emotions, and I was in my own ideology at that moment. And with that being said, I want to talk to the father, not the mother. When I look at this situation, the absence of the mother in front of the camera lets me know that's a grieving mother. And I want to tell you, Mr. Metcalf, I have no quarrels with you, sir. I initially agreed with you, as I do still agree with you. I did my best. I heard you say it, and I made a call without hearing you say it.
Yeah, you did your best to lead him in the wrong direction, you fucking fucknut. Yeah, you did your fucking best. You did your best. You led him in the wrong direction. You gave him the wrong advice. You thought white people were going to do the little boy like that. You thought he could believe in white people, that there's some good in white people. Never in motherfucking black history, cuz never in fucking black history has there ever been a motherfucking white jury that said, we've made a mistake. This black boy is innocent. Never in motherfucking black history, cuz has that ever been. No, especially when they've handpicked the motherfucking jury. So, no, wrong. No, she just as wrong as a bitch that fucking listens to fucking Law and Order for her fucking legal advice to the black community. You're just as stupid. Stop it.
This is not about race. You have every right to be angry.
Exactly.
You have every right.
It's exactly about race when the fucking verdict was done, and they try to get that boy to look at him and say, "Look at me when I'm speaking to you," cause just like he didn't stand up when they said get up, you get the non-look too, cause like no, you're stupid. Those days I'm white and I say so. That shit got away with it. Okay, that's what happened. And you feeding into that, I'm white and I say so. You didn't think, not all white folk is bad. No, we're never in black history, cuz. Never in motherfucking black history has it ever been. Stop playing. You're fucking stupid. Now you're going to go apologize to the white man because he got your butter biscuits in his motherfucking hands.
Right to hate. And I'm telling black people, nobody have a right to be mad at you. You don't have a right to be mad at those parents. If we take us out of it and put those 2 kids back of it because we lost 2 children, we're arguing. We brought race into it. Black people introduced it. White people.
Oh, God. Hold on a sec. I gotta get a drink of Kool-Aid. Hold on a sec. I gotta get some Kool-Aid. I just skip. I'll let you have that, okay? Because black people brought it. Everything that has to do with black and white is racist. Okay, it's always going to be that. But were we really wrong? I mean, did Metcalf's daddy not do all that right after the same goddamn day as they sentenced the boy? Was he not online doing interviews talking about he gonna let himself go and just allow himself to be racist today? Did he not do? Were we wrong? I mean, did he not do that? Did he not breed that fucking ugliness into his demon spawn that went to go in and come to a fucking, I mean, make their way? They were intentional about making their way to that motherfucking tent. Did they not happen? Like, for reals?
People accepted it. From start to now, I've been trying to reject it. Why? It takes the focus off both children. I'm off the Carmelo Anthony case. I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak. Dad ain't willing to die, kill, or go to jail for nothing. That nigga want some bills paid. Carmelo,
what do you want him to do, Carmelo or Charleston? What do you really want the father to do to show masculinity? And does he not have no bills that need to be paid, such as attorney costs, court costs, and whatever else? You know, because it's not free to run a trial, Charleston. So you mad because he got to pay the court costs and fees and figure out where they're going to live after the hearing? Are you fucking serious? Like, and you gonna say he weak? What makes that man weak? Because he got to pay to make sure his family is safe, and to pay down them court costs and fees to run a motherfucking trial for 4 or 5 days, right? You think that shit is free? No. If it don't come from the motherfucking inmate, and thankfully he ain't getting taxed where he lost his commissary, because we saw with the Brooks case, they took his commissary and every motherfucker thing with it. We saw through the R. Kelly thing where they took all his motherfucking royalties. You know, he get shit. So you're mad because you saying he's weak because of what? Exactly. Like, this shit is free? You think it's free for black people to have a trial in the white counties? No, not even a little bit. What do you think it's free to be having white people stalk black families and having them doxxed to where they have to move around because they do got other children, like 3 other children at home, right? That aren't even remotely close to being grown enough to leave their house. So what are you really, how are you going to say he a weak man? He's the only man in the family left. I mean, really, you got 2 boys that got to grow up still. They're just boys. But he's the only man in the family. So what is really weak about him?
All right, go out to you if you ever see this video one day. I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf than I would with Carmelo's daddy. It's weak. Doc side is absurd. I ain't standing with no weak ass black man. I'm off the case. I'm sending the money back. Go get.
Happy Juneteenth, Keith. You gonna be out there today? It's gonna be we're gonna be out there suited and booted. Yeah, we're gonna be out there. Yeah, they what the fuck they want the father to do? He's the only man left in the house. Like, you really asking a lot. Like, first, not only are they pocket checking, now they're issuing judgment calls on how this fucking man should move when he's the only man left in the family, right? And then you got motherfuckers like, look, Justin White and weed every day. Like, what kind of man is you, cuz? You a grifter. That's worse than anything. Oh, yeah, you gonna be in the parade? That's tight. We definitely gonna be out there for the parade. I'm trying to forget my my flag. I got my flag ready, but I think I need a sticker, a pole, or something to tie it up with. So I could ride the flag on the back of my chair, man. Like, black and we're proud. Yeah, no. I'm saying though, what they expect from this man. Like, he the only man left in the family, the only one. He got to take care of a wife and 3 children now. You know what I mean? So what did they really, what defines weakness? We ain't never seen Charleston White's fucking family, like, ever. We don't even know if he got a fucking family, even if he does. What kind of motherfucker does this? How is this a fucking example to follow? You know what I'm saying? What do they really want the father to do? Like, what can he do? Oh, for real? Not even knowing. Yeah, what do they want him to do? Yeah, exactly. That's a rip, Kurt. Hopefully we'll see you throughout this weekend. I know that we're gonna be outside boiling in this motherfucking heat, but it is gonna be so worth it. That back to 3 days instead of that 1 day, because that 1 day was just utter bullshit. So whatever magical voodoo they did to make it back to 3 days, I'm stoked. I can't wait. It's Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth. We're kicking out fucking tethers. Trying to co-opt our fucking holiday. Like I said it from the jump when I opened up the show. We are not letting no tethers co-opt our motherfucking holiday. I am so excited about that. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they want from this man. Like,
get them weak ass Benjamin Crump here. I'm out.
It has really been bothering me, wondering why Charleston White walked away from Carmelo Anthony's family when he was really intent and
what bothers me is when you have to do a live, you must do a live, that you still in your fucking PJs. Like, I mean, I'm in my PJs and I'm doing a live right now, but I'm not on camera. And I can't even, like, you couldn't put no clothes on, like, you couldn't take that shit off your head, like, why are we in PJs, man? It's 2026. Have you got the memo yet?
about helping him. So I went digging and I found why. Y'all, now I'm starting to feel bad for this little boy, because if your parents don't care for you in your greatest time that you need them the most, how the fuck y'all think this kid was raised? So what, you're in a two-parent home, don't mean you're in a happy two-parent home, don't mean both parents care about you. And they are really showing their true intentions right now when he is at his absolute lowest. Listen to Charleston White tell y'all why he walked away and why some of the top lawyers in this country will not touch this case. And it ain't got nothing to do with blackness. It ain't got nothing to do with his race. It's because his parents, they're messy and they don't give a fuck about their kid.
Feel like I was being used for my influence and my connections and resources.
Use a hoe, Charleston White. Oh my God, use a hoe. You straight up fucking Mark user, bitch, because I feel like I was being used. I was being used for my influence and my who I am. I was being used. I felt like I was being, you fucking flake. You fucking twit, cuz oh my God, use a whole fucking pussy. Like, a whole pussy, not even a good one. You a broke down, raggedy ass, fucking stretched out pussy, cuz you old nasty ass fucking listen. Like, you put yourself in that situation, cuz you went out your way to go and try to help the young man. You try to give him some a fight class. You gotta give him some books. Whoopty whoopty. We were there. We remember. You never that whole time did you say, as you're over there paying for a motherfucker to train him and blah 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 blah, did you feel used? Like, come on, cuz you act like they reached out to you. You reached out to them. You's a hoe. You're a fucking cloud chasing, fucking ambulance chasing asshole. You saw a fucking opportunity and you went for it. Now you gonna act like a fucking pussy. You gotta stop acting like a bitch. Like, oh my God.
When I tell you we raised over $1 million one day, privately, quietly. They wanted to start another GoFundMe. I said, no, I'm not doing the GoFundMe. They wanted to know, after we pay for the pill, will the money go to them? No. The extra money don't go back to you. It goes back to the people who gave it. It don't go to nothing else. The money is for the pill. So, going forward, I am no longer walking with nor associated or helping Carmelo Anthony. His daddy in the way. I don't like weak. I hate weak men. I'd rather stand with a strong daddy like that meth cap man than his black weak father trying to play victim. Now your son's still living.
As you can really tell, I don't give a fuck what he said, if he's pretending or not. You can really tell he hates us. He fucking hates us. Like, every time he says, I'm no longer standing with black people, anything against negative against black people, guys, you can tell, you can feel it in your chest that he fucking hates black people. And of course he wants to stand there with the Metcalf foot. Of course he does. He wants to hold hands. He wants to be all up underneath them. Like, you might think if he said all up on him and close to him, he'd probably get that proximity to whiteness he so desperately wants. Like, he's fucking stupid. He's a hoe. Look, what person wouldn't ask those questions? I would ask those questions. Does any of that money come back to us? Because, we got like a little bit of we got some bills and stuff We don't encourage anybody with a motherfucking inkling of a brain who's just went through this fucking terrible fucking day, this atrocity at the court, and with all the stuff that was happening, wouldn't ask this. What? Who wouldn't ask these questions? Like, really, who wouldn't ask these questions? Of course they're gonna ask these questions. Anybody with a brain is gonna ask these questions. Why? Because they got a fucking family to support. They want to know what all it goes to, who all it goes back to. You know what I mean? For a number, let me answer this too. For a number of reasons, probably because they don't really think about it. Who wants to be in somebody else's pocket? You're raising money on the backside. So, okay. So when they ask, is it going to be able to get, say, go? Well, let's just put it this way. They probably wanted to go there for the sake of receipt, right? For the sake of receipt. So that, later on in life, motherfucker can't go, well, I donated to you. When your boy was in trouble and he was facing this and that, and I donated. And they were like, well, where's your receipt for that? Whereas if you put it on the fucking Give Say Go, you'd be like, yeah, you're right. You sure did. You donated $200. Okay, bet. You know what I mean? It's right there. That way there's no misunderstandings about where the money went, where the money came from. And if you have to give it back, the receipt is right there. Why is that not factored in to anybody's logical thinking right there? Why does it got to be something? He just wants money. I'm gonna stand with that white man right there because he didn't ask me for nothing. You know why he didn't ask you? Because he raised it. He raised it not only with your help from Aiden Ross. He raised $1 million, but his bitch raised money too. The Metcalf families raised money too separately on their own time, right? But ain't nobody asking them about where their money went and how they spent their money. And if their money has to go back to anybody else, but when it comes to somebody else, then yeah. So yes, it is still a race factor because the way he says black people makes it a race factor. It's going to be that. He's such a fucking hoe.
Hug him, send him some books to read. I got the money. Let's start to work on the pill. Anything else don't make sense. Nigga, fucking wrong with you. So, yeah. Myself, along with criminal defense mitigation specialist Shannon Rose, along with attorney Mitch Nolte, we are removing ourselves. Mitch was never on the case, but Mitch said he's not taking the case. Why? Too many hands involved. They're trying to bring too many black lawyers involved. We don't need blackness. We need righteousness. We need righteousness. We don't need blackness. So the dad rubbed me the wrong way.
You already said we don't need blackness. I don't know about anybody else, but I always need some blackness with everything I do. Like, what are you talking about, stupid? Well, we need righteousness. You're talking out both sides of your neck because now you gotta stop. Because you just said you done with the fucking family. So you don't know what the family needs. So shut the fuck up. You said you're done. You be done. Shit. You ever go back to the motherfucking Heidi white hole that you crawled out of? So you're dumb. Hey, we don't need blackness. I don't know about anybody else, but man, why is some blackness? Talk black to me. Shout out to Vicky Dilly Cookies. This is it ain't about race, is it not? I mean, when you got a motherfucking white man up there calling somebody a watermelon felon, is that not racist? Is that not making about race? He was saving it. He was holding it in. He was going to let himself feel it this time. That's what he said. That's what the father said. The Metcalf daddy said. The first night, right after everything was said and done, Edward got on there with his whole chest and he said, "How about we call him this?" And he did. He managed to disrespect the boy to the umpteenth fucking level, and he continuously disrespects. So how is it not about race? How is it not about race at this point? See, and then you got these motherfucking weird ass black looking people talking shit. Like, come on now, stop.
When I got an email from Mitch Nolte, one of the top attorneys for I didn't get the email. The email was forwarded to me. But if Mitch ain't in, and Mitch won't get in, and Mitch won't take it, there's something stinky about this. And I'm telling you, homie, everybody believes you playing for the money. And I'm starting to believe you using me for it. You want to get the money, but then disassociate yourself from me?
With this information, I look at this whole everything totally different. I feel like, in my personal opinion, the parents told him not to take the deal. That he could have did 7 years, did 3.5 and would have been home. Why? Because the moment he signed that deal, any money in any of them fundraisers,
What deal? What deal? Because, like, what deal are you talking about? Like, must came out like later on in the aftermath of the fucking case, but I don't remember there being a plea deal offered, let alone discussed in any of the days afterwards or leading up to the trial. So what plea deal is everybody talking about? Like, and how did it come out after the fact? If we would have known such a thing, you know, maybe there would have been a different fucking turn of events. But I was pretty much all up on this case, man, following it low key, side key. But I don't remember there being a motherfucking deal of such. Especially that these weird ass fucking bonnet wearing hoes be talking about that why we didn't know about such a thing. It must have came out after the fact, after all these motherfucking interviews and testimonies and people over there clout chasing. It must have came out around then. But I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What deal? What deal did he allegedly get offered versus 35 years? You saw how mindful the jury was about selecting that 35-year term. They based it on the fact that the boy was 17 years old. Whoopty whoopty woo. And added another 17. I don't know what the fuck, however the fuck the math was. But it was based on some shit like that. Some old weird ass white shit. Like you know, they felt well, at least we didn't give him life. Man, you might as well have 35 fucking years. When you come in as a young man, you might as well as giving him life. Because by the time he gets out, he'll either be in his 50s or his late 30s. Late 30s is a good time. 50s is you do the maximum time. You know what I mean? And then there will be somebody there pointing their white little sausage fingers at him. So you might as well just give them that. But what deal is everybody talking about that we didn't? That must have came out and I missed the fucking memo. Like
the give, send, go, because the GoFundMe was indeed canceled and returned, but the give, send, go was not. And see, they knew that the Black community and all the people who was everything totally different. I feel like, in my personal opinion, the parents told him not to take the deal. That he could have did 7 years, did 3.5 and would have been home. Why? Because the moment he signed that deal, any money.
I think that's cap. Let's say I don't know. I have to look into it, but let's say I think this is cap because the father's been in jail more times than a few. So if anybody's gonna know how a plea deal works, and how taking a plea might benefit him, it would have been the father. The father would have, she does sound managed as a motherfucker, and it doesn't help that she kind of difficult to look at in the morning. Does that help? I want to talk to you. She clear that fucking coal out the side of her eye first. And like, let me just stop. But the father's been to jail a few times. So if anybody gonna give him advice about a motherfucking plea deal, if there was such a plea deal offered that was even remotely reasonable, would have been the father to advise him, because he's been to jail more times than a few. So he could easily have advised them to what sounds about right and be able to look into it. I think though, because of the profile of the case, which is just speculation. I don't know for a fact. I'm just saying speculatory. If there was something even remotely decent offered. Now, a lot of motherfuckers think they'll take a plea because the plea, especially if they feel they're innocent. Like this is a murder case. Okay, yeah. But they took off the self-defense part. You see what I'm saying? And the way they did it, the way they said no reasonable person, like when the hearing was when they found him guilty, the first thing they said was, you meet a shove with a shove, no reasonable person would stab him. Now, that's up to debate. That's up to the debate, and where we say, I don't know, man, the boy is epileptic. They shouldn't be fighting anyway, because he could have a seizure right there in the middle of a fight and die. You know what I mean? So, and keep in mind, this is track, not football. See what I'm saying? So there's a whole bunch of different things I feel like that some of these people have TikTok opinions and shit. I think that are not factoring in as because they're too invested on pocket watching and pointing fat fingers at us and shit. Real shit. No, this probably like for this. Oh god, man, like she look like she about to fight a cold.
In any of them fundraisers, well, in the Give Send Go, because the GoFundMe was indeed canceled in return, but the Give Send Go was not.
There was only one. There was only one, wench, and it was a Give Send Go. That's what the Black Grassroots donated to. That was it. That's all. There was no extra shit. Now, if you refer to the Metcalf family, who had 2 fucking fundraisers going up at the same time that nobody wants to talk about, then that'd be a separate issue. But this was just a Give Send Go, and it was in its words explained to what the money was supposed to be used for. See, these motherfuckers act like we don't know what the fuck we're getting into and where we're putting our fucking money at. Like, we're not dumb. We know how to read. We saw exactly what we're doing. It is our prerogative to do whatever the fuck we feel like doing as Black Grassroots. Okay? But this is one thing. They had been attacking this fucking Give Send Go shit from the jump. And for no real reason. Like, okay, so let's just flip the script and put it on you. You're not gonna raise money for your defense.
And see, they knew that the Black community and all the people who were supporting them emotionally wasn't going to do the research and distinguish that there was 2 separate fundraisers. That one did get canceled, but the other one didn't. They depended on wordplay and played wordplay games and tricked everybody.
They barely did any kind of interviews or anything like that. They got on to discuss the motherfucking the Give Send Go. They got on to defend the Give Send Go, what they were raising it for, and explained it to what they needed and what they were doing. And if you got to put yourself in that situation and look at it from not from your perspective, but from a stranger's perspective, it makes fucking sense. So, she's just like making up an imaginary fucking pot of loot. You know what I mean? It was just one. It's been steadily being attacked, and the CEOs or whoever runs that Give Send Go situation wouldn't even release the money. Wouldn't release the money for a long time, like months. Didn't release the money. So that's a lie. They act like they had actual they had ability to touch it. They didn't have ability to touch the money. The family didn't. The owner of the Give Send Go, the CEO, whatever, but he made it very clear that he didn't release it, and he was going to release it upon further investigation of what they were talking about, because people were reporting the site. So he made that clear. That came out. In case anybody forgot, he did that. The family, they weren't really hiding anything. Maybe not explaining it well, but they weren't really hiding anything that we didn't know about. Listen to what
I believe they told him not to take that plea deal, because if he took that plea deal, then in turn that fundraiser would have been cut off at that moment, and any funds that weren't used would have been returned to whoever sent it to him. This is nothing but a money grab to them. I don't know who is advising this family, but whoever is advising this family do not have that little boy best interest in heart.
Yeah. So it's amazing how it took all of this for some of these pro-blackity blacks like Charleston White to recognize what everybody with common sense recognized from the beginning of all of this, which is that the family was grifting off of their son, right? They're selling out their son for money. Okay. And look, here's the thing, right? I think it's deeper than what a lot of people are talking about. I think that Carmelo was a problem child. Now all of a sudden they're coming out and saying that he takes medications for seizures. When I watch videos of Carmelo, I've never heard him talk or say anything. he looks weird, right? He looks like he got some issues, right? There was video news coverage of students talking about how Carmelo was known for fights and stuff, right? Yeah, and he's stabbing teenagers in the chest. Yeah, I think that Carmelo was a problem, right?
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Where did you see this type of shit? And what kind of trolling are you doing? Like, what kind of trolling are you doing? Epilepsy is not something to play with, especially in Black people. So what the fuck are you talking about? And not everybody would know such a thing. Keep in mind, family, the boy is a fucking he was a minor then. They had his face all over the fucking internet. What kind of trolling are you fucking weird ass adults doing? And keep in mind, this is the same motherfucker just called us pea-brain pedophiles. So what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
I personally believe that he was a big issue for the parents, and the parents saw this as an opportunity to lock away their son, who they apparently didn't want anymore, and also on top of that, raise up.
Oh God, we can't listen to that. Let's go ahead.
He didn't really have a case to work with, and I'm pretty sure that he told them that, hey, this case don't really look that good, right? Carmelo apparently was such a bad kid. They didn't want him cross-examined so much. He couldn't defend himself or explain why it was self-defense. It was so bad that they were like, nah, we're not going to allow.
I don't think that's what.
Let's be honest. And the parents knew that. Saying that the dad.
Today, he is at a place called the Wallace Pack Unit. He went to visit him. The visit lasted for about 2 hours. He said that Carmelo Anthony was in good spirits. And I asked him, I wanted to know if Carmelo Anthony saw everybody who was wearing purple and how he felt about it. And he said that he loved seeing everyone wearing purple. I also asked him, I said, well, I know you can't go into a lot of details, but there is a big thing about whether or not you guys had Mike Howard as a public defender or whether or not he was retained. He said that Mike Howard was retained. Toby Shook, the co-counsel, was also retained, meaning that they were not pro bono and that they did not come on like free of charge. He also said that Toby Shook, the same person that they retained, is the same lawyer that is representing Yellow Beezy. And then he was basically like, he's representing Yellow Beezy, like he didn't come on board for us for free type of thing. Anything else going forward, if there's any more updates that I can get from him, I will share those with you guys. But I wanted to clear those things up and be able to let you guys know. Yes, it was the father. I was put in contact with him through the Black Panther Party. They facilitated the call. I talked to him. He was going to come on and say, hello to you guys, but he was like very tired. So I said, listen, I don't want to push you to do anything extra. I understand you guys have had a rough week. And we talked a little bit more about other things. I'm not going to reveal everything to our conversation, but my heart goes out to them. I can't imagine, just like I told him, I can't imagine anything that, like, being in their position, like, everything that they're going through. Somebody said, how can we donate? He's said that he was figuring all of that stuff out as well. So he'll be updating as far as that goes as well. But that's all I can share right now. Charleston White, you guys are talking about, is ridiculous. That whole thing with Charleston, like trying to like get people to go against him, I believe that that's ridiculous. Those are my words. I believe that that's ridiculous. The receipts that Charleston White is posting up, it doesn't even come from the father. It's like just random text messages disparaging the family. We don't even know who the text messages that Charleston White is posting, who they came from. They're not from the family. They're not from the father. And it's saddening. It's like, it's very sad to see like other Black people join in on the bashing of a family without like the facts. They did not get money and then not pay an attorney. So
yeah, but see, I guess the real question is not if they paid an attorney. I think everybody knows that they paid the attorney. I think the question that's being asked is that they used the money in a way that was beneficial towards Carmelo and with Carmelo's interest in mind more than their own interest, right? Their own personal financial gain. That's the question, because you can hire a guy, but if the guy that you're hiring is not that great and you're trying to cheap out on a lawyer in order to keep some of the money for yourself, that is what people have an issue with. Again, remember, the woke minister, Dominique Alexander, admitted that there were lawyers, black lawyers, who were willing to take Carmelo's case for $500,000. And he was like, no, despite the fact that they had raised more money than that, right? They had raised over $600,000, I believe. And that's just what we know publicly. That doesn't count the profit.
How does 600,000 equal $1 million? It don't, right? I mean, I'm not like, it's 600,000, not $1 million, correct? Like, am I wrong? Like, am I really like? They don't equal $1 million, right? 600,000. And so if a motherfucker says, yeah, for $500,000, okay, so that's 500,000. So 100,000 is for what? You retain the lawyer. He got 2 lawyers, so they both want that price. Like, are you serious? Like, what are you talking about?
Now, no weapon. White people don't feel the same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Carmelo. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head. So I sit in my prayer closet, God said that's why I had to let him be guilty. They were gonna kill him. They were gonna kill him, homie. They were gonna kill that baby. They was gonna kill him. They made declarations outside of the courtroom. And what was black people online arguing about each other? This family have moved 8 times in less than 2 years from death threats.
Carmelo Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prisons for the murder of Austin Metcalf. Charleston White, someone that's working with the family closely, called into Anton Daniels' show, and it was extremely emotional. To a point where Charleston White started to cry.
Tell you, boy,
Listen to what he has to say.
He's all over the place.
Hey, I'm on a live stream. What's going on, big dog?
Oh man, I'm in the closet crying. Homie, because this kid is innocent. I've been with this family since day one.
You talking about the Carmelo Anthony kid?
I was calling you with the dad on the phone. I want you to interview them. How many people spoke on it? Man, I've been with the family since this happened because I went against the family.
I can bring him on tomorrow.
Look. So we heard him talking to like maybe the daddy. Then we heard him backtrack and him say the daddy's weak and all this extra shit. And then this right before he did that little piece of shit thing to do, he's called this fucknut. Oh my God, Anton Daniels is so ugly. He is so fucking ugly. Like I just have to say that. I just gotta say that is a very unattractive black man. Just an unattractive black man. And it's the same motherfucker that's probably like a Stowe Bunny chaser. You know, this is a manosphere. He's one of them. Okay, he's one of them. He's on the manosphere type. He's been going hard and heavy since Kevin Samuels. Okay, he's like, seriously, he's been going hard and heavy since then. The same motherfucker that got into it with Corey Holcomb and that messy ass shit too. Okay, so yeah, but Charleston White figures he called another coon. Yeah, another coon to cry on the phone and shit. So this is right there before, but in this emotional state of mind, does he reveal a lot of fucking shit that we would have never known, right? So I play that belly. I play this ugly, detrimental fucking ear noise for us to watch because I know my eyes feel quite uncomfortable having to look at motherfucking ugly ass Anton Daniels and listen to fucking ugly ass Charleston White's voice and shit. It makes me sick to my stomach. But we're gonna be uncomfortable for a few minutes just so we can listen to what's been said. So we can develop our own opinions, okay? It's really what this is about.
You talking to dad of Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, Carmelo dad. I want you to interview mom and dad. This kid has no blemish. He's a real lamb. When we think about the lamb, he's a real lamb. Fleece is white as snow. He has no blemish. He has no blemish, homie. They wouldn't even let the fact that these two white boys, 6-something, almost 200 pounds, are trained mixed martial artists. You got one on one side. These boys are bar hand destroyers. The one he killed broke his daddy collarbone. These kids have a reputation of sexual misconduct, drugs, alcohol, guns. They are terrifying.
That is.
So, well, let's just stop right there for a quick second. So, them two motherfucking white boys was mixed martial arts motherfucking trained, you know, not like, I mean, they're still young, so they probably was going through the training and process, right? And had access to some motherfucking heaters, probably going out there fucking, you know, hunting with their daddy. They look like motherfucking motherfuckers that hunt black people. So, you know, obviously hunting. I was just saying that's a hot boy statement. I was just saying, you know, so, you know, they probably have knowledge of how to use guns and whatnot, right? One of them broke their daddy's collarbone. First of all, man, I hate my mother. I mean, I can't stand her. I probably kicked my mom out the house. I probably done called her a bitch a few more than once. Probably not directly to her face, definitely on the phone a few times. And I would have never in my motherfucking life fixed my lips to say it to her face. Probably didn't. Probably did if I did. I don't remember. But I couldn't put it past me. I wouldn't put it past that I wouldn't have done such a thing. But I would never, ever, 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 ever in my motherfucking life raise my hand to touch my mama. Ever. I don't even think I touched her to hold her hand or hug her. Like, just without an invite. Like, for real. Like, I just kept my hands to myself. So to see that to hear that one of these motherfuckers had to break a collarbone, like, what the fuck were you doing? How did that happen? You know what I mean? To be involved with such malice like that, like towards your own fucking father, like, I keep in mind, I don't tussle with the man who raised me. I don't know what the fuck came over me when I did that. Okay, like I'm saying, I don't know what the fuck came over me or possessed me to do such a stupid ass activity. But I had done that too when that's part of the reason I didn't live at home anymore. I got put in the system. I don't know what the fuck came over me. The devil probably. But I sure as hell know that I wouldn't have done that this rationally. You see what I'm saying? I think I was on some justice seeking fucking moment and it just went little left. But I don't get it. What the fuck was I thinking, right? And that ass woman I received was, of course, due to my actions. So, you know, what the fuck is going on with the Metcalf boys and their father? Like, why is that? So we done learned a little something right there. So let's continue.
That is down in the area where you was born and raised too.
I've been here. I told every black person in the beginning, I won against the family. You know why? When I looked on the press conference when that killing happened,
I'll be right back.
Instead of a bunch of civil rights activists, civil rights lawyers, not criminal. I got
talking about the father and the son.
Listen,
the black people, they don't know where to get a lawyer from. They've never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
The lawyers showed up. Why? Because the black people came with a narrative that white people hadn't put out yet, that this was about race.
Said that, and a lot of people did. So this is a nuance between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Their interaction wasn't a race-based interaction. Austin Metcalf was just a bully. Because Austin Metcalf had his black friends under the tent as well. You know what I'm saying? Austin Metcalf was just a bully. We, the media, made it about race. And I'm saying we because I know myself, I knew this was going to come down to this black and white shit when it came to court. But once the civil rights leaders stepped in, they made it about a black and white thing instead of looking at the nuance of it and saying, hey, we want this child to get the best results when it comes to his punishment. We're not trying to necessarily say he's going to get off the hook, but the defense didn't put up a great enough argument for the kid to get. I'm not even just saying just trying to get up off the hook. Judge this man fairly, man. The Cason Allen kid, white kid, stabbed somebody and got away with it, man. Basically. They gave him 2 years. 17-year-old white boy stabbed the kid in the bathroom of a school, an actual school, multiple times, and they gave him 2 years negligent homicide. All we saying is be fair with Carmelo Anthony as well. If you're going to punish him, punish him. But punish him like a child that made a mistake, not somebody that intended to take a life.
We did this to that family, nigga. All the niggas that claim brought race into this wasn't no racial issue. This was a bullying issue. This was a school bullying issue. It had nothing to do with race. 2 white boys bullying a new nigga that was favorable to everybody. They said he wasn't supposed to be under that tent. He had every right to be under that tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids. You know who wasn't at the tent? The Metcalf brothers. Why? They were the ones suspended. So that's why the narrative come in and saying Carmelo was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be on the tent. No, the Metcalf brothers were suspended a week prior. That's why when they showed up, they hadn't seen the nigga. Everybody else was comfortable with it being there, except the 2 bullies who scared everybody. The coach didn't give them permission to run nothing. Children can't run anything over children, and this is other schools here. The Metcalf brothers was just coming back to school from their suspension from the track meet. The coach texted them to keep good leadership.
And mind you, Charleston White don't know he's being recorded at this particular point, right? But they had that kind of friendship. Anton Daniels is going to allow, give him a heads up that you being recorded. But Charleston White don't know he's being recorded, so he's speaking authentically to Anton Daniels.
Not run nothing. Yeah. They had to use that text to make it like they gave him authorization. How would Carmelo know he has authorization to tell him to move and he's physically trying to move me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to the father.
So hear me out. These black people, these civil rights lawyers, this is what we do to one another. The Ben Crump, the Lee Marys, all these motherfucking people, y'all think somebody, nigga, they ambulance chasers. That black man and his family, black people throughout the country, gave their money and not their hearts and attention to this family. And they raised a GoFundMe up so high, they made this family a target to every black lawyer, civil rights. But they got $800,000 in a GoFundMe. They could never get the right kind of lawyer. Why? They paying for the money, and that's what happened to this family. So you got the black community activists go out to a redneck town with a liberal mindset, liberal lawyers with no power in this cracker town. You got to go get a good boy from now. They got somebody from the outside to go fight inside. And none of them people in that courtroom respected them docile ass crackers in there.
I just spoke with I was just talking with Sean Kent. Sean Kent is the lawyer. I just interviewed him on a live. You on a live too, C, just to let you know.
So let me finish it because I gotta get this out, homie.
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
Black people did this playing race.
Okay, I still think it's kind of like, come on, bro. I know y'all got that type of relationship, bro, but like everything is not meant to be on the internet. How ironic I'm saying this.
That's true.
They kept it up though. You feel me? You kept it up, and
Okay,
Charleston White ain't got no issue with it, but
I can't
I
breathe.
don't know. Did beforehand did he warn him that he was on live, or he
No,
just
didn't.
started recording?
He was just, I don't know. But this is that thing.
Not start recording.
Like, this is that thing. This remember, we look at the BG case and Turk, right? BG call. Think he's just talking to Turk by himself. Turk over there, had it go on live so everybody and their mama could hear what the fuck he was talking about. That's an act of betrayal, right? It's that, like, I've been telling Jesse sometimes, like, man, must everything be live? And we have privacy. Sometimes things just have to be live, right? And I myself, because I'm so fucking secretive, and I can't breathe. I'm sorry. I'm so secretive. I follow the code, the code of the motherfucking streets. Like, I can tell you every which way is snitching, which way, however. I don't really say a lot. I don't talk a lot. I can't trust anybody. I can't, it's just, if I have a circle of my own sometimes, you know what I mean? Probably because no one can be trusted. That's just the way it is, you know what I mean? My baby likes to record. There were times that he comes back for the food bag, he's still recording, and I probably haven't been dressed for the day. You see what I'm saying? Still in my PJs, whatever. And I don't like to be on camera, like, especially as I'm going. I have these fluctuating moments, like super swollen, and like just feel like a water balloon. You know, I don't want to be filmed. I feel unattractive and unhappy, right? But sometimes he'll catch me, and it's always like he always catches me in the worst ways, right? Or sometimes I'll be sitting there running my mouth up and down. We was coming back from an event one night, from the Glenarm, and I was talking about all of them. I was talking about how many trees we have on fucking Weldon and all this extra shit. And I was calling out one brother who had a lace front, right? And I was talking a lot of shit. It was dark too. I was talking a lot of shit on Weldon. I was just singing and talking shit. Like, that motherfucker's edges were coming up off the front. Like, and the whole time he's talking on the phone, I think he's talking to me, but I'm like a little louder than him. So I'm just thinking he just answered me in his low voice, right? And I'm like, that motherfucker had a whole lace front. Do you see that? It's been peeling. Well, he got his shit. He got, like, all summer long. He's been wearing dress shirts with his chest out and all this shit, right? I was like, that black ink on the side of his forehead just running and shit. Like, what the fuck is going on with this brother? Like, what did he do? Like, what is this flyboy summer and shit with the lace front? Like, his hairline don't come that much forward. I'm just talking shit. And he turned around, he's recording. So he's still recording from the event. Then people are still watching. And I'm like, oh, cuz, why you don't tell me you're doing that? You see what I'm saying? So with Anton Daniels start telling this motherfucker when he picked up, hey, look, right before you say something, I'm live. This conversation is being recorded for fucking trading purposes. He's all stupid ass. He's so fucking ugly. Like, why he didn't say nothing? Why he don't say nothing? You know what I mean? He didn't say nothing. You know? Oh, no, I didn't put my other shit. Hell nah. Look, that motherfucker got the best of me. He broke my face. But what happened with that is, like I said, the spirit of the devil came into me, I guess. Because that was not a rational thought. I was on some justice-seeking mission, probably. And that should turn, I don't know. I played back like it happened yesterday. I'll tell you what, that was the first and only time that I think my mouth got ahead of me, and then in the midst of it, I went to defend myself like I had a right to do. And I said that sarcastically. I don't think you have a right to defend yourself in front of your parents or to your parents. They trying to whoop off in your ass. Like, something came over me. Self-preservation came over me, and I was like, do. But I did not win. My whole fucking eyeball was separated. My fucking jaw, bro. My cheek and jaw, bro, was broke. So my eye fell out. I don't think, I don't know, fucking devil got into me. I was so stupid. So, I think we should just take our L's. So, but in this case, it's like, this is all self-defense. This is like, the Metcalf boys are stupid. How you gonna break it? How can you go? Look, after everything I did that day with my motherfucking, with justice seeking and putting and disrespecting my house, I had disrespected my house prior to, so that was, good portion of that ass was owed. But all that being said, how the fuck you gonna break your daddy's collarbone? That's a real hard thing to break. Like, what the fuck is really going on here? But yeah, he just let Anton just letting him run, just letting him talk. Now he's gonna remind him. He's so ugly.
But just put the phone up to the mic, like, I don't know, bro.
They took away from the fact that these was actually two children and not two racist boys. These was two children at a sports event. Have you noticed we haven't heard no children speak, whether they need counseling, therapy for the aftermath of a death in front of them? They went out there and silenced every kid. And made kids change their story. Why? Everybody's testimonies was changed from the original statements given to the police. How can a kid have a murder case and he never stood up to kill anybody? He stood up out of fear and ran. Well, where did he run to? Directly to the arms of a school teacher with tears in his eyes, asking, is this white boy okay? Initially, every police report that they got said this kid had tears with empathy and compassion. But this is what I'm saying, and I sit in this closet to hide my tears from myself. I stood in front of black people, and I stood in front of their family. And I looked in their eyes, and I told them one of the best thing they could have did was gave us all white jewelry. They said, why? Because you can't make me believe 12 white people's hearts would be so cold at one time. Because I know how they get the jewelry pool. They get teachers, they get nurses.
Never Black history, because an all-white jury been so favorable to any black person in America. I'll wait. Where they were so favorable. I mean, come on, you talking about white people being favorable to the motherfuckers that built this motherfucking nation ever in life. If that was the case, we wouldn't have black codes. We wouldn't have convict leasing. We wouldn't have any of this shit if they were so favorable. If they was really on our side, like, come on, man. Y'all watch the Boondocks. Need I say more?
They get doctors. They get people who have compassionate spirits. I wouldn't believe in my heart and my mind that white people are that evil. So I told black people, man, they ain't finna do that. I sit in silence. How can I defend any white person when every time they kill, they find a justification for it? Trayvon Martin didn't have no weapon. White people don't feel.
He's fucking stupid. Never in Black history. Why do we have lynchings? Why do we have the picnics? Why were our babies fed to gators? Why was our men's parts cut off from their body? Why was they keeping them like trophies? Why did they cut our fucking skin off and make them into shoes? Why did they fucking why the fuck did they do any of this shit? Never in motherfucking Black history. We were going through them fucking mouth, like, since the start of time. Like, what are you talking about? This is ignorant.
The same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Carmelo Anthony. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head. So I sit in my prayer closet, God said that's why I had to let him be guilty. They were gonna kill him. They were gonna kill him, homie. They were gonna kill that baby. They was gonna kill him. They made declarations outside of the courtroom. And what was black people online arguing about each other? This family have moved 8 times in less than 2 years from death threats.
If that was true, Then why
You
he didn't say nothing? Why he didn't say nothing so the Black grassroots could handle that type of situation? Why he didn't say nothing? Because do you think that we would have allowed that type of shit to happen outside of a motherfucking courtroom where this baby's getting fucking pressured? Like, you think we would have let that shit happen? Like, why you didn't say nothing, you fucking old okie doke ass motherfucker Charles Subway? Why you didn't say nothing like that was happening? That they were making fucking decorations? They threatened the boy's life like that? Like, why you didn't say nothing? Why you keep that to yourself? Why you didn't tell your old coonish motherfucking friends? Why did we hear about it? Why? You were just gonna allow that to, what if that did happen? And you're the only motherfucker that knew.
You can hear the authenticity in this main voice, and you ain't never hear Charleston White about to crack and break. I remember when he came out and he was saying that Carmelo Anthony was guilty until he got connected with the family and started looking through all the things that the media won't show. This kid, Carmelo Anthony, as a kid, put his life on a line to go save somebody else, bro. You cannot make me believe that little kid from then to now didn't have a heroic bone in his body, bro.
Right. And that's the fact.
Everybody was.
Come on, man. Let's take around. Let's just go ahead and say, literally, the Alabama, bro. It was Alabama. Mississippi, Alabama. I can't think right now. You know what I'm talking about, family. The bro, we had all them brothers and sisters out there just giving them people that work because they thought they was gonna do something ugly to that brother who was just trying to park a boat. Are you serious? Like, just look at that. We do heroic activities. Just look at the shit that happened recently in Vegas where the two brothers went and saved the motherfucking day and caught the motherfucking shooter and held him down till the fucking police got there to take him and give him up, right? Because he was over there free range shooting in the fucking grocery store, right? Two brothers didn't even know each other, just two brothers on the way to do different activities, right? And they got together. They didn't even know each other. They just managed to wrangle the situation in and became fast friends. That's some heroic shit. We have heroes in our fucking in our legacy. We have heroes in our fucking lineage. We are not all villains, cause like what do you know what I mean? Like, of course, like if the little boy, I call him a little boy because he's only like 19 years old. I'm like way past my 40. So you see what I'm saying? Like, come on now, like it's unfathomable that you would think that we wouldn't have some fucking heroic shit. Why do you think we always try to be the superhero in our fucking tales? Because that's the way we see ourselves. We're always saving the fucking world. We are the fucking moral compass. That's it, like family. We are the moral compass. We are the right and wrong. We are the moral compass. Of course, we're on some heroic shit. We're not. Of course, they're gonna try to portray him as a motherfucking villain. Why he didn't speak, man? Listen. If the attorney doesn't think it's the right thing to do for whatever reasons, the attorney's just going to tell you not to talk. I done been in many cases. I've prosaed a lot of my own shit. And sometimes I just felt like the only one who could prosaic a case is me, because I'm the only one that knows the facts inside and out, and I can't trust anybody to represent me or object when I need it to happen. I got to do it because it's my fuck up. I got to represent my shit. Sometimes that's just the way it is. You see what I'm saying? In this case, you know, this is bad leadership on motherfucking Charleston White. You know what I mean? And then he's upset. Listen.
Was whispering the fact that these two kids, Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf, were bullies, bruh. They try to preserve the image of Austin Metcalf, and it still doesn't make it right to say, oh, he deserved it. I don't believe he deserved it, but I do believe Carmelo Anthony deserved to protect himself. Was it excessive? How will we know? It's so strange over these almost 2 years. You telling me no kid came out on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and leaked anything about Carmelo Anthony?
That's what I find the most difficult to believe. That's what I find the most difficult, because not everybody had a gag order. Only the Metcalf family and the Anthony family had a gag order and had a restraining order for them speaking out on TikTok and all that extra shit. So what happened with all these other people? You know what I mean? And not to mention, again, with the trial, where was all the other videotapes that they confiscated? Because they confiscated like 29 of them. If you go back to rewind that motherfucking first track on the news, they confiscated them. And just keep in mind what the news people seen in the beginning. The news people were the ones who got to, the press got to see the videos of this alleged event months prior to us. We still ain't seen the shit. So, and whatever's being like seen now has been altered. So you can't even take it at face value, because if they start blurring out shit in court and only show the two people that are involved in the situation, that means they altered the tape. That means the tape is not credible. Like, I wouldn't watch it. I would not take it into account, because it's been edited. It's been altered. It's been fucking, there's a filter on it. Like, what are you talking about? You don't blurt all this shit out. You just focus on these two situations. That not only are you trying to program the fucking narrative, you're gonna tell us what our eyes can watch and what they can't. No, that's not right.
Or Austin Metcalf? How do you keep 30 plus, you know what I'm saying, witnesses at bay? You tell me not one came out and leaked information? It's called fear. Somebody was putting the fear of death in these kids, to a point where Eddie didn't want to, he didn't even want to be considered a friend of Carmelo Anthony when he got on the stand. But that's gonna be the kid that come back years later when he grow up and he become brave, when he know he can protect himself. He gonna be the kid that come out and actually tell the truth. Because when they ask Eddie, do you believe Carmelo Anthony committed murder? He never said yes. He said, I believe Austin Metcalf didn't deserve to die. But he never said, their key witness never said
around the situation.
Carmelo Anthony was a murderer.
They got so serious, they found out what kind of car Carmelo Anthony drives. He drives a red Jeep. They started riding and scavenging neighborhoods looking for the Jeep. I bought the Jeep so I can drive it. They can find me, and I killed one of the white boys, and I made him come after me so that family can have some rest. I ride around in the Jeep. They know what I got, Carmelo's Jeep. I bought it.
You bought the Jeep?
I bought the Jeep because they've been riding around looking for it. They can't sit outside the hood. White people were discovered everywhere they live, homie. His dad was a high-end car salesman at Mercedes-Benz, one of the top in the nation. They started going up to the job playing like they want to buy a car, get in the finance department and bring up the murder. He lost his job. He called me crying. I made him my road manager, just give him some money to help him pay bills. But I got him on the road with me away from his family. Who protected his family? His sons, his mama, his daughter. I mean, you can't be on the road with me, but I'm going to help take care of you.
Was they able to use some of the GoFundMe money in order to help support themselves?
Man, they stopped it. Why? Because the white media on Twitter saying that they were buying mansions.
They stopped their GoFundMe money?
They stopped the GoFundMe money because they say they were buying mansions.
Yeah, they went on there and lied and said the Carmelo family had bought a new 8-bedroom house. So Austin already had 2 years before this shit. Said they went to go buy $100,000.
You see what happened, Philly? You see how the narrative is spun? You see that shit? This is before he switched sides. So he's just having a blatant conversation. This is what I was talking about on Frontline Black News. This is all the shit I was talking about for the last 2 weeks. The old fucking stupid ass Charleston White did all this extra shit. Look, the father lost his job, so he provided a way, right? He provided a way to help the father make some money. Father lost his job because these motherfuckers over there setting him up for the whole Loki dope can fucking come in there and fucking harass him and shit. All right, well that makes sense. right? That makes sense. And he talked about this GoFundMe money, this I guess they GoBuddy. How they stopped it. Of course they're gonna stop it. That was not new knowledge. That was the CEO, whoever runs that shit. They stopped it, but they had to stop it because they had to do an investigation to make sure that the money was being done the right way. They didn't have access to the money for a good amount of months. They didn't have access to it. They couldn't even touch it. So all that shit was just like, it was the other side of the ones that don't, not like us, the other side, the people over there spreading that rumors and rhetoric. That's what I've been talking about on For Life Black News. When the opportunity comes up.
$1,000 Escalade 2 years before they had a goddamn GoFundMe, bro. I call it the MAGA media, bro. MAGA media spread so many lies about Carmelo Anthony and his family that it stopped our support.
Yep.
You had black folks repeating this shit. You had media outlets repeating this shit. Benny Johnson, to be one of the biggest voices in this conservative media, was repeating this shit.
Yep.
Not even cross-referencing and trying to figure out if these things are true.
Yep, he's right.
We say something about Trump, they're gonna hold on. Yeah, they help spread the lies against his goddamn family, bro. I don't believe shit a white person say about black folks ever. You know where the white lie come from?
Jesse.
It don't come from niggas.
White lie.
Be having people in my comments. I had to get on somebody today I said, bro, don't spread lies about this family in my comment section. I'm gonna block your bitch ass. Tell the truth. I mean, we can argue about if he guilty or not. You can call him a murderer. Don't spread no lies, bro.
Facts.
Especially like something so detrimental like this, bro. They lied, man. They lied so much. Black people stopped supporting them. And then you got people
I was there when it
my
happened.
space, Anton Daniel space. We all know these niggas.
I was there when it happened. And he was walking out that motherfucker. That bitch was over there lying her ass. Yeah, white bitch lying her ass off in the front desk. And he said, "White lives matter." That shit was still funny to this day. Still funny. It's one of my top 10 Jesse Ferris moments. Yeah, old button mate. Yeah, that's you created that. He's like, know where that come from? Yes, Jesse. I was there. You can't tell me. I was fucking there. I was right there. The next thing you know, he put that shit on a button. I was there for all of that. Shut up. Tell me, you know where that comes from? Yeah, motherfucker, I sure do. I was there. It was there when it happened. Man, that shit is still funny to this day. Like, if I reflect back, I started laughing immediately. And I laughed the whole night. That shit was hilarious. I'm still laughing about it to this day. Every time I say it. Especially when I say it to them, when I'm like, white lives matter. Oh, God, that's how white I say so. That's their fucking lives matter. They sure do. We use it as a condescending, sarcastic motherfucking way. Fuck them. I don't believe anything they say.
Trying to get the support of the right wing, the conservative fan base, the bigots, so they get to 85% of white people do not like black people. They racist and they prejudice.
99.9.
1,000%.
Right.
The other 15, they friends with them.
Right.
So you have to tread softly dealing with these people when it comes to goddamn black issues. You can be cordial, you could be friendly. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to something that's going to be beneficial or detrimental, y'all better watch out, bro. Especially if they a failed colonial white American. Especially if they got any goddamn lineage to America. Stolen lineage.
Stolen.
white people attack their family like we seen like no other from Jim Crow. I used to say racism was not alive in America. Racism
Never Black history has anybody ever said that ridiculous bullshit. I never thought racism was alive in America. Ew, goofy looking ass weirdo. Never in fucking Black history.
In America. Why? It's embedded into the fabric, into the hearts of white people. It ain't in us. Hate is not in us. We're responding to hate. So we look hateful. White people are over us. They can do to us whatever they want to do to us. They can go back to raping our women, and a jury can say, hey, I was named 5 mitigating factors for the people. And the only way to beat the white man is with his law. This kid went to law school because I failed. He was out on bond for murder. He graduated high school, my nigga, and went to go be a lawyer for Mr. George. And this kid studied all year long. Every book I gave him, he read. That's a good kid. When you talk about fleece white as snow, that's Carmelo Anthony, not those 2 white boys that died. They found a reason to justify George Floyd killing. They found a reason to justify everybody who they kill us. And we're never right with white people. We're never right with white people if we don't play white. Because white is right.
This motherfucking weirdo, like, pick a fucking lane, Charleston. You either with us or against us. I mean, the fucking fact that you acting stupid is like, you're like against the fuck. You both fucking weirdo. Like, like, motherfucker, what? He's such a little lamb. He's lost. Yeah, look what you're doing. Like, look what, if it was like that, like you saying it was like that, you should have came. You should have came to the motherfucking grassroots and said something. So that motherfuckers could get galvanize and go rectify a situation. You act like all you motherfucking coon ass motherfucking individuals act like you can't turn around and tell the Black grassroots that something terrible is happening since you can't do it yourself, you old buck broken ass motherfucker. Like, you can't go, hey man, they over there telling they gonna kill them, and like, you couldn't do that. Like, and then you gonna sit up here and cry to the ugliest motherfucker on Facebook or on YouTube. You crying on the phone to the ugliest motherfucker on YouTube. Like, are you serious? And you gonna turn around and be disrespectful? And you're not gonna help the young man because, well, there's other ways to helping him through than without the father, if that's how you feel like. But still, that's beside the point. You can't still go to the Black grassroots and fucking turn around and say you fucked up in here. This is what you could do, or offer whatever, not offer whatever, do something. You can't come to the Black grassroots, cuz. Like, ain't gonna sit up here and then you gonna cry a fucking big ass motherfucking crocodile, motherfucking black tear, and act like, I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Why people do such a thing? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, like, you know what I mean? If you felt like that, you knew all that, you should have turned around and came to any of the motherfucking Black grassroots that you always talking shit about and fucking tell them exactly what the fuck is happening, so the motherfuckers could galvanize to go and protect him or look out for him and make sure things is done appropriately. Instead, you don't do all that. In fact, we stay far away from your punk ass because you're fucking weird. Like, come on now. This is fucking, and this is like your fault. You did this. That's all. This is partially your fault. You give some motherfuckers the wrong tools to fight a battle. And then you act like Black people did that. Black people are the ones that made it a race thing. It is a race thing. Were we wrong? Did we not see the father just act out racially as soon as the shit was over? As soon as the 35 years was up, did we not see him that same evening do a motherfucking interview and call him names and act that way in his racist capacity? He wasn't even trying to hold it back. So, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. Like, what? press play. The ugliest motherfucker on YouTube.
I don't like white people that much, nigga. I went and played on white people so I can have influence on my people. I went and learned everything white people know about English history. That's why I'm so good. I did this for us, nigga.
Bro, the anthem down is just lower the volume, bro. I watched this earlier and I didn't want to put that on him, but maybe Charleston White just maybe Charleston White did something to his phone, but the volume got real low when he started going in. He been going in on white folks, but let me see.
I don't like white people that much, nigga. I went and played on white people so I can have influence.
He most definitely lowered the value on that shit. Look at his finger. That's why I was just doing this earlier with my phone, right? Because if I hold my phone the same way he holding his, right? His camera flip, right? His camera flip. So you can't see my what you call it, right? Hold on, let me show you. The same way. Yeah, my shit still flip. That's why his AD showing right. But look, I know I ain't tripping. That nigga, he lowered the volume on that nigga when he was talking.
If we don't play white,
well, yeah, white folk on Anton Daniels thing.
I don't like white people that much, nigga. I went and played on
Most definitely.
white people so I can have influence on my people. I went and learned everything white people know about English history. That's why I'm so good. I did this for us, nigga. I don't love white people that much. But I gotta play like I do. I wake up thinking about doing something with white people every day. Then I see how they do it. But I gotta look in the mirror and grab the cloud side so I can live and be happy as a black man. I really wanna die for some shit, nigga.
We can't be like that though, see. We can't be like that though, see.
I can't, but guess what? They like that, nigga. You fight fire with fire. Nobody have ever been able to beat the white man not being like that.
Man, I said this, man. This is like,
he's stupid.
Man, black folks, we are a forgiving people, but they try to make it seem like we just so hateful and violent. We have the capability to be hateful and violent, but it's just not in us to just be that, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then it's just like, it's sad that we want to give these folks chances. Want to be outstanding citizens like most of us is, but once you keep having this image of us of being these monsters and low IQ and chipping out, when you haven't seen that, but you only seen us being some type of way towards each other.
I don't know what
and then you get a moment like this, Carmelo Anthony.
Look, the days of motherfucking saying motherfuckers are suspected white supremacists over here have long been done. As far as I'm concerned, they're all like that. It's just a matter of how much time it takes you to get them out their cosplaying character. Okay, because they're all just code switching. At the end of the day, it's really the fucking act of it. How long is it gonna take me to get you out your cosplay, out your motherfucking code switch, to go ahead and call us, go ahead and talk to us like you've been talking to us for this ever since the time of Black history. You've been disrespectful. You've been disrespecting us. So those days, like over here, Brandy Marie Majors does not give them folk a pass. I can't even give them the benefit of the doubt. Or a sad face, a shoulder shrug. I'm like, I feel nothing. Why? Because I've seen with my own eyes and in my own experiences, and I'm just speaking for myself, in my own experience, has never been good. It's just a matter of how long it take me to get them to call me the N-word or to refer to me as in doing such derogatory activities. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of how long it took them. That's how I feel personally. That's just me. That's not everybody's experience. That's just mine, my personal experience. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. Apologize for what, you know? But excuse me. However, he's stupid. Charleston White is stupid. The fact that he's even doing this.
And Austin Metcalf, and now it justifies all the negative trope stereotypes and propaganda that you push on us. I swear to God, bro, if we embrace the images that they give us, the things that they say we truly is, bro, these niggas will have a real problem, bro. They would have a real problem if we embrace these stereotypes, tropes, and embody them. We do too much trying to escape that narrative. And they still won't accept us. And that's for the ones who want to be accepted.
Facts.
The Anton Daniels.
He's like that. How can we in America look at this trial and say racism when children are involved? Why? Because the white people came and made it racism before the white folk got there.
Every time he say something about white people, a definitive message, he moving that goddamn phone.
Of course,
he don't want to be disrespectful.
Of course he is. You know what? Let me move past that. You know what? You know what? His white butter biscuits to move from the platform. So he don't want to seem like he's agreeable. Of course he's doing that. Let's move past that. Let's move to this. I thought I had one more. We was gonna play this part and then like a couple minutes from Tim Black. Of course he is. Of course he's doing that.
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years. The fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet last April. Good-looking kid that we lost, and his father, Jeff Metcalf, joins us now. And sir, thanks for coming on. We do appreciate it. I know what this must be like for you. I want to just start by asking you, after the sentencing and after everything you've seen, are you satisfied with how this has resulted?
No.
35 not enough?
It's never about the number.
Yeah.
The whole thing, satisfaction would be for me to watch Austin walk through my door and hug me. So I don't wish harm on anyone. I actually feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony because I know I can't imagine. I've never been to prison, so but I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. But unfortunately, we live in a society where your actions have consequences. And, you know, as a Christian person, people question me about my forgiveness so quickly. I had to explain that to everyone. The forgiveness was for me. So I wouldn't care.
You're right. Actions have consequences. His boy fucked around and found out about that black boy magic. I say that because, man, was that a lucky stick? But come on now. Yes, the consequences have actions. Your son learned that the fucking hard way.
Carry the rage and the hate. It doesn't excuse his actions. It's not that, it's okay. It's not okay. But it's unfortunate you chose the decision to take my son's life. But you do have to answer for that.
What do you think this young man whose parents are so forcefully defending him, saying that he was simply defending himself, which is outrageous when you look at the actual testimony in the case. What do you think he was trying to do that day?
Well, this is the big question I have. If you're claiming self-defense, if I was being accused of something and I was claiming self-defense, I would want to get on the stand and tell my story. I would want to explain exactly what was in my mind, what I was thinking, and why I reacted in the way I did. He chose not to.
I think the parents.
That says a lot.
Why that was the.
Maybe it was only.
I think that nobody's asked the parents really those hard-hitting questions, and I think that the parents should tell us like what was the reasoning behind not putting them on the stand, and why they didn't have. Where was their witnesses? Did they have witnesses to bring up to be questioned and whatnot, or why certain things played out? I think that is up to the parents, but I think that nobody asked them the right questions and they didn't volunteer that information. So I think that if somebody really was about the interviewing, they should have sat them down and really, really asked these hard-hitting questions, because it only allows this supremacist side to stick out and take over the complete narrative and shame the family in the worst ways. So I don't think that they've been asked the right questions in the right manner. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I'll use my own personal little shit, right? My villain would say, "You're not asking the right questions." So she won't volunteer the information, but if you ask her the right question, she'll tell you the right answer. But if you just ask her some random question, try to dig for the right answer, she'll avoid and deflect because you're not asking the right questions. So I think that they weren't being asked the right questions. The family wasn't. And they weren't just volunteering information because they look like they're kind of to themselves and don't want to be out there just doing the most and making it seem, because it's damned if they do, damned if they don't. The moment they start talking about the fucking, when the money situation came up and they had to do a press conference, that was scrutinized. The moment they put the gifts and go out there to raise money, that was scrutinized. Everything is scrutinized when it comes to Black people. So I think that they wanted to not portray any negatives. That's why they didn't know how to maneuver. That wasn't going to be scrutinized, and that's what the father had said in the first fucking interview with the chick from the Breakfast Club.
Bias of attorneys. I don't know, but we'll never know the answer because he was never asked the question of why. Now, I'm not going to throw his parents under the bus. Their character can speak for themselves. They can conduct themselves and however they choose to. I understand it's their son, but you need to teach your son about accountability.
Yeah.
And they're deflecting.
Yeah.
Take accountability. First of all, you've never said, the boy never, ever showed remorse. Never apologized. The Anthony family decided to kick me out of a press conference instead of, I was there to show the world we could come together. This is not a race issue.
No.
But what they do, they chose that path. I didn't choose it.
You guys are getting,
and that's the problem.
Yeah. You're getting threatened by supporters of the killer. I mean, what the hell is that? And what's your response to it?
First of all, you showing up at their conference is kind of bad report. That's bad form.
You're all responsible for two things in your whole life.
At their conference right there, they don't know what your intentions are. You could be one of them folk trying to harm them, you know what I mean? So you showing up there for what? You know what I mean? To go ahead and be disruptive, and they're trying to explain themselves for something else. And that's kind of like a bad thing. Like, who does that? You didn't even call up ahead of time and say, "Hey, look, I want to be able to just go there and offer my sympathies for your child going to have to suffer through all this detriment. But I did lose a child, I just kind of want to, I just feel like we just need to talk. You didn't do none of that. You showed up and just try to bogart your way through the shit. So, what are they supposed to think? How are they really? I mean, like, if it was me in mine, I would probably throw your punk ass out there too, because I would see it as another one of these people who have nothing but vitriol on your chest to say you're going to harm me, because that's what was happening before all that, before everything happened. Because keep in mind, it was a Black child and he stabbed and killed a white man. They say remorse. What do you mean? He was crying when he did it, and he went to go and fucking find somebody after he did it. If that isn't remorse, I don't know what is. Like, Like he ran to a fucking teacher. He didn't leave the fucking school. He ran to somebody. He ran to a teacher, to an adult, right? To an adult that had to protect him from the mob following him and running after him. So what part of, like, you know what I mean? That is remorse. That is remorse, asking if he's all right, and he didn't, crying and taking tears and say he did it. You know what I mean? That's remorse. That's taking accountability. How much more accountability do you want him to continue to keep taking? And you want him to do what? Like, to answer to you? Like, this is white States. The only one you have to answer to is his motherfucking parents and Allah or God or whatever God he chooses, whatever they choose. I'm just saying, like, it does look kind of like you on some other shit. It does look like that. You know what I mean? So, and of course not. Why? Like, again, that's something the parents need to talk about, but they should talk about. But I don't think anybody's asking the questions. And the shout out for not getting on social media. The boy didn't even get on social media. What I'm curious is why none of the other students decided to get on there and talk their facts.
You only control two things. That's it. It's your attitude and your actions. Outside of this little circle, nothing. You control nothing. It's all noise. So if someone chooses to be that way, that's a reflection of their character. Has nothing to do with me. Yeah. When I go to heaven, I feel that my faith and the way I have conducted myself to the best of my ability, I'm not perfect. No, I'm human. I have anger, rage, emotions. And at the end of the day, I feel like I will get into heaven and sit beside Austin, and then I will have understanding. But for people to lower themselves and show the moral decay of society, to take a dead child and make memes and derogatory terms just because you're trying to defend someone who murdered him. I don't understand the concept. Or what are you teaching our future children? Because I'm only going to be here probably maybe 20, 30 more years. Yeah. But I'm more concerned about the future of our children. Those are our leaders. Those are the people that they're going to carry on after I'm gone. What does that future look like? What are we teaching them?
Yeah. I can't fathom. I can tell you're a good dad. I can tell you raised good boys. I'm so sorry for what happened, and I that doesn't even begin to cover it. But I appreciate you coming on and telling us your side of the story, because it's just such a terrible story. And I see that picture of your boy, and he just looks like such a good kid. Lost way too soon.
I'm proud of both my boys.
Yeah, and
I still have two sons.
Yeah,
just one's upstairs and one's here. It's okay. They, I can't speak to the bond of a twin because I'm not a twin, but I witnessed it. And I saw it. And my boys were, the lies that were spread under a gag order where I can't defend my dead son. The mental health issues that it caused me, the strain, the stress, physically, spiritually, mentally, it's been exhausting.
They didn't stop you from raising money, though. That sure is helped you.
I'm just glad that at least the trial part now is over. It's done. Because I woke up every day with this dread and anxiety for 12, 14 months.
Yeah.
And today I woke up, I still miss my son. He's still not coming home. But at least I don't have to sit there and relive it in the courtroom.
It was only 4 days of reliving an experience. Like, shut up. You showed us your race card when you fucking got on there and interviewed. Like, just stop. Here we go. What up, brother? I gotta take some of this out my queue. It's the last one I'm gonna show on this topic.
Judge O'Brown said, I hope they wreck him.
The stupid cowards that are out there trying to justify what he did don't seem to get it. he might have been hurt. You might get knocked out, might get a tooth broken, you know, a nose broken, a jaw broken, cheekbone broken, all kinds of other stuff that can happen. That's why it takes men to deal with man on man, 1-to-1 fair fight, because you have the balls. I hope they really wreck him, because I am embarrassed that so many of these fools are trying to associate cowardice, dishonor. I have a long list I don't even want to go through because I'll start cussing thinking about it. They want to associate that with what I am. I'm a black man.
What in the horn-swaddling, swashbuckling, coon shit is that?
Let this be a lesson to us, especially to teach our young black boys, because we have definitely seen this in our community, where the slightest of things has touched off something that can't be reversed. So we need to be having conversation with our young black boys about emotional regulation.
What in the horn-swaddling, swashbuckling.
Okay.
Shit is that? Yeah, you're not too old to get called out, motherfucker. You're not too old to be called out. I know Dana's over there saying like, oh, I need him to get these of Jesus Christ. If he don't shut his old ass up, he gonna sink my channel.
But I hate it.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. I said live by the sword, die by the sword. Imagine putting that in your title of your damn video. I hope they wreck him. You talk about a young black man that's never been in trouble before in his life, who made one horrific mistake. I never seen Judge Joe Brown make that kind of comment. I wonder if he did that when Tyree Nichols, the cops picked the shit out of Tyree Nichols. I wonder if he did that when Daniel Penny choked the life out of Jordan Neely. I wonder if he made a post like that. Sonia Massey had her face blown off. I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't want to get too graphic, but I'm just saying, this is what I deal with. This is what I deal with, guys, being in this business and seeing these people right around my YouTube streets, on the YouTube streets, saying crazy shit. They are. It's no excuse for it. When you make Willie D be my ally, damn. I can't even be mad at Willie D these days. Willie D. Man, I'll go down here and start naming names and shit, man. What's this responsibility shit? I saw Dennis Sperling. Dennis Sperling. Give it up for Dennis Sperling, y'all. Give it up for him. Give it up for him. I don't have beef. I don't have beef. I have questions. I have questions. Brother, stop telling black people we need to be more responsible.
Sorry, family. Sorry, family. I don't know what the fuck. The mouse is like just doing whatever it wants. So give me 1 second.
Judge Joe Brown said, I hope they wreck him.
The stupid cowards that are out there trying to justify what he did don't seem to get it. They start talking about he might have been hurt. Yeah, that's the point of a fist fight. You might get hurt, might get knocked out, might get a tooth broken. you know, a nose broken, a jaw broken, cheekbone broken, all kinds of other stuff that can happen. That's why man 1-to-1 fair fight, because you have the balls. I hope they really wreck him, because I have.
House after a lot of people that were been there and they're very much emotional. They were devastated by the announcement that Carmelo Anthony will be receiving 35 years. They were devastated to hear about the murder verdict to begin with, and then to get the sentencing right after that. Wasn't ready for that either, man. I'm trying to tell y'all.
No.
Because typically sentencing takes a while. That's like something to kind of circle back and do. They wanted to give us a whole shot right then, huh? This will we crush the blacks. Crush the blacks. Don't you love it how the whitest of white people are talking about, this had nothing to do with race. Yeah, and the Knicks loss had nothing to do with the Spurs. You know, we saw what they did, right? Yeah, man. Any more updates? So the verdict was yesterday. Today, Carmelo was in isolation, filling out his appeal form because he's broke. The Batson challenge that you covered all week is the centerpiece of his appeal. Thank you, Tim Black. Thank you. Thank you.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yeah. Your brother's ahead of the curve. You understand what I'm saying? Because I've been talking about this Batson challenge. No, I don't need you to. Don't do that for me.
I appreciate the sentiment, Tim.
I wasn't talking to you. I'm reading notes.
All right, we'll move past that. We're going to listen to a few minutes of these Lego commercials before we get into our next big topic, which is the Asian dolls. I did a little deep dive, family. Like I tell you, not everything, not every show is the same. So we're going to play. Okay. Play a few minutes. Shout out to the content creator. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Get it there. Hopefully, Jesse did me a solid and
22 doctors in a single room.
We're gonna play it.
Counting steps like they're counting a tomb. Clipboard whispers, sign here, while the cameras catch a little blur. They say it's for the done, for the chosen one. Math don't lie, even when the mouth do. Something's adding up, even if it's not the truth. Meanwhile, overseas, the bombs keep their schedule. Foreign policy running on a different pedal, while domestic headlines chase a wobble in a hallway. The world's still spinning the exact same way. I'm not here to diagnose a man. I'm not a doctor. I don't have the scan, but I know a distraction when I see one dressed. And health scares make for great press. Both sides got their footage, both sides got their frame. One says decline, the other says no shame. And the truth sits quiet in a folder somewhere, behind a desk, behind a closed door stare. You ever notice how the silence speaks loud? No transcript, no scan, just a press release crowd. Excellent health in a paragraph thin, while the cameras zoom in on a wobble and a grin. 22 specialists, let that sink in. That's not a checkup, that's full-on event. That's a small hospital wing on a Tuesday morning. And all we got back was no warning. So I'll let the footage do the talking instead. The gate, the pause, the words half said. And you decide what story it tells, cause transparency's a bell that nobody rings well. Over in the desert, the alliances hold the same old handshakes, the same old goal. While back home, the questions pile like mail, unopened, unanswered, a paper trail. And I'm here to mock a man's age. Everybody's body turns a page. But when the page is sealed and the public's denied, that's when the questions start to multiply. 22 doctors, one short statement. That's not healthcare, that's pavement. Pavement over cracks, moved and sealed, hoping nobody notices what's underneath revealed. We just read what's already on the floor. The footage, the figures, nothing more. No spin, no slant, just the raw little facts. And let the people draw their own tracks. Cause whether it's Washington or it's Tehran, the game's the same, just a different span. Power protects itself first, and the public gets the watered down version. The thirst for truth left standing at the door, asking questions nobody wants to explore. 22 specialists, one headline, 0 follow-up. That's the story tonight. So let's talk about the room itself. 22 coats hung on a single shelf. Cardiologist, neurologist, a specialist for the knee. A guy who checks your hearing, a guy who checks your memory. Now I'm no expert, I just read the list. But when memory's a category, you gotta admit that's not just routine, that's a focus point. That's circling something, sharpening to a joint. And the White House says comprehensive, multidisciplinary, big words for a memo that stayed pretty wary of releasing the scans. The actual data, just a summary sheet and a thumbs up later. Compare that to the footage that's already out there. The pause before a word, the searching, the stare. The I love inflation said with a straight face, while the room stayed quiet, nobody chasing. Now here's the thing about silence in a room full of cameras. It gets louder the longer it lingers. And when a president pauses on a simple word, the internet doesn't wait, the clip gets transferred. A million versions, a million takes. Some say exhaustion, some say mistake. Some say Dr. Journalism, some say decline. And somewhere in between is probably the line. But here's what's real, the man is in his 80s, running a country, shaking 1,000 hands daily. That's a marathon most people couldn't survive, let alone do it live under a global eye. So maybe 22 doctors isn't a scandal. Maybe it's just what it takes to handle a job that ages a man in dog years, where every decision gets magnified by fears. Or maybe it's exactly what it looks like, a body keeping time with a ticking clock, and a team around him managing optics, while the public gets fed carefully chosen topics. Either way, both stories can be true at once. A man working hard and a system that hunts for ways to soften, smooth, and contain whatever the doctors actually came to explain. That's not a conspiracy, that's just how power operates when it's under the hour of a news cycle, hungry for the next big thing. Spin doesn't need a villain to spring. Now zoom out past the oval, past the press, past the partisan noise, past the digital mess, and ask the bigger question, the one that remains: who's actually running things behind the scenes? Because whether it's age or it's strategy or some mix of both in a gray area, the machinery of government doesn't pause for one man man's stumble, one man's flaws. Staff still draft, agencies still move. Policy grinds on with or without the person at the podium fully present. That's not comforting, but it's relevant. So when you watch the clips, the wobble, the slip, remember that's one frame of a much bigger script. And the real story might not be is he declining, but who decides what we're seeing and the timing. 22 specialists, one short statement, 1,000 interpretations, and a country still waiting for someone, anyone, to just say it's straight. We just read what's already on the floor. We don't add the spin, we just point at what's already sitting right there in plain sight for anyone willing to look.
I tell you what, man, I've been learning a lot of shit from these motherfucking Lego commercials. Tell you what.
Yeah. From the garage to the stars, but at what cost? Elon, you own the universe now. But does the universe own your soul? Yeah. Born in Pretoria, dreams bigger than the sky. Mama's boy with a book, but the world said goodbye. Bullying in the halls, Kobe came to escape. So zip to for millions, but happiness, nah, that was fake. PayPal revolution, made the money rotate, but boardroom battles left scars, sealed his fate. Tesla on the brink, haters said it never fly. Bet the farm slept on the factory floor, cried in the night. Bankrupt the bus, whispered to the mirror 3 a.m. Kids asking where daddy at, while rockets burn again. SpaceX explosions, Falcon falling from the sky. Each failure a dagger, but he wiped tears, said we try. Starlink connecting the disconnected, African nights glow. But critics call him villain, while his empire steals the show. Billionaire to trillionaire, Elon owns the stars, but the weight of the world crushing his heart. Rockets to Mars, but lonely in the dark. Family fractured, time lost, chasing the spark. From PayPal dreams to SpaceX beams, $1 trillion king. But tell me what it means. You built the future brick by brick in Lego paint, but success tastes bitter when you're standing in the rain. Owns the universe, but lost along the way. Yeah. Twitter became X, free speech or chaos reign. Bought for 44 billion, turned it upside down in pain. Neuralink wiring brains, Optimus robots dance. But late nights with the kids missed another missed chance. SpaceX IPO hit, shares moon like a Starship flight. Trillionaire status, Bloomberg flashing bright lights. Employees millionaires, history books rewrite. But the man in the mirror questions every night. Divorces and heartbreaks, public spectacle fight. Trans kids and family rifts under spotlight. He tweets at 4 a.m. memes in the wars, while carrying humanity's hope on his shoulders so sore. From Zimbabwe roots to American dream, extreme car saving planet or just another scheme. Haters throw stones, call him emperor in disguise, but inside the minute figure a father who tries. Billionaire to trillionaire, Elon owns the stars, but the weight of the world crushing his heart. Rockets to Mars, but lonely in the dark. Family fractured, time lost, chasing the spark. Starship prototypes crashing, each boom echoes regret, but reusable dreams lifting off. No time to forget, saying grok thinking solving the universe code, while personal life unravels on every episode. Trillion on paper, more than nations combined, yet sleeps little, works endless, peace hard to find. Mars city vision, multi-planetary man, escaping extinction, but can he escape the plan? Critics say monopoly, government contracts flow, while he pushes boundaries where few dare to go. Lego bricks stacking empires, minute figures fight alone. From South Africa dirt to Silicon throne, the cost of genius, isolation's heavy crown. Friends turn to ghosts when the billions weigh you down. Kids growing up in flashes between launches and tweets, he says, for the future, but the present feels bittersweet. They see the rockets, the wealth, the glory and lights. I see the boy who just wanted to fly through endless nights. Trillionaire king, but human inside, regrets in the rear view. No place to hide for every starling that lights up a village remote. A missed birthday, a story left untold. We build and we break in this game we all play. Elon to the stars, but will it be okay? Now SpaceX trades public, valuation insane. 75 billion raised, rewriting the game. Employees cash out, dreams multiply, but the founder stares at Earth from orbital high. What comes after trillion? Mars or collapse? Legacy of loneliness, the future perhaps. He laughs with the memes, cries in the cold, pushing humanity forward on this rocky road. From billionaire grind to trillionaire throne, the universe is his, but he's never alone, or is he? Bricks of ambition stacked high to the sky. Sad hip-hop for the man who refused to die. Elon owns the universe, trillionaire supreme, but every empire has a hidden dream. Fly high, king, but remember the ground where it all started, before the crown. Yeah, Lego story, real pain, real gain. Billionaire to trillionaire, feel the rain. Billionaire to trillionaire, feel the rain. For the future, for us all. Yeah. From the garage to the stars, but at what cost? Elon, you own the universe now, but does the universe own your soul? Born in Pretoria, dreams bigger than the sky. Mama's boy with a book, but the world said goodbye. Bullying in the halls, cold became the escape. So zip 2 for millions, but happiness, nah, that was fake. PayPal revolution made the money rotate, but boardroom battles left scars, sealed his fate. Tesla on the brink, haters said it never fly. He bet the farm, slept on the factory floor, cried in the night, bankrupt the bus, whispered to the mirror at 3 a.m. Kids asking where daddy at while rockets burn again. SpaceX explosions, Falcon falling from the sky. Each failure a dagger, but he wiped tears, said we tried. Starlink connecting the disconnected, African nights glow, but critics call him villain while his empire steals the show. Billionaire to trillionaire, Elon owns the stars, but the weight of the world crushing it hard. Rockets to Mars, but lonely in the dark. Family fractured, time lost, chasing the spark. Yeah, when PayPal dreams to SpaceX beams, $1 trillion king, but tell me what it means. You built the future brick by brick in Lego paint, but success tastes bitter when you're standing in the rain. Owns the universe, but lost along the way. Twitter became X, free speech or chaos reign. Bought for 44 billion, turned it upside down in pain. Neuralink wiring brains, Optimus robots dance. But late nights with the kids missed another missed chance. SpaceX IPO hit, shares moon like a starship flight. Trillionaire status, Bloomberg flashing bright lights. Employees millionaires, history books we write. But the man in the mirror questions every night. Divorces and heartbreaks, public spectacle fight. Trans kids and family rifts under spotlight. He tweets at 4 a.m. memes and awards while carrying humanity's hope on his shoulders. So sore from Zimbabwe boots to American dream extreme. Electric cars saving planet or just another scheme. Haters throw stones, call him emperor in disguise, but inside them in the figure of father who tries. Billionaire to trillionaire, Elon owns the stars, but the weight of the world crushing his heart. Rockets to Mars, but lonely in the dark. Family fractured, time lost, chasing the spark. Starship prototypes crashing, each boom echoes regret. But reusable dreams lifting off, no time to forget. XA and Grok thinking solving the universe code, while personal life unravels on every episode. Trillion on paper, more than nations combined. Yet sleeps little, works, and there's peace hard to find. Mars City vision, multi-planetary man, escaping extinction, but can he escape the plan? Critics say monopoly government contracts flow, while he pushes boundaries where few dare to go. Lego bricks stacking empires, many figures fight alone. From South Africa dirt to Silicon throne. The cost of genius, isolation's heavy crown. Friends turn to ghosts when the billions weigh you down. Kids growing up in flashes between launches and tweets. He says for the future, but the present feels bittersweet. They see the rockets, the wealth, the glory and lights. I see the boy who just wanted to fly through endless nights. Trillionaire king, but human inside. Regrets in the rear view, no place to hide. For every Starlink that lights up a village remote, a missed birthday, a story left untold. We build and we break in this game we all play. Elon to the stars, but will it be okay? Now SpaceX raised, public valuation insane. 75 billion raised, rewriting the game. Employees cash out, dreams multiply, but the founder stares at Earth from orbital high. What comes after trillion? Mars or collapse? Legacy of loneliness, the future perhaps. He laughs with the memes, cries in the cold, pushing humanity forward on this rocky road. From billionaire grime, a trillionaire throne. The universe is here, but he's never alone. Or is he? Bricks of ambition stacked high to the sky. Sad hip-hop for the man who refused to die. Elon owns the universe, trillionaire supreme. But every empire has a hidden dream. Fly high, king.
Oops, my bad. I had it on mute. Fuck Elon Musk. He's a thief, like, and a murderer. Like, oh, fuck him. I don't even know how the fuck this even happened. But that's beside the point. I'm gonna run a couple little short little scenarios so we could catch up on the latest greatest, and then we're gonna go into the Asian thing. So, we're gonna play a little bit of shit from Florida with this candidate. Hold on a second. What the candidate is talking about, this is the same motherfucker he called Byron Donalds tether. Yeah, we thought that he, we didn't think, but we just knew on the black side of anything, really. He was just high talking, I think. And in this,
if we find out that a team
in this thing, he's really emphasizing that. He's talking back to the crowd too. He's done a lot of shit, but basically, what he's talking about is these alleged team takeovers. Now, I found a podcast with four brothers, very young brothers, very insightful podcast talking about the same situation. And they kind of, I was in agreement with them. I would say this too. No parent has came out and said that their child is wrong. You know what I mean? And until somebody's mama says something, I really am not. I really don't. Don't know really what else to say about it. I think that these alleged teen, what they're calling this teen takeovers, these little get-togethers with these nothing but black youth. That's a lot of black youth galvanizing. I think there's a message right there, and it's a feeling, a spiritual feeling that they're not liking what's going on. These teenagers not liking what's going on with their families. We in the shit right now. And if you think that your child is paying attention and is hip to what's going on with racism, white supremacy, and how they're being tokenized or approached to be groomed for politics and things like that, then you're mistaken. They are fully aware of what's happening, and they are trying to make their own decisions. It really depends on what the parents are consuming to kind of lead them in their directions. Now, if their parents are, militant or pro-black or just codified, then they have some sort of awareness. The beautiful thing is that they're galvanizing in all areas. We've seen it in our state. This is like it's not a different thing. We've seen it in Denver a couple of times where the police were trying to catch them doing shit. They were just, basically, first I thought they were just working on their fighting skills. They like to get together and tussle a little bit, go back to school. Because that's really what it was. There's a couple of incidents where someone, we don't know if it was a teen or not, had brought a gun to one of these get-togethers and hurt someone with a bullet or two. So there's been a couple of those. There's a few, like under 5, that I believe I've read about. Mostly they're just running through the area. You know what I mean? And it's all sorts. I don't, they got away. This is something that we should learn from Black Valley. I don't know what it is, but they're able to galvanize within themselves all over the area to meet in one specific spot. So we should look at it like that. We should look at it as how are they doing that, and how can we Black people galvanize to do certain activities, not necessarily destroy the city or anything, because I don't think they're doing that either. I think that there's some people that in the midst of all of this, these I'm gonna use their terms, takeovers or whatever, these get downs, there is a set of random opportunistic individuals that like to see an opportunity like this and figure that they're not gonna be rounded up and go ahead and loot a building or bust off a couple of rounds. For the most part, they haven't, if any kind of damage has been done, it's been done to themselves. For the most part. This podcast that I found, I couldn't find it in my history. These fellas were very insightful, very they were all melanated, all deep black, you know what I mean? Very articulate, very smart. And could see they were young too, could see through the propaganda and the fucking the media play on words, you know what I mean? And I mean, I was enlightened because I felt like this might be a spiritual thing. This might be like the spirit of these young people don't like to see their folks being drugged, being violated by racism, white supremacy. They've seen enough. You act like they don't see it, but they do see it. We act like that they're not paying attention, but they really are paying attention. But maybe they're acting out, maybe because their spirit isn't allowing them to sit back idle and just, so they're bringing some sort of awareness to a situation, which is interesting enough. There's no signs, it's not like a protest. It's just like they're getting together, and just running through. Some places are like they're at the beach. See, when them folk get together, they like to think the worst of a situation. And there's only been a handful of actual situations where they weren't fucking themselves up, but maybe a couple bullets had flew through the air, you know, some shit like that. Some looted of buildings. You keep in mind that there was a situation like I think 2 years ago where Venezuelans or migrants or whatever were looting and robbing big high priced ticket stores. And they were trying to blame black children for that too. So, you know, we've been saying that they come in for our youth. But this is also the youth saying they ain't gonna have that either. So this candidate called Byron Donalds a motherfucking tether. He was all over the internet calling him a tether, which we thought was kind of funny at the time, and figured that, oh, he must be listening. This motherfucker might actually have something to say in regards to black people. But upon this, and upon the threats he was making towards the children and what he was going to do and how he's going to punish them, that right there shows that he is not on the side of black people. And he's not going to be. That this indicates that. But don't believe me? Let's just run the clip. Don't believe me? We're going to run the clip. So, hold on a sec.
Takeover is showing up. We are showing up with a dozen people with AR-15s. We're going to exercise our Second Amendment right.
What is going on, dude? Oh my God. How do people say you're racist when you're literally just stating facts? It was a riot and it was mainly black teens.
Here we go again. As President Reagan famously said in the 1980s. We were here just weeks ago across the bay in Tampa when a violent riot labeled by the media as a teen takeover took over Curtis Hickson Park. And last Sunday, the exact same thing happened, but it was worse and more disgraceful than the last. On Sunday, in broad daylight after 5 p.m., 500 hooligans, nearly all of them minors, took over a large part of Coronado Drive behind me in Clearwater Beach and rioted. They weren't hanging out. They weren't having fun. They were rioting in the streets. And one young man decided to be a complete and total idiot to carry a firearm and shoot another man 7 times. This kind of foolishness, this kind of thuggery has absolutely no place in the free state of Florida. I spent time earlier this morning meeting with guests, tourists, and visitors here in Clearwater Beach, and there was a palpable sense of anxiety for the tourists here about what happened on Sunday happening again. No tourist in the state of Florida, no local, no family with young boys traveling from Fort Lauderdale or from out of the country should have fear in their heart that they get caught up in one of these teen riots. And that is exactly what they are. But sadly, there has been a notable silence from the establishment politicians, especially the Democrats in Tallahassee, about what is happening here. Now, you might be able to observe with your own eyes the culprits behind these riots. It is not racist. It is not politically incorrect. It is not offensive to say that it is young black men and women who are out here. As governor, I will fight for them just as I will for everyone else in our state.
It is racist.
Young black men and women are capable of greatness. They deserve a government that will fight for them, not a government that will slap them on the wrist when one of their own brings a gun and shoots one of their own. In the state of Florida, we believe that all lives matter. All lives matter in the state of Florida.
You are racist.
And if you believe in all lives matter, if you believe that young black boys should be shot in our street, then that is real racism.
Disrespectful.
If you believe that the tourists of the state of Florida are going to be able to live in a state of safety and security, we have to be able to call it out. If these men were Asian, I would call it out the same. If these men were white, I would call it out the same. If these men were Hispanic, I would call it out the same. But young black men should not be rioting in our street. This is 2026. All lives matter. The only bigotry in our state is allowing black people to kill other black people.
Tell him you turn around and tell him to shut up.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the actual riot, some of the footage from the actual riot, and why this guy is calling it a black riot.
Oh my God.
Oh, I saw a white person. Oh, it's a cop.
You think we should be going now?
Is that guy white? He might be Spanish. He looks Spanish. But oh, I see a white chick. There's a white chick right there. She's a snow bunny though, right? She's a snow bunny. So I mean, this is the actual shooting. All black. Everybody here is black, except the guy getting in the golf cart. Black, black, black. And there's a white guy right there, but he's getting in the golf cart. So he wasn't a part of the riot. So I saw 3 white people, a police officer, a white guy getting in a golf cart who wasn't a part of the riot, and a snow bunny. So his observation is very accurate. So how is he being racist by calling it what it is? I'm not going to call a green apple a red apple.
Racism.
I'm not going to call a red apple a green apple.
Bring out AR.
It is what it is. And if the truth hurts, well, get over it. How about you hold these people accountable for their actions?
Violence is a problem in the state of Florida, and I'm sick and tired of the political correctness. It's time for black leaders, for church leaders, for small business owners to come together. Here is the truth. Here is the truth. 72% of black children in the state of Florida will grow up without a father. That is a travesty.
Well, he had one.
That is a travesty. And we have to be honest about that.
A disgrace to Florida.
What is a disgrace to Florida is black men showing up here and shooting other black people, intimidating white people, threatening our businesses and our tourism industry.
And racism don't get you where you're going.
But the truth does. And the truth is that black on black crime needs to end in the free state of Florida.
All crime needs to end.
I'm here with...
Now he's shouting all crimes matter. I wonder what Black Lives Matter movement would say about that. Those fat lesbians that run it.
Here with Deputy Campaign Manager Sean Lozano, a certified law enforcement officer that proudly served a largely black community in Lauderhill. Not just law enforcement, primary election, but I am not waiting until then as these teenage takeovers, these riots more appropriately, are taking over our streets. Our campaign has put together a group of 12 men. If we hear about a teenage takeover happening in the state of Florida, we will drop everything. We will show up with rifles and use the open carry laws in Florida. And we will stand up to the hooligans who are trying to threaten our people, who are trying to riot in our street. If you are black or white, I'm going to fight for you with equal vigor. No black kid should get shot in our streets. No white tourist should get shot in our streets. Every single life is created in God's awesome image. And I'm telling you right now, we are not waiting for the politicians to figure this one out. I've tasked Sean as a certified law enforcement officer and a few members of our social media team.
We all got rifles. We all can stand your ground. We all know the Second Amendment.
I've tasked them.
So get your 50 people and show up with rifles. And guess what? All of us can. That's what Florida do for you. It's not just a law for whites. It's a law for every law-abiding citizen.
No black child should be gunned down on the streets of Clearwater Beach on Coronado Drive as they were on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Dude, the guy heckling him sounds almost like he's accusing him of targeting blacks. Like he's going to bring a militia with rifles and solely target blacks. That's not the case here.
He said he's going to bring
He's saying it doesn't matter what race, what religion you are. It doesn't matter. If you come and you riot in Florida, they're going to show up with a militia and stop the riot. It doesn't matter what your color is. And the black dude in the crowd's like, well, yeah. White laws, white. Shut the fuck up, dude. Nothing's racist here except the guy in the crowd.
We all agree on that.
Absolutely.
In chapter 22 of Matthew's gospel, our Lord and Savior was asked, what are the two most important commandments? Number 1, love God, and number 2, love our neighbor. To love your neighbor is to not let your neighbor be attacked, to be confronted, to live in a constant state of fear. And what I heard over the weekend was dozens of tourists that were planning to be in Clearwater Beach this weekend actually canceling their plans because of what they saw on the national media. I'm sorry. I was embarrassed to be a Floridian when I saw these hooligans on this street on Sunday. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a 4th generation Floridian. My dad grew up here. My granddad after World War II was a professor at FAU. My great-granddad after World War I ran a small hotel on Fort Lauderdale Beach. And I'm saying right now, we are not waiting for anybody to save us. We are not waiting for the politicians who take money from AIPAC and send billions abroad. We're not taking money from the politicians and taking our turn. If there is another teenage takeover,
what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Where did we just hear that? There's a really big famous court case where the quote unquote self-defense victim said the same exact words. What you gonna do?
Well, that motherfucker found out.
That's crazy. Crazy.
In Pinellas County, in Hillsborough County, in any of the 67 counties, Sean, open carry is legal in the state of Florida.
Open carry is for everybody.
It's for everybody, black or white, Christian, Muslim, or a Jew. If we find out that a teen takeover is showing up, we are showing up with a dozen people with AR-15s. We're going to exercise our Second Amendment right, and we are going to protect communities like this. So what happened on Sunday here in Clearwater Beach happens nowhere. Governor Ron DeSantis has laid out a framework for law and order in the state of Florida, and law and order will be our way forward.
That's why we have
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
So the guy in the crowd is going to go and stop the people trying to stop the violence.
He said,
and he's calling it
that's your
inciting violence. This isn't inciting violence. This is people fed up with this bullshit, with the media covering it as, oh, it's just a party. You know, it's nothing too crazy or nothing. It's just kids being kids. This is not kids being kids. I never did this as a fucking kid, ever. They stopped this shit. When I was growing up, we didn't have this. We had a bunch of Republicans running our stuff, right? The Democratical Party didn't take over until I was fortunate, like, older, right? Until about halfway through high school, I'd say. So I didn't have to deal with all this dumb shit that Democrats allow these people to do.
I believe teen takeovers have to stop. I believe that violence would not be tolerated in our cities and in our counties, but racism and bigotry won't be neither. All right? So try to find something else to do besides.
It's not racist to observe that every single teenager was black. Every single teenager on Sunday was black. On Saturday, we are out working every single campaign. And the best part is we'll be here in Tampa Bay on July 21st for a historic debate with Congressman Donalds to win this election.
She was there. She's not black. She was there. She's not black. All black people was there. She's not black. Sorry. Oh, she was there. Oh, so she's a liar, right? She's not black. She was at the takeover. Oh, okay. She's not black.
And
a racist, bigotry. and it's disgusting. He need to harp on his platform and stop being racist. It looked like you just got out of jail. You need to be what we were looking at. You look absolute horrible.
So what we need to do as a state is reject the divisive politics that sadly the Democratic establishment has pushed on us for years. They said it was racist in 2008 if you didn't vote for Barack Obama. They said it was racist if you opposed anti-white DEI training. And apparently it's racist if you call out the fact that a group of nearly all black teens here in Clearwater Beach rioted and opened fire on one of their own. This bigotry has to end. The racism has to end. And the only bigotry and racism in this country is the idea that we allow black people to be shot by other black people and we don't care. The bigotry that allows anti-white racism known as DEI, all of it must end. And I can tell you that when we show up, heaven forbid, there is another teen takeover, we are showing up with AR-15s. We are going to come to a public place and we are going to defend, not ourselves, but we are going to defend the community, defend our neighbors, because that's what it means. We're not waiting for politicians to bail us out. I guess they're worried about other things, but we are going to worry about the law and order and the public safety of our local neighbors.
Byron paid me, guys. Who sent me? Jay Collins and Byron. They're so confused they don't even know. Which one did it? It should be the black man, right?
So a lot of people in my generation, we got a wake-up call by the 2008 campaign by Ron Paul and later Thomas Massey carried that torch. I was wondering what your opinion is on that kind of libertarian. Ron Paul and Thomas Massey is the chairman for right now.
Yes. Ron Paul is one of my great political inspirations. His rise in 2012 was a state that is safe. And what happened here on Clearwater Beach at Sunday night was not safety. It was an act of outright rioting.
Absolutely terrible.
Yes, of course, what happened at Parkland was absolutely terrible. It's irrelevant.
What happened here, though?
Listen, what I've said about school safe is this. If we have money...
White students shooting up our schools is unsafe. Our kids are unsafe with white students go into those schools and shoot them up.
And people in Clearwater are unsafe when black teens come and riot and shoot them.
Seems to be a race war to me, but you ain't gonna make it to the governor's mansion like that, my friend.
It's an inter-race war.
And I can promise you one thing: if you think the solution is showing up with you and your gang with AR-15s, it's gonna intimidate so-called black people. You got another thing coming, my buddy. Come on, bring it on, friend.
Sounds like a threat to me.
You shut up. Oh, shut up. You don't even know what aggressive is.
Now he's bringing up Parkland. Dude, the people who call people racist are probably the most racist people on the planet.
We'll take one more question.
I'm pretty sure you know what aggressive is. I'll take that back.
Brian?
I can imagine. No, I'd be done when I want to. It's public.
How am I supposed to know if he's racist if you keep interrupting him? I've been trying to hear what he's been saying.
You should have been following him. I've been following him. I ain't talking to y'all.
All right, I'll agree. I will drop out of the governor's race immediately if you can tell me one thing that I have done as racist.
You can drop out.
Tell me one thing. I will drop out right now. Right now, if you tell me one thing that I've done that's racist.
He's not even governor yet.
What is one thing that I have done that's racist?
He hasn't even got shut up yet. You shut up. You got the right one. You shut up. You shut up. Know who you think you're talking to. You got the right one.
All right. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to give...
You shut up.
One last chance. I will...
Don't nobody agree with me. I'm the only black.
Answer his question.
Why you didn't bring none of the black people?
You're the only one making it about race, sir.
Why don't you let him answer?
Okay, you here to listen. You ain't part of his team.
Ain't part of your team?
Absolutely no. He said they got black people working for them. Are you working for them?
He doesn't have to answer. He said he cared to listen.
Hey,
we want to listen.
Hey, well, you come to listen to me today. That's what blacks do. They take over.
Shout over him.
They take over. That's what blacks do. Hey, you heard what Barack Obama said? Don't boo. No.
We don't care about Barack Obama.
I know you don't. We sure as hell don't care about this guy.
I don't care about him.
All right. So I was asked about housing affordability. Here's what we're gonna do. Young people are in a crisis.
Name one racist thing that I've done, and I will drop out immediately from the governor race. Just one thing. Name one thing. Name one thing. He gave him the opportunity
You're just a
to
regular
name one thing,
that right there is the
and he couldn't do it.
that you are that
He just started shouting and yelling.
teenagers.
It didn't take over.
You gotta bring AR-15s.
It's insane. These people are insane.
Worried about look.
Even when given the opportunity.
I get it. I'll answer that question. He said he was going to bring AR-15s to rectify him, and 12 other motherfuckers are going to be there. They're not going to wait for the politicians. They're not going to wait for the police. That's why he got this retired motherfucker right next to him. He said he going to bring 12 motherfuckers to the next motherfucking thing and regulate because tourism it's affecting the tourists and it's affecting the small businesses and the people that live there. And you can't have white people getting upset or the tourists. So yeah, he's gonna go ahead and rectify it. In a previous statement, this dude said that he was gonna punish every single black teen as an adult. He said that. So if that isn't racist, I don't know what is. He's talking about all lives matter type of shit. Do you really believe that? You wouldn't want to raise a fucking AR-15 to any black child, any black youth, regardless of what the fuck they did. You couldn't tase them, you couldn't do anything else, but you're gonna bring AR-15s and 12 other motherfuckers besides yourself. You're not a governor, you're just a regular motherfucker running against Byron Donalds in Ron DeSantis' state, and you think that that's okay and that's not racist. And so this brother in the back is over there wreaking havoc and doing some correcting. And you see how the white people turned immediately like, we don't care about Barack. We don't care. Okay, we knew that shit. We knew that's going to happen. Well, look at this white boy right here with the Chud mustache. We knew that was going to happen, okay? So none of this shit they're saying is like a moot point. The fact is, that's what the brother said. He said, we're black. That's what we do. We take over. Goddamn right, that's what we do. And what he's saying is not wrong. He's pointing out that some bitch was there. Okay, some bitch was there. What the fuck? Some bitch was there, and she is not a liar. Basically, if she was not black, and she was at one of these little alleged scenarios. So, he's just doing his black job. He ain't giving us that work. And he managed to be, I'm the only black person here. And he managed to be holding it down all by himself. So that right there, that's beautiful. Let's carry on. That's almost what we're thinking.
Opportunity to present their argument in the most narrowest way, easiest possible way. One example of racism, and this guy would have dropped out of the race. He couldn't give it. Couldn't do it because he knows everything this candidate is saying is true. And we need more candidates like this guy, Fishback, running across the nation. This guy would clean our nation up in a month.
No, he wouldn't.
I might move to Florida.
He gave all you motherfuckers the permission to go shoot black people. Come on now. That's not cleaning up anything. Moving along. He is not going to be the governor. Let's just put it that way.
We need to.
Oh, Byron Donalds gives him up.
You just got to watch people crash and burn no matter how bad the accident might be. And in this case, it's pretty bad. Run the clip.
Byron. Yeah, so I'm a white nationalist, white supremacist.
All right, cool.
I was here. I debated Destiny a few months ago.
Nice. Okay.
See, this good. He says white nationalist, white separatist. So, when you hear me saying I'm a black nationalist, black separatist, it's the opposite of that. Okay? Black nationalism, black empowerment. It's a beautiful thing to be black empowered and empowered. It's a beautiful thing. It's a very fucking beautiful thing. But this is the opposite of black nationalism and black separatism. This is a white nationalist, white separatist talking to a motherfucking butter biscuit fucking tether like this motherfucker right here, Myron Yates. So, and he's gonna give him that work. Not that I don't, I love to see it. I love to see it. I love to see it because fuck Myron and fuck, fuck him. And of course, obviously, I'm not about this motherfucker white supremacist because he's absolutely saying he's a white supremacist and white separatist. So we got the facts straight. Now we know. The content creator, yes, is a tether. Yes, it's of Somali descent or some shit. Clearly a tether. I'm just curious of how he got his hair curly. So then we can focus on that for a minute because I never seen such. I've never seen it. Never. I seen curls on motherfucking FBA. Never on a fucking Somali man ever in my life. So he's doing something that is just unfathomable. So he is a tether, clearly, and a Somali. But this is the part that I really wanted to take from it because I thought it was hilarious.
And yeah, so my opinion,
he said his shirt says separated by race, united by racism. And you know what side of the coin he stands on.
I don't agree with you when you say that none of us exist. Obviously, I want to deport the non-whites. I want to get rid of the black.
Yeah, that means you, by the way.
I didn't say you guys don't exist.
Okay, so
I said that it's not like a viable excuse anymore to claim systemic racism.
But we
or
are real, right? You agree white nationalism and white supremacy is a real.
Yeah, it exists, but it's not to keep anyone from success. Is my argument.
Do you support white nationalism?
I support any group's people to exercise nationalism. I've been very vocal about this. I think if people want to be nationalists, people want to be Mexican nationalists, people want to be nationalists in general, and they love their group of people, that's fine. I've always thought it was weird how white nationalists can't be nationalists without being called some pejorative term or, lose job opportunities.
He literally said, right? He literally said to you 5 seconds ago that he wants to deport all the non-whites and the blacks. Like, how are you not understanding what's happening here? You know what I mean? There's a big difference, ladies and gentlemen, between somebody who is a proud, patriotic person for their group and somebody who is an open supremacist. All right. There's no problem in loving yourself and loving your people. The problem comes from when you love your people so much that you have no problem destroying the other groups around you in order to make your group the dominant group. Like, that is when it becomes an issue. Unfortunately, for Agent 47 over here, that is his ultimate goal. It is just sad that you just don't understand this.
So I think, I think every group of people should be able to be proud of their skin and their heritage.
So that's going to be a civil war, right? If there's nationalists, white nationalists, Latino nationalists, that's going to be a civil war, correct?
Well, I think that there's ways to mitigate that and exist in harmony. I mean, Lincoln Rockwell had a great admiration for Malcolm X.
Nationalism literally means we don't want to live in harmony. We want to have our own nation.
This is not going to end well.
Well, you can do that via segregation. You can do it via. There's other ways to go about it. But
so with the Civil Rights Act, we want to repeal the Civil Rights Act. You are against that, correct?
I just don't think that's a viable that's a realistic option in 2026.
So repealing
I understand that you want to repeal it, but we have to be realistic as like, are you really going to be able to repeal that in 2026 and beyond?
I actually think we will. But
okay.
Do you think that's more or less likely than repealing the 19th Amendment?
Well, the 19th Amendment, I think that's if we want to talk about the 19th Amendment, that's actually created a lot of the issues that we have. But I think, we'd probably be able to repeal I think it'd be easier probably to repeal the 19th Amendment.
The 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits the government from denying or abridging the right to vote on the basis of sex. What the is wrong with these niggas? Like, don't they plan to have wives one day? There is two fully grown, damn near 40-year-old men that are debating on if women should have the right to vote. I don't know what kind of timeline we're in right now, but please speed it up.
19th Amendment, the entire reason that nationalists want to do that is because then women won't vote and then we'll win on white nationalism, correct? Isn't that the entire goal?
I don't know about that, man. I mean, the reality is that, whites are, dropping off when it comes to the
I was watching
majority, and then
we want to stop that. We want to get rid of the non.
I get that. But the other reality also is that many of the
18th is starting out fucking wonderful and amazing. It is starting out pretty damn good over here at the Revolutionary Agenda. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming through. It's beautiful. I hope your Juneteenth is fucking excellent and no tethers to rain on your motherfucking parade. I hope it's a good ass day. And thank you, Jesse, for throwing up the certified B1 salute to Sister Val. Thank you. Let me get back to the shaming of motherfucking Myron Gaines.
whites aren't going to vote for that. You're right. Like this is a very small subset of people that believe that way. Which again, this is the beauty of the United States of America. We can have this discussion. You know,
And so you
First
know the
Amendment.
JQ arguments, right? And so one of the JQ arguments, I watched your video with Louis Theroux, the behind the scenes.
Yes,
You mentioned a lot of JQ arguments, but the one that you didn't mention was the whole idea that immigration is. Do you believe that immigration is just?
Goddamn. Talk about tin-foil hats and the new world order. This is really hard to watch because on one hand, you have a literal skinhead in a suit campaigning for the literal annihilation of anybody that is of a darker complexion than him. And then on the other hand, you have this tap dancing ass Uncle Tom over here genuinely debating him on the, like, this is crazy. If somebody breaks into my house and says I want to get rid of you, I'm not having a debate with that person. I'm going to neutralize whoever that person is as quickly as possible. In this case, you don't got to neutralize anything. You just got to ignore it and walk away. But here this is genuinely sitting here having an argument, burning calories over a guy that wants him gone.
That was brought up, but he actually cut that out.
Okay.
We did a lot of discussion. He cut out, like, we did hours of discussion. He cut all that stuff out.
So you believe that the Jews are trying to replace white people in America? Is that correct or no?
I would argue there's some truth to that. Yeah.
You think so? Okay.
I would. Yeah. And then it's kind of funny because they don't practice that in their own state at all.
And so you don't think that we should stop that or we should continue it, or what's your opinion?
Well, I think immigration needs to be at this point extremely selective.
Your parents are immigrants. Everybody's an immigrant if you're not Native American. What is he talking about?
If we don't do mass deportations, what's the point at this point?
Well, again, you're going to argue from that perspective because of your perspective, and
Am I right
understand.
or am I wrong?
Yeah, well, then you can make that argument, but I do think that there is some merit from bringing in people from other places
and then also with the
that
legal
have some skill set.
Like,
okay,
so do you support legal immigration? Do you not support it? What's your opinion on that?
So I think immigration works, but it's got to be, we have to fix it. We need an immigration moratorium for several years. We need to fix our visa system. We need to fix our border. We need to fix the sanctuary city problem. We need to fix our asylum issues. We have so many problems when it comes to immigration.
Yo, chat, I don't think he's understanding. This nigga wants you gone. He doesn't want you here. He wants this to be only white and white only. I don't think you are understanding. You're literally speaking to a fucking skinhead. You're trying to reason with a guy who follows the teachings of the mustache man. Like, this is what I mean. Like, if he was the president of the United States, your ass would be on the next flight to Sudan, okay? You'd be sunbathing in Khartoum right now, okay? That's what he wants. That's his ultimate goal. And usually when people like this get mad, they enact their wrath on a bunch of innocent people. We know what happens, okay? It's not good. I just want him to explode and let him know exactly how he feels. Let's keep going.
Which people would you actually allow into America?
I would go off of more of a O visa type thing where we would want people that are exceptional, that are really good at what they do, where we can't necessarily replace that skill set here. We don't have that skill set.
So a bunch of high IQ, like Chinese, is that what you, like, which nation?
Yeah, we would want to bring in the best and the brightest, and obviously be able to compete with some of our adversaries.
White people in America with Chinese people, is that correct?
Well, it's not necessarily about replacing.
Dilute.
So here's the problem. Let me be blunt about this because I've had this criticism of white people and white men in general. You guys have to get your women in check.
I know.
You guys don't have your women in check.
I agree.
Let's talk about white people. You guys don't have your women in check at all. Women in general don't want to date men.
Yeah, I wonder why. This literally looks like a lizard. If I was a white woman, I would stay away within a 10-foot pole as well. If this is what they have to work with, I mean, like, come on, bro. Can you really blame them? Ladies, I'm sorry. Men used to go to war. And now I used to always be against the rhetoric. When women used to go like, yo, men used to go to war, it used to piss me off. Now I kind of slowly starting to see what you guys are talking about.
A lot of them, are totally cool with being. A lot of them put off and push feminist propaganda. They're fooled by the news. They tend to be very impressionable. You guys need to get your women in check, and that is why you guys have the birthing crisis that you guys have. Is because women don't necessarily subscribe to having children young, having big families,
or maybe they just want to stay away from people who are disgusting, like you two.
They'd rather pursue,
Yeah. So actually, the reason that I'm here is because when I was on Twitter, all the nat chicks told me to come here and to ask you to stop shitting on women. That was actually the original argument I was supposed to have.
No, we need to continue shitting on them because they're the reason why you guys are getting replaced, quite frankly.
Okay,
so you should be having this discussion with your women, actually, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, like, look, so you're here shitting on white women, is that correct?
Yes, a lot of them subscribe to progressive ideologies that are the reason why you guys.
Oh no, you should have never said that. Oh no, this is literally a ticking time. Hey, somebody barricade the door with chairs. It's about to go down.
Citizenship.
You're not.
Sorry.
We don't need you talking to women, trying to interact with them at all.
And that's the problem.
Right off
That's
the
the problem. I don't need to be white to give a. See, here's the thing.
No,
You're behaving like a black person now.
Myron.
You're stepping out. You're literally behaving like a white person. You are behaving like a black person.
I can't believe it. I'm actually agreeing with a skin. Oh my God, what timeline are we in?
So here's the difference. See, here's the funny part.
Not your women, Myron.
When I criticize black people, they'll sit there and say stupid shit like you're saying. You're not black, so you can't criticize us.
They're
You're doing
right.
this right now because I don't have to be. Oh my! Here's the thing. Hey, Baldy, Agent 47, relax.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Agent 47, relax.
No.
Here's the thing. I don't have to be white to be able to identify what problems as to why you guys have the problems that you guys have. Clearly, you don't have the platform or the ability to tell these women to get back in the kitchen. So guess what? Now I got to do it for you because you don't have the platform to do it.
You can't call him Baldy, dog. You can't call him Baldy. You literally went to Turkey to get a hair transplant. We literally see the transplant on the top of your head.
The reality is that, look, man, you can do what you want to do. You can say what you want to say. You can be a white nationalist. Cool. I actually fight and defend for your ability to do so. But if we're going to have this discussion about white replacement, etc., well, who controls and who are the gatekeepers to sex? It is the woman. So stop complaining, stop crying, because you sound like a fucking black right now. Let's be honest. You have a victim mindset. Stop being a pussy. Get out there. Tell your women. Stop subscribing to feminism. Start creating families. Start going in the church. Start getting some white babies.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. So look, to some degree, I actually do agree with you. But here's the thing. The problem here is that, yeah, we white people, we got to figure out what the roles are going to be for white men, white women. The problem is I've talked to a lot of white folks. We don't want your Muslim, get the women back in the kitchen, put a garbage bag on their head. We don't want that. So when you're promoting that stuff, that's never going to work for us. Do you understand that?
Chat, you know when you can just tell somebody is so perpetually addicted to 4chan and Reddit, like you could just smell it off of them. You can smell the 4chan. You can smell the Twitter discussion. Like you could just smell the degeneracy. That's literally what I'm getting from my monitor right now. I just smell the hot Cheetos and the Xbox and the unemployment coming from this. Goddamn. This is quite literally a cry for help. Okay. And it also doesn't help that he literally looks like a bald version of dude from Penguins of Madagascar.
Promoting Islam?
Yeah, you're Islamic. We don't want your Islamic balance.
Actually, if you watch my podcast, I don't really talk about religion ever.
Your literally view of women is basically Islamic, correct? That you hate them?
No. Actually, I would argue that what are you, Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
That explains everything. Yeah, this guy just hates everybody, including God.
And while I'm here, Myron, also just for the record,
God is. What is going on right now?
I don't worship him. No, Jesus wasn't there.
Myron, one more thing. I gotta tell you.
So yeah, like
1 second. Let me just say one more thing.
My thing is no, because you're coming in from a position where you don't know. I don't promote Islam. I'm actually very I respect religion. I understand religion, but I kind of find it funny because Islam, Christianity, the Abrahamic religions in general kind of solve this problem. So maybe you might want to find God.
I hate them all. No.
Okay, that's the problem. You might want to find God, and that would help you.
Dude, he's gonna find something in his closet if you keep going. Let's just stop. Why don't we just stop?
Oh, listen, your view of women is basically Islamic. You hate them. You want them to wear a garbage bag.
No, it's based on all the Abrahamic religions. Devout Christians, devout Jews, and devout Muslims would agree with me that women need to be subservient to men. That's how it's always worked.
This is literally a prime example of no matter how much tap dancing you do, right, you will not be accepted. And why would you want to be accepted by these people? I don't understand why you sit here and you tap dance for these are quite literally the bottom of the barrel. Do you look at that guy dressed in that suit and say to yourself, damn, he looks like a functioning, productive member of society? That's probably the only suit he owns. Okay, let's be real. And he probably doesn't even own that shit. He's probably renting it or getting it from his uncle. Like, I don't understand why you campaign for people like this. If you're going to tap dance for a group of people, I mean, you should never tap dance for a group of people. But if you are going to tap dance, at least tap dance for a sold out crowd. You know what I mean? Don't tap dance for a group of 8 degenerates. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not the first time that this has happened. This is not the first time this man has been verbally accosted by these degenerates. All right. This has happened plenty of times. And for whatever reason, this nigga just refuses to listen. This next clip, ladies and gentlemen, is yet another prime example, just demonstrating exactly what I'm talking about. Run the clip.
I can't believe how quick that was. I can't believe how fast that was.
Can I make this interesting? Real quick? Myron, you were in MySpace the other day, and I said, you're doing a great job calling these, but if we take this country back, we want it for folks, and would you go home? And you said, I was born here and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand with that answer?
Oh boy, this ought to be good.
Bro, you look, man, I know you're trying to get a clippable moment here for your fucking,
No, it's the truth,
thing or
man. This
whatever.
is the
Like, I
issue
love
with
how- I love
working
how
with
we're here talking about a
non-whites.
problem. We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into, you know, this whole white thing. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
This whole
White
white
people
thing
great.
is what built this
Shut up.
country, Myron.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, you
Like,
fucking
Let-
you
let-
stand.
Hey,
it's
listen.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. Hey, somebody got to remind him. Somebody has to.
So, like, this is white person breaking their tools that you're no longer useful. They don't want you here. Like, they're kissing white ass. You think you're gonna help them out? They done with you. They want you to go home. That you don't belong here. You know what I mean? It's a world. That's what they try to say. And this is what they mean. This is exactly what the fuck they mean. That this is what they want. I don't know what's so difficult about that to understand. This is something we already know. You know what I mean? But he has to hear it. He's like, I was born here. I have a right to be here. No, not according to them. According to them, you do not. You need to go back to where you descend from, according to them. This is fucking fact. This is what they're saying. If you didn't think that, you think they like you think they want to fucking have you here, you think they're gonna, you help them and you get to eat at the table and shit. No. That's not how it works.
Somebody gotta be. I am brutally against, okay, any type of man or man of color or any type of black man being verbally accosted, racially accosted like this. But sometimes, bro, life is the best teacher. This gotta learn, bro. This nigga has to learn how they view him, how they look at him, what they see. Okay, this is like reality. You know how like when you're young, your dad just makes you sit there and watch something that's a little bit, you know what I mean? Because it's gonna make you into a man. This is that make you into a man type of moment for him. You gotta learn the hard way. You know.
I am in Florida. I'm in Florida, and I will knock you out on camera.
All right, I'm not gonna
Try
have
it.
violence in the space. It's not even my
Try it.
space. I think Ian's having issues. So look, I'm not gonna allow that in Ian's space.
It's mutual combat.
I understand, but like, listen, people are listening.
There
they're
is no
flipping
mutual
things.
fucking combat. I don't even want to fucking deal with you, bro. Like,
Well
you're a weirdo.
then, why are you in? Why do you think
Shut
you
up.
could stay in my country? Why?
Look at this fucking guy.
Notice how he said my country, okay? My country, Myron. Why are you not understanding what is going on here? Okay, I don't know why you got to be put through the ringer so many times.
No, it's the
Look,
truth.
I'm not
This
even
you
talking to
didn't
you
build
right
this
now. I'm not
country,
even-
Myron.
I'm not even
You're
gonna-
not
I'm not
from
even gonna
here.
fucking address you right now. Look,
You're not from this country. Why
Yo.
do you think you can stay?
Anyway, like
No,
I'm
it's
saying,
a
Sam,
point, Myron.
I'm not
Answer.
Well,
talking to you, man.
actually,
I'm not talking to
here's
you.
a better point. I'm gonna listen. Here's actually a good. We've been talking about an alliance all night tonight. What's the priority? Do we fight? Put white people first? What do we do? Listen, free speech on Twitter is an alliance worthy fight, right? Like where we can all come together around the principle of free speech. It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, American, African, Muslim, Christian. It doesn't fucking matter. All right. So this is actually a case where everybody should be united around free speech and fight for everybody's free speech.
This guy looks like he's missing a couple.
Turning this discussion about free speech on Twitter into turning it into a race war in America, it's just out of order. It's
And that's what this guy is doing, is just race baiting. Like I'm talking about.
No.
Thing
Listen,
here,
Myron.
And he comes
Myron.
in here trying to get a fucking clip or some shit. Boots me
Myron,
out of
I'm doing just fine. I'm doing just fine,
boots me
bud.
out of his thing because obviously he's like,
Because you're not white.
I'm not going to go ahead and debate you. I'm just going to boot you out of my fucking.
Because you're
thing.
not white.
What does that have to do with anything, dude? I'm not even fucking talking to you right now.
I hate that I have to agree with these degenerate. Like, he's not lying. You are not white. You are not a Caucasian individual. Okay, you are not of the Caucasus Mountains. You know what I'm trying to say? What are you even doing in there? You're like a wolf in sheep's clothing. What is the point of you coming in here exhausting calories to do this? The only thing that I can think of is like the one thing that bonds all of these creatures together is the fact that all of them are just an absolute play. You know what I mean? Like just complete nuisance to society, right? That's the only thing they have in common.
Because you're in my country right now. You're in my country right now. You're an invader.
Nothing to do with you.
You hate the, but at the same time, you're a bioweapon. You're a bioweapon, Myron.
Shut up.
Yes, I am. My DNS is out there, Myron.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking Mexican. Shut the fuck up, Jorge. Over here trying to sit there and say, I'm
My DNA test is out there, Myron. Is yours? Is yours, Myron?
Right now. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Myron, you are a non-hater.
This gotta definitely be a tough hill for him to swallow. But sometimes it's 100% necessary for this to happen. You tap dance, you tap dance, you tap dance. But the people that you are tap dancing for are quite literally spitting on. They spit and their residue, okay, their bodily fluids get all over your face. And you're trying to like wipe it off. Like, oh God, there's disease. And trying to get it off your face, but it doesn't. It's just a stain, right? It just stains your face, right? Next thing you know, you can end up like Michael Jackson, thinking that you're gonna end up with white skin. It's not gonna happen, bro. Just call it quits. Let it go. If anything, this should be a wake-up call to people like this. If you're like this guy, this should be a wake-up call. But for whatever reason, I don't know. You guys are just very dense, okay? And you guys just don't see the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is the fact that no matter how much you rally for these people, they deep down hate you with their guts. They want nothing more than for you to be eradicated. And so you doing this makes nothing. You could just pick up a hobby, find something else to do. Collect rocks, collect stones, collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like anything other than this. This is just a waste of your time. Like, forget about the morality. Like, let's just look at it from a logical perspective. This is a waste of time. They don't like you. Why are you going to a place that people don't like? Okay, that's borderline what it comes down to. This is like their downfall. You know how like Shakespeare has a climax and a downfall? Like, this is the climax and the downfall, okay, of all the tap dancing you're doing. Just come to the dark side. I think he's genuinely scared that if he comes to the dark side, like, we're gonna make him into some gang banging, rat spitting hooligan. It's like, not all of us do that shit. Like, you making it seem like all of us do that shit. We don't, some of us do, but not all of us do that shit. Come on, bro. You got to open up your mind and see the bigger picture once again. Whether he'll choose to oblige or listen, that's up to him. That's his life. Pretty miserable one, but it's his nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not liked the video yet, man, make sure you guys like the video.
Dude, is crazy. All right, we're gonna listen to about 5 fucking minutes of Matt Walsh, and that's about as much time as I'm gonna give this motherfucker. I hate Matt Walsh. I can't stand Matt Walsh. He's a fucking liar, and he's like acting like we don't know how our eyes work.
For Parliament in Northern Ireland, quote, the horrific scenes in North Belfast.
I just wanted to highlight the stupidity of it.
The African is squatting over the man who's flat on the ground, attempting to behead him in front of horrified onlookers. There is video as well, which looks like something out of Iraq that you might have found on Live Leak around 20 years ago. But because of the UK's immigration policy, which is also our immigration policy, regrettably, these videos are now being shot here in the West. The UK has imported the third world, and as a result, just months after Henry Novak was slaughtered by a foreigner, we have yet another graphic example of an innocent white man getting executed in the streets. Now, obviously, the British government would have suppressed this footage, if not for social media, in particular X, where it quickly circulated. So instead of denying that the attack occurred, they're downplaying it. Here's how state TV in Ireland reported on the attack. It says, quote, arrest made after man seriously injured in Belfast stabbing. That's the headline they went with. Sounds pretty unremarkable when you just look at it like that. Not African tries to behead random white guy, which would be a more accurate title. They feel compelled to provide as little information as possible to hide the truth from the public. So did the BBC. Here was their reporting, quote, a man has been taken to hospital with serious injuries following a stabbing in North Belfast. Once again, you're not told the truth. And meanwhile, this was the response from a member of Parliament in Northern Ireland, quote, the horrific scenes in North Belfast should not be used by English right-wing politicians to further their own ends. I don't ever remember them commenting on any of the other hellish things the community has experienced over the years. So the problem isn't that this African guy is beheading someone. It's not that he was welcomed into the country and then promptly turned around and tried to decapitate a native citizen in the street. That's not the problem. The problem is the right wing. It's right-wing narratives. And it's not just one random politician doing this either. Most of them are. Here's the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Quote, the horrific attack in Belfast last night is sickening. I have absolutely no tolerance for abhorrent scenes of violence like this on our streets. My thoughts are first and foremost with the victim, and I thank the first responders, including members of the public who intervened. says he has no tolerance for it. Well, I think it appears that you do actually have a lot of tolerance for it, turns out. Give him a few more days and he'll be blaming knife crime again. There's no mention whatsoever of the fact that the British government deliberately let this African into the country so that he could kill white people. And take a step back and realize how truly shocking this is. When one of your native citizens is nearly beheaded on the streets, decent people, particularly people in power, pause and reevaluate everything they've been doing. They immediately begin thinking about how to prevent something like this from ever happening again, no matter what it takes, no matter what their political beliefs are. But in the UK, the immediate response is to bury the story and to blame people who notice what's happening. You know, this is not really a political ideology that we're up against. This is anti-white, anti-Western, anti-civilization depravity. There's nothing that will make these people change their minds and govern in a way that protects the interests of their indigenous white citizens. They won't do it unless they're forced to do it. And keep in mind that, you know, just one video of an African national trying to behead someone on the street, just that alone would be reason enough to ban all third world immigration forever. That alone should be enough. It should be enough to say, okay, this happens. We invite these people in. You try to behead one person one time and we're done with the whole thing. We're done with the whole experiment. It's not worth it. That guy's life is not worth the cost.
But nobody asked what that meant.
At all.
What happened.
But as it happens, we don't have just this one incident. This is just one reason of about 1 billion to cut off third world immigration. Now, as we've been covering for several days now, the trial of Carmelo Anthony in the stabbing of white high school student Austin Metcalf is yet another example of this kind of depravity that's now on full display. And there is new reporting that after the defense rested in the Carmelo Anthony murder trial yesterday, Anthony's parents were visibly distraught. Anthony's mother, quote, had her head down. His father was, quote, leaning his head against the wall. Now, they knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that their son's lawyer just concluded what has to be, I don't know, the single worst defense ever presented in a murder trial in certainly modern history. I mean, you have to understand that in this country, the defense doesn't really have to do anything. The burden is squarely on the prosecution to prove their case, which in this case, they definitely did. So it's pretty hard to mount a legal case that is actively bad when you could just remain silent. I mean, worst case, you could just not say anything. But that's exactly what Anthony's attorneys did. They mounted a defense that was actively bad. They called several witnesses who actually demolished their own case. One of them actually said flat out that Carmelo Anthony was in the wrong and provoked Austin Metcalf. And we'll go through all those witnesses in a moment. Some of them who we didn't discuss yesterday were truly remarkable for all the wrong reasons. If you're,
we won't be doing any of that.
If you're Anthony on the stand. But for now, I want to talk about Carmelo Anthony's family and this reporting that they're now realizing, apparently for the first time, that their son is, you know, probably going to prison. Now, when Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf to death on April 2nd of last year, he and his family had a choice. They could have appeared in public and admitted that there was no reason whatsoever for Anthony to kill Metcalf. They could have immediately offered to take a plea deal. Or if no plea deal was on offer, Anthony could have simply pled guilty to the charges in order to spare the family a lengthy and very difficult trial, try to bargain for a lighter sentence. They could have condemned the black activists who sought to use the case to advance the same anti-white propaganda that's caused so much death and destruction over the past 60 years in this country. They could have done all that, but instead of doing that, instead of doing what a decent human being would do, Carmelo Anthony and his family immediately began fundraising. Now, they understood.
See, okay, we gotta go past that. The reason I say that is because I don't want to listen to fucking Matt Walsh. The reason I played that was because he's talking about basically how I can't even say it without laughing. Basically, there's anti-white racism going on, and white people are the victims. Basically, that's really where he was going with that. And that's why he started out when he's talking about the Sudanese brother trying to kill the Irishman, right? But nobody ever asked like what the Irishman do to the Sudanese do. He's just talking about they gotta go. So that's how he feels. I watched several Matt Walsh. I don't even get through the whole thing. That's how disturbing and disgusting I feel. And I leave little comments on his shit. If I don't like him, you know what I mean? So now we're gonna play another little short one. They're all randoms. Before I get to the main thing, we're gonna play. He's stupid. Fucking Matt Walsh. He's really standing on that shit. You know,
Black people. This is for the black people. The biggest enemy to black people is not the KKK, bro. The biggest enemy to black people in Southern California. I'm not speaking on the North. I'm not speaking on out of state. The biggest threat to black people in Southern California is the Sureños, bro. That's how the Sureños is the biggest threat to the black people because they don't like us. 85% of them don't like us. You know what I'm saying? My little brother was murdered by 2 racist Hispanics just so they can get put on the gang. He wasn't an enemy. He didn't gangbang or anything. It was just he was black. And his white friend on the side of him, they let him live and go. They didn't even want him. They just killed my brother and let the other one go. So don't sit here and tell me that these Sureños like us. These Sureños is the biggest threats to black people, bro, not the KKK. And I hope my people wake up because y'all quick to talk about black and brown unity. I'm going to be the first one to tell y'all, sorry, I got to cuss again, black and brown unity. Because until that hit the pen, it don't hold no weight with me. When I see it in the prison system, then I believe it's black and brown unity. Until then, it's bullshit. Black people, we need to come together. We need to focus on black and black unity before we can focus on black and brown unity. We need to come together. We need to stop killing each other over GD, BD, Bloods, Crips, and come together as one and be strong, homie. And be strong. Y'all worried about black and brown unity and we don't even see black and black unity. We need to come together, bro. You know what? When I do my next witty, I'm going to say that. Black and brown unity until it's black and black unity, homie. Dead homies, because and when I say this, right?
Facts. And I never thought I would agree with Snoopy Badass. But when you put your gang ties aside, when you put your pride aside, and you go with the facts, black on black unity comes first. That's number one. Number two, we've been saying this here at Pot for damn near a year and a half now. Go check the archives. Multiple videos showing you how the Sureño Mexican Mafia is the most dangerous entity on the West Coast, Southern California, to the black man and woman of America. We called upon brothers to unify, stop doing the one-on-one fades when they get locked up in the county, depleting each other's soldiers. You understand me? The only way we win anywhere at any time is when we unify. Period. No ifs, ands, buts about it. If being black and your beautiful black brothers and sisters of America are more important to you than your set, then you's a buffoon. You need to be weeded out. Period. There can't be no halfway crooks. You understand me? You either roll or you get rolled over. And I'm speaking to the Damus and the Keyways out on the West Coast. the time has come. You understand me? Like a lot of things that happened in America within the last 50 years was influenced by your city, Los Angeles, Compton, Inglewood, Long Beach.
Oh, it's called lacking underdog.
Now it's time for you guys to set an example and show what that Black Panther, that community resource in progress, that Blood Alliance, to show what that Black West Coast unity is all about. You don't have to get violent. All you have to do is display Black excellence with a unified front. They can't handle us. You understand me? But there can't be no more of this, these dudes treating
Who dropped the ball?
Black men and women in a country that our ancestors built. We can't have that by any means necessary. We will always put ourselves in a situation to have the upper hand on the oppressor and those who conspire to see our downfall. That should be number one in every neighborhood in the United States. The Black man and woman are at a time right now when it is the right time. The frequency is right. You understand me? Most of the things that we do right now, unless they're on an evil, low vibration, is going to succeed. People are tired of seeing young brothers and sisters deplete each other, either going to jail or putting one goes to jail and one goes into the grave.
Right.
Young warriors. Hundreds of thousands, we won't even know what they could have achieved. This is the plan. This has always been their plan. That's why you got some of their sets that roll with the Bloods, some of their sets that roll with the Crips. But when they get locked up, they all roll with each other. They don't care to see us fight. They sit back, watching us deplete each other, hurt each other, and then they attack, pillage and plunder. So once again, man, you heard it from a West Coast resident. Same thing we've been spitting in the Midwest. Here at the spot, the Serenios, the Mexican Mafia, are more dangerous than the Ku Klux Klan to the Black man and woman in Southern California. Let us know what y'all think, man. Hit that like and subscribe, share the video, smash the notification bell so you can get notified the next time we drop. And with that, y'all, put safety first. We out.
I'm gonna play the beginning. He's right. I just want to know who dropped the ball in California. How they outnumber us? How the fuck they pushing us out? Like, you would have thought during the immigration shit that we'd be a little bit more aligned. They shouldn't have been a factor in our conversation.
Well, the world's first AI code.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this beginning, family, but I want you to listen, Black family. I want you to listen to what is being said. This is very serious, and you should have questions. I had questions. I was playing a little bit for when Jesse was here a little bit. We're gonna play just a little bit of it because I have questions. So I'm gonna sit back. I want you to listen to what is being said. This is redacted, and let's talk about a vaccine. So I'm not gonna try to use a lot of terms, but this is serious. So I want you to listen, Black family. Pay attention and see if you got the same kind of questions.
COVID DNA vaccine was tested on humans, and researchers say it was safe and well tolerated. Okay, but we learned from the COVID pandemic to ask What does that mean exactly? The clinical trials told us that they tested this AI vaccine on 39 people. The vaccine was completely formulated by AI. They said that they followed up with them for up to 6 months and they tracked adverse events. They said no serious adverse events were found, but they don't give us a list of adverse events like we normally get with clinical trials. So we just have to take their word for it that what they labeled as an adverse event was not serious. Okay. Also, according to the study, they say that the vaccine was formulated to protect against multiple members of the SARS-CoV-virus, including COVID-19, or the COVID that gave us the COVID-19 pandemic, plus related bat coronaviruses and other zoonotic outbreaks that could leak into the future. So, obvious question, why are we developing vaccines for hypothetical zoonotic outbreaks? Did the AI develop or identify that threat? Or are researchers simply trying to build a broad spectrum animal? Like, this will be for all animal outbreaks. It's kind of confusing. And finally, what is a DNA vaccine as opposed to an mRNA vaccine? In simplistic terms, and we're going to have Dr. McCullough break it down, it means that a piece of DNA or plasmid that contains genetic instructions for making the antigen is in the vaccine.
Whose DNA? That me and Jesse were talking about it, and I was gonna say, and I told him like this us having an off-camera conversation, as most couples do. I was like, whose DNA? The same way I did it right now, right? And I said, and I turned around and said to Jesse, I said, I bet it was a black person's DNA. He started laughing, right? I said, because, like when the whole thing happened, when the whole pandemic happened, Africa was the least infected. But yeah, they had some, but it wasn't as big, major motherfucking numbers as everywhere else, right? But they were the least infected. They were the least infected, basically. You didn't see them doing everything that everybody else was doing, right? I pretty much remember Africans were being like the least to get it, okay, like that. They were able to push on through because everybody left them out without giving them a way to vaccinate or cover their face. So they basically left them out. This you can just go roll that beautiful beef footage back. So I was like, I bet it's African DNA or black DNA. I told him that like that. And he started giggling. He said, it is. And I was like, because that would be the only thing that you could use that is genetically fortified to fucking fight shit, build shit, grow shit. It's fucking the greatest shit. You know what I mean? So that they probably did that. But like, whose DNA is being pumped into this motherfucking AI created motherfucking vaccine? Because they have all sorts of ahead of time fucking dialogue. So what do they know? So this whole thing is telling. So
okay, to sum up, AI is prepping to inject us with DNA for a wide variety of animal outbreaks. Great. Joining us to discuss is Dr. Peter McCullough. He was one of the early researchers on the mRNA technology and a Warner.
Another question. Who says we're going to allow ourselves to get struck by some sort of animal motherfucking a thing? Like, some of these things are caused by rodents. You act like you're going to have another plague. Like monkeypox. Monkeypox doesn't come from monkeys, actually. You think? So, like, what are they talking about right here? Why would you create something like that in advance? Like, where's the questions? Where's the questions, my brother?
I just made up that word. Someone who warned us early about the COVID-19 vaccine.
I didn't do it.
So let's start with the DNA bit, I guess, and then we'll get to the AI bit. The trial does say that the DNA and the vaccines could integrate into the host genome, but the risk is extremely low. What does that mean, and how do we know what the risk is?
Well, thanks so much for having me on the program. We're talking about DNA plasmids, so little circular pieces of DNA. Now, those pieces readily get taken up into cells. the cells then assemble their own messenger RNA, and then the messenger RNA makes that segment of the spike protein. This is a 200 amino acid segment. There's about 1,200 amino acids in the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2. So they used AI to find the region that's staying stable across all the different variants of SARS-CoV-2. And the other interesting thing is they used a device called the PharmaJect device. So now this is no longer a needle, it's a gun, and it shoots the liquid into the skin, and it's supposed to stay at the dermis level. And then their dermatocytes and the satellite cells there signal plasma cells and B cells to produce the antibodies. So, so many questions to ask here. And one of them is, how can they be sure that these little pieces of DNA don't integrate into the genome? They state that there's no integrase enzyme with it. So you don't have to provide an integrase. The human cells have ways of taking DNA and putting it into the genome. And just like with the COVID vaccines, no genotoxicity studies ahead of time before they try it in humans.
So it says that the risk of the host genome of integrating that DNA is low, but they did not test that. That's not listed. So they're just, we're supposed to take their word for it.
Well, can you imagine being a subject and signing up for this?
No.
This should all be done in animals ahead of time. There's genotoxicity, teratogenicity, oncogenicity studies. This should never get into the arms of human beings. And yet some people signed up for this. This was done in the UK. And, the antibody elevations against this conserved region of the spike protein, they happened. They measured it for about 8 weeks. Now, somebody actually got COVID during the trial, so they pulled that person out. I don't think this is going to be effective.
Americans love sushi, and over the last 2 decades, raw fish consumption has exploded in the U.S. Sushi bars are everywhere, grocery stores, gas stations are selling sushi, and millions of people now eat raw fish weekly. But here's a hidden risk that most people never think about: parasites. Yes, salmon is one of the most popular fish worldwide, but it naturally contains more than 70 parasites. Many are tiny, nearly impossible to see. They're making their way into the human body. And once again, parasites can hide for years. They frequently lay eggs in the body before any symptoms appear at all. That's why many physicians are raising awareness about parasite exposure. Our friend of the show, Dr. Peter McCullough, recommends doing a parasite cleanse at least once a year as a preventative measure. I just did this like 3 weeks ago, went through this entire cleanse. The wellness company offers a hard-to-access RX parasite cleanse. It's a USA compounded ivermectin and menbenzidol. Ivermectin basically paralyzes the parasite's nervous system, and then menbenzidol starves them, flushing it out of your body. Each capsule contains 25 milligrams of ivermectin and 250 milligrams of menbenzidol. It's lab tested for quality. Like I said, I just did this about 3 weeks ago. I did a 14-day cleanse, and it ended. I feel great. So you can now get a more budget-friendly version, 45 capsule option that costs $250 less, giving you 2 21-day parasite cleanse cycles. So you can do multiple cycles of this, not just one in a bottle. Same formula as the original, just a smaller quantity. So head over right now to twc.health/redacted and use the code redacted to save $35 off plus free shipping. Again, twc.health/redacted, and this is for USA residents only.
Okay, and then what do you make of them not even giving us a list of adverse events, but just saying, trust us, none of them were serious?
Yeah, it's not good enough. This is phase 1. Phase 1 is supposed to be about human safety. It's not really supposed to have, broad efficacy claims. In this case, in the manuscript, they focus on the antibody elevations and, of course, the technology. But I'd be greatly concerned here that, in fact, these plasmids, part of them is taken up into human DNA. And I'm also concerned that this PharmaJect system, that it doesn't just stay in the dermis, that, in fact, some of this is going to get into the circulating blood. And then we're going to have widely distributed genetic code going right into the human genome.
Oh, okay. So I have a picture here. Can we put that up of this injectable machine? And it's just, they're saying it will help people who are afraid of needles. Can we go to the next one? Yeah. So you load that up and you push it and it kind of pushes it through the skin. Does it hurt? Do you know? Are there reports that it's less painful? And you're saying it could just go everywhere, willy-nilly.
You know, there used to be guns used like this in the olden days of vaccination. I remember my mom received one of these for an influenza vaccine back in the 50s, and she actually passed out afterwards and had a severe reaction. It was terrible. So these guns, I think, don't save workflow. I think they're potentially reckless. And you know what people worry about is they worry about being surreptitiously vaccinated, somebody sneaking up behind you and zapping you with a gun.
Because you can just, oh my gosh. Can you say more about that? That is terrifying.
Well, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, look at you. So you have bare arms. If I snuck up behind you and just literally just, brushed by you, I could pop that and then you're vaccinated with DNA plasmids.
Okay. That's terrifying. Let's circle back around to this hypothetical animal breakout point, because
can I ask a question real quick before?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, before we move on from this, because this is bothering me. So like DNA, in order for it to be effective, it has to be read by the cell to become mRNA, so that it can be turned into protein chains. The only way that's happening in the cell is if it's in the nucleus, which means it has to be by nature for it to work. Does it not have to integrate into the DNA?
No, these little plasmids, if the plasmids stay together, these little circles stay out in the cytosol. They stay outside the nucleus.
Okay, gotcha.
If
Okay,
they stay together. That's if they stay together. Okay. So we have DNA aces that break them down. If some of the code stays together, it will be readily taken up into human genome, as you have stated.
And they could have tested that, right? They're telling us that the risk of the host genome integrating this is low, but could they have tested it?
Yes, it should have all been tested ahead of time.
Okay, so they're choosing not to report this. It's possible they did, and they're just saying, trust us, the risk is low. Before we move on to the hypothetical animal breakouts, what do you make of this? I feel like the terminology gets increasingly broad. They're not saying safe and effective because they can't really, they're not testing against anything real. They're saying safe and well tolerated. That just means they didn't die, I guess. I mean, this language is so dystopic, don't you think?
It is. And, the doses of DNA given are pretty high. So you have to give a lot of DNA into the skin to have it taken up and produce some antibody response. So I imagine once this gets going, there's going to be skin reactions or subdermal reactions. There may even be, abscess formation because if the skin isn't well cleansed ahead of time. There's no reason to have a gun and inject a vaccine into an arm today. We should use sterile technique and appropriate hypodermic needles.
Right. Okay, let's talk about the hypothetical animal breakout. It says it was selected for the ability to provide broad spectrum to the COVID viruses and viruses representing potential zoonotic spillover. How the heck do you make a vaccine for all potential animal spillovers? Not all animal. This sounds crazy. Is that even possible? What do you make of this hypothetical of like maybe some bats, maybe an alligator, maybe a duckbill platypus? What do they mean by this?
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like it's a vaccine to handle the samples that Peter Daszak left back at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Remember, Peter Daszak, the former head of the EcoHealth Alliance, testified he left dozens of samples back in the lab. This seems like a vaccine to cover more lab accidents and lab leaks. There are labs all over the world working on zoonoses, and we've seen examples of this now with coronavirus, hantavirus, Ebola. And the reason why they're doing this is because the idea is if you could create a virus that could get the whole world sick and create a solution like a vaccine, now there's an incredible power in this new world of potential biowarfare. That's what's going on here.
Now, I'm going to just extrapolate a little bit because I was watching David Icke talking about, he had a report saying that AI has the ability to become smarter on its own without human intervention. And then now in the same breath, we have an AI vaccine that inserts DNA. And so what do we make of the idea that this was used, that AI created this? Can we trust that there was like human checking? I don't know. How dystopic do we want to be about the AI bit? Is that the least disturbing bit?
No, I think it's just AI used appropriately. It's asking artificial intelligence as the virus mutates and all these different variants, what part of it is consistently the same to actually make the genetic code against that segment. So it's a good use of AI, and AI should be used. In fact, AI could be used to study the conformational changes in the spike protein. The spike protein, when it folds, it exposes different regions to produce antibodies. So an opportunity for misadventure was shown in a Australian vaccine. You know, one of the early Australian spike protein antigenic vaccines exposed the region of the spike protein that has homology with HIV. And all of the Australian human subjects turned HIV positive after getting their experimental COVID vaccine. That was back in 2021. So this is astounding that the COVID vaccine, you know, campaign and the empire that it's become has had so many missteps and has produced, you know, commercially grossly unsafe and completely ineffective vaccines.
So it would seem to me that now that we have a pause on new research for mRNA vaccines, that this is just the natural next step. So nobody should have celebrated, yay, we're at the end to mRNA vaccines, because now we got DNA vaccines.
You know, there's really no pause. Remember, there was a pullback of some funding, and the U.S. government called them development programs. They were basically government handouts to the mRNA companies. The biggest one is CureVac and Sanofi, Moderna, Pfizer. The companies are still doing plenty of messenger RNA research. In fact, Moderna has an entire portfolio of vaccines. They want to replace the entire childhood schedule with messenger RNA vaccines.
Gosh, okay. Well, thank you for validating the points that I was already concerned about and bringing up new ones. This idea of getting SERPed.
Hopefully, this place, I mean, the title was supposed to be different, so hopefully this will,
Growing up, I often avoided movies, TV shows, and any other type of media that portrayed chattel slavery. Those depictions were often deeply unsettling and hard for me to watch. Most of the time, they left me feeling sad, angry, and a strange sense of familiarity that I truly cannot explain. But back in 2012, a slave movie was released that I could actually digest, Django Unchained. This was a gripping West adventure set in pre-Civil War American South. The film followed Django, a man who was given an unexpected chance of freedom and embarks on a journey that changes his life forever. Along the way, he teams up with a charismatic bounty hunter, develops new skills, and faces increasingly dangerous challenges in his quest to rescue his wife. What I loved the most about this film, though, was how it was able to still portray the brutality of chattel slavery while also balancing humor, action, drama, and entertainment. It never shied away from how cruel and barbaric this era was, but it also knew how to lighten the mood. 11-year-old me loved it, and fast forward to 2026, I think I love it even more. Today's video, instead of discussing the entire film, I want to do a breakdown on a specific character, someone I consider to be one of the most evil movie villains of all time, Steven. But throughout this video, I call him Stephen because it's spelled Stephen, but that don't matter, y'all. Tomato, tomato, same thing. Portrayed masterfully by Samuel L. Jackson, Stephen is a character who never fails to get under my skin. Samuel L. absolutely killed this role, and every time
it's true.
me off.
We've been running with that.
I think the reason this character gets under my skin so much is because we walk amongst these type of individuals in 2026. The trash pandas, the I'm black and I didn't get offended type of archetype. The black individuals who are so desperate for white validation that they'll do anything to get it, including hating themselves and doing harm to people who look like them. In 2026, they may not be as extreme as Stephen, but they up there with him. Now, we don't meet Stephen until about an hour and a half into the film, so it's only right I give you a quick rundown of the story leading up to our introduction to Stephen. The movie begins in 1858 with Django, an enslaved man being marched across Texas with a group of other enslaved people. The journey is interrupted by Dr. King Schultz, a former dentist turned bounty hunter. Schultz is searching for the Brittle brothers and discovers that Django is the only person who can identify them. He purchases Django's freedom in an unconventional manner and takes him along to help track them down. After locating the Brittle brothers, Schultz kills them and collects the bounty. True to his word, he grants Django his freedom. Impressed by Django's intelligence, courage, and composure under pressure, Schultz offers him a partnership, help hunt bounties through the winter, and in return, Schultz will help Django find and rescue his wife, Broomhilda von Schaft. Eventually, they learn Broomhilda has been sent to Calvin J. Candy, the wealthy owner of a massive Mississippi plantation known as Candyland. Candy is infamous for his fascination with Mandingo fighting, violent forced fights between enslaved men, staged for entertainment, and gambling. Knowing that simply asking to buy Broomhilda isn't going to work, Schultz comes up with a plan. He and Django will pose as wealthy buyers interested in purchasing one of Candy's prized Mandingo fighters for an outrageous sum of money. While Candy is focused on closing that lucrative deal, they tend to quietly purchase Broomhilda as a secondary transaction and leave before he realizes their true intentions. It is here at Candyland that we are finally introduced to Stephen. He's calmly sitting in the parlor while managing Candyland's finances. He is filling out and signing checks on behalf of Calvin Candy, a very unusual sight for an enslaved man at that time period. Throughout the South, strict anti-literacy laws were enacted between 1740 and 1834 to prevent enslaved people from learning to read and write. Slave owners feared that education would encourage resistance. It'll undermine the institution of slavery and potentially inspire a rebellion. Despite severe punishment, historians estimate that only 5 to 10% of enslaved people knew how to read and write. Stephen's literacy and financial responsibilities are likely a result of his position as a house slave. Historically, enslaved people in America were often divided by their labor roles, with the most common distinction being between field slaves and house slaves. Field slaves performed agricultural labor such as planting, harvesting, and tending to crops. They endured the hardest working conditions, had limited contact with the slaveholders, and typically lived in separate quarters with fewer privileges. House slaves, by contrast, worked within the slaveholder's household as cooks, maids, valets, butlers, nannies, or personal attendants. While they remained enslaved and vulnerable to abuse, they often received better clothing, food, and living conditions. Their close proximity to slaveholders also gave some access to education, specialized skills, and positions of trust. They often became emotionally attached to the master and his interests.
And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master, good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?" When the master's house caught a fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro.
Stephen likely acquired his literacy, bookkeeping abilities, and understanding of business through this role. He occupies a far more influential position than a typical house slave. This could also be due to the fact that Stephen is 76 years old. He's been around a long time. He showed his worth. He had to step on a lot of Negroes' backs to get to the position that he's at. And this is what we see in 2026. This individual success is so detrimental because you have to step on a few hands to get to the top. And most of those hands are going to be people that look like you. As Stephen handles the
in the movie, he's sired. His father was the one before him, and his father was Mr. Candy's head, and then now Junior has the father's son as Steven. That's what's said in the movie. So it's his father that's as such as Mr. Candy, then there's Candy's son. You think? So that's how
plantation's finances. Some checks bear a stamped version of Calvin Candy's signature, most likely created by Calvin Candy with his own hand, while others are signed by Stephen himself, carefully reproducing his master's signature. Now, right here, I have a picture of both checks on the screen. The handwritten version produced by Stephen appears more fluid, balanced, and naturally spaced, while the stamped version is comparatively rigid and less refined. This visual detail reinforces a larger theme surrounding Stephen's character. Stephen appears to be the true functioning mechanism behind this whole operation. As Django, Schultz, and Calvin arrive at the main house of Candyland, Stephen is waiting outside. He has gray hair, a wrinkled face. He appears weak and harmless. However, as this film progresses, it'll become clear that this whole perception was a ploy. What immediately stands out is his reaction to seeing Django, a black man confidently riding a horse and carrying himself with a level of status and authority that enslaved people were not supposed to have at that time. Stephen shook, and anger is written all over his face. In fact, he seems to be more agitated than any other white overseers. This reaction shows perfectly how internalized racism can bleed out. Stephen has spent years adapting to and benefiting from the plantation's hierarchy, so seeing Django challenge that system threatens his worldview. At the same time, we can also see this reaction as jealousy from Stephen. Here's another black man receiving respect, freedom of movement, and privileges that Stephen never had. And unlike him, Django didn't have to bootlick to get these privileges. Stephen then greets Calvin, and this interaction is very interesting. Stephen first questions him, asking who is Django, and then the two start joking on each other. Stephen stating, "I miss you like I miss a rock stuck in my shoe." Off the bat, we can see the type of relationship they have. This doesn't come off as a slave and owner, more like two friends. Stephen once again asks, "Who is Django?" Django then responds. Stephen immediately becomes agitated and then has to be calmed down by Calvin. Calvin explains that Django is a free man and that he and Dr. Schwartz are simply customers that are here to purchase a slave. As guests, they should be treated with hospitality. Stephen replies that he understands having to treat Dr. Schwartz with respect, but why Django? He's just a nigga. This right here is reflective of something that we still see in 2026. Some black people will blindly accept authority from non-black people, yet question or challenge when that same authority comes from a person that looks like them. Through generations of conditioning and influence of the dominant social structures, many have internalized these feelings of inferiority. As a result, some struggle to see people who look like themselves equally worthy of respect, competence, or leadership. Even the hostility that can exist in black men is telling.
You know, I see because I'm banging on everything. Only people I'm not banging on is white boys and Mexicans. You feel me? They not my. We appreciate it. You know. Thank you very much. It's regular that a nigga go, I'm going to bang on everything black that I see. You feel me? Period. You got the potential to harm me and my homies from the gate. I'm on you. You feel me? Period. So
because of this stigma, for the past couple of years, I tried to do something to combat this in my real life. Whenever I'm out in public, say the grocery store, running some errands, on vacation, etc., whenever I come across another black man, I'm giving him the head nod. And to take it further, if I have time, I'll small talk with him, compliment his shoes, tell bro his hair look fire, all types of small things, something just to uplift my brothers when the whole world already hates us. In 2026, I believe that solidarity is the #1 key for the black community. Anti-blackness comes from all different angles, and one of the strongest ways to resist this is to
I do the same thing, man. And it's what's going to get heavier for the next 3 days if it hasn't been heavy already. Why? Because, man, what's wrong with saying Happy Juneteenth and compliments? Man, it's a hard world out here. Yes, it's going to be hot as fuck today. We all going to be outside. And it's going to be protests and racism too out there, plus a pride thing. And we out there just minding our own black business on the street. It's going to be a gorgeous, beautiful black day. Hell yeah. I do the nod. I said, thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. I get on the motherfucking bus. I look down when the elders are passing. I'll chop it up. Little small talk here and there. It ain't never hurt nobody.
love one another. I know it sounds cliche, but it's true. We got to start being more patient with each other, extend more grace, seek understanding, and give one another the benefit of the doubt. And if we want to excel as the powerful people that we are, we got to spread more love amongst each other. At the bargaining, Calvin orders Stephen to prepare the guest rooms for Dr. Schwartz and Django. Before heading inside, Dr. Schwartz asks Calvin if once he's settled in, can Hildy be sent to his room. Calvin agrees and tells Stephen to go fetch her, clean her up, and send her over. There's just one problem. The night before, Hildy attempted to escape. As punishment, she was thrown into the hot box, a cruel, brutal torture device where enslaved people were stripped of their clothing and locked inside a cramped, coffin-sized metal enclosure, partially buried in the ground beneath the scorching southern sun. This wasn't just some fictional torture device created for this film. It was a real thing. The sweat box, sometimes called the slave box. Its origins can be traced back to the American Revolutionary War, where similar methods were used against Native Americans. However, it became especially associated with Southern slavery during the 1800s, when enslavers used it to punish enslaved people for perceived acts of disobedience or resistance. Stephen suggested that she be remained in a hot box for 10 days, but because of Dr. Short's request, Calvin releases her after only one night. He argues that she should be forced to serve her full punishment, revealing just how deeply invested he is in maintaining the hierarchy. In moments like this, Stephen appears more cruel than Calvin. While Calvin's racism is overt and expected, Stephen actively enforces the system against other black people, often with enthusiasm that surpasses his master. After not wanting to, he orders the overseers to let Hildy free from the box, and once free, tells the other house slaves to get her cleaned up for Dr. Shorts. After Hildy is brought to Dr. Shorts' room and reunites with Django, everyone begins preparing for dinner. As the food is being made, Stephen walks through the kitchen, even taking time to flirt with one of the enslaved women. He eventually makes his way to the dining room, where Calvin, Dr. Shorts, and others are discussing which slave the doctor intends to purchase. Throughout this conversation, Stephen is constantly going out of his way to make jokes at the expense of black people. At one point, one of the Mandingo fighters, nicknamed Black Hercules, is mentioned, and Stephen quickly adds, "It's more like niggalese." The conversation eventually shifts to Hildy, though. During the discussion, Calvin's sister jokingly suggests that Hildy has a romantic interest in Django. Hildy looks up in shock, while Django quickly turns his head, trying to conceal any emotion that he may have expressed on his face. Dr. Shorts jumps in with a joke of his own to keep the atmosphere light. While everyone else moves on from the moment, Stephen doesn't. He notices the subtle glances, the awkward body language, and the familiarity between Django and Hildy. He seems to be the only one at the table that recognizes something is off. Suspicious, he follows Hildy into the kitchen and begins questioning her. He pressures her, insisting that she must know Django. Hildy denies it, but Stephen remains unconvinced and warns her she better not be lying. When Stephen returns back to the dining room, we see how good he is at extracting information. The doctor and Calvin eventually reach an agreement for the purchase of Eskimo Joe for $12,000. Check this out. $12,000 back in 1858, when this movie took place, would equate to $400,000 in 2026. God damn. With the business settled, the conversation shifts into casual small talk. Calvin asks Hildy, how does it feel to serve in the big house? Before she can answer, Stephen pressures her to respond. After she does, Calvin and Stephen begin teasing her. They say things implying she would enjoy herself more entertaining the male slaves than serving dinner guests. Stephen then escalates things further. He insists that Dr. Shorts see Hildy scarred and heavily whipped back. Throughout all of this, Django is visibly struggling to contain his emotions, and that's exactly what Stephen wants. Everything he does during this scene is designed to test his growing suspicion. By placing Hildy in this humiliating situation and watching Django's response, Stephen had all the evidence he needed. By the end of the dinner, he has put two and two together. While everyone else remained distracted by business and conversation, Stephen has uncovered the truth. Django and Hildy know each other, and whatever brought Django to Candyland is much bigger than the purchase of a Mandingo fighter. With all this information, Stephen convinces Calvin to meet him in the library. When Calvin enters the library, Stephen is sitting comfortably, one leg crossed over the other, casually sipping wine. His presence here is completely different from what we see when they're in public. He then gives Calvin the full breakdown of the situation, explaining that Django and the doctor never came for their Mandingo fighter, but instead for Broomhilda. During this conversation, Stephen talks to him almost as if he is his child. Earlier in the film, we learned that Stephen was also serving under Calvin's father. So it's possible that Stephen has filled this, father-like role. Everything suddenly begins to click for Cal. The observations Stephen has gathered fit together perfectly. And in this moment, we see how agitated and mad he is at himself that he fell for this trick. Armed with this new understanding, he confronts Django and Dr. Shorts. After a very tense negotiation, and honestly one of my favorite scenes in this entire movie, they ultimately agree that Calvin will only sell Broomhilda to Dr. Shorts for 12 racks. Later, Calvin is seen in his office finalizing the paperwork. During this sequence, Dr. Shorts appears visibly uncomfortable. Throughout his time at Candyland, he has witnessed some brutal things. What really traumatized the doctor the most was moments earlier to pulling up into the main house plantation, where we saw an escaped slave get eaten alive by dogs because he tried to escape. As Shorts waits for the deal to be completed, all of these memories just replay in his head. Unable to contain his disgust any longer, Shorts abruptly orders the musician to stop playing and storms into Calvin's office. That immediately tries to stop him, but Calvin reassures him that everything is under control. Calvin then approaches Schultz with the completed paperwork and a slice of white cake. Schultz declines, and after a brief conversation, Calvin signs Broomhilda's freedom papers. Schultz says his goodbyes and prepares to leave, but Calvin has one final request. He wants a handshake. Now, this moment right here was really a sense of dominance that Calvin wanted to assert. At first, Schultz refuses and insists that this is a bad idea. Calvin continues to pressure him, demanding the gesture is a sign of respect and submission. And also, if they don't shake on it, the deal doesn't get finalized. Eventually, Schultz agrees, but in that moment, Calvin knew he fucked up. Unable to stomach Calvin's request, Schultz shoots him point blank and he dies. Stefan's reaction is priceless, crying and screaming like a child who just lost a parent. This scene literally reminds me of how so many of these black MAGA men reacted to the death of Charlie Kirk. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. My view on the situation is this: the chickens came home to roost that day, point blank, period. I don't feel sorry for him. The whole sequence leading up to him being shot was just so poetic though. In Kirk's final remarks, he was asked a question about mass shooting. Instead of taking accountability and address the problem at hand, he moves the goalpost and tries to blame it on gang violence. Moments later, he got kirked. And guess who it was by? A young white man with conservative ties. Now, many people around the world had their reaction to his death, but the one that stands out the most to me is from the huge conservative black YouTuber by the name of Officer Tatum. He was seen crying in front of his audience of thousands of people.
Is the it,
Is this nigga serious?
But I just find this ironic because he is the same man that said,
I cried for my wife.
Really?
I just wouldn't.
What if your kid died?
That's a different thing. I mean, I would try not to cry for my wife if my kid
To be
died.
like the support.
No, yeah, I'm her foundation. I'm her strong point.
Mhm.
I'll cry on my own, but if everything is going south, I want my wife to know I'm strong in that situation, and I can be. I don't have to cry. I can do that on another time.
so you will cry over a random racist podcaster that you may have had a few conversations with, but not over your own family? You will cry in front of thousands of viewers, but not your wife? After an intense shootout, Django is captured, and Dr. Schultz, along with many other Candyland overseers, are also killed in the process. The next time we see Django, he's hanging upside down, about to be castrated. If you don't know what castration is, it is when they snip down there. Yeah. Just as this act was about to be carried out, Stefan intervened and announces that Calvin's sister has changed her mind and something else is planned for him. Stefan is actually the driving force behind this decision. In his eyes, castration isn't enough. More than likely, Django will bleed out and die shortly afterwards. Basically, it's an easy way out for him. Most of the people at Candyland simply want Django dead, whether that be by whipping, being torn apart by dogs, or some other brutal but immediate form of death. Stefan, however, he thinks that Django deserves worse. Eventually, Laura agrees to sell Django to the LaQuint Dickey Mining Company, where he will be worked to death under horrific conditions. It's essentially a death sentence, just a slower and more profitable one. And guess what? Stefan absolutely loves this idea. Now, I want to talk about that mining company because it reminds me of the sugar plantation that we seen down south, but these were mainly in the Caribbean. A lot of people don't know this, but the slaves in the Caribbean, most of them died. The working conditions were so bad, and one of the most cruel forms of punishment, right, was being boiled alive in a big vault of sugar. I just think it's such an injustice for us to forget about this type of stuff. Like, they just want us to, oh, it happened, right? But it's like, no, bro, do y'all truly understand how evil these people were? To put a human being in a boiling vault of sugar and watch them and do it over and over and over. We aren't dealing with human beings, man. It's crazy. Back to Stefan, though. This situation just shows how cruel and calculating he really is. It also highlights how much influence and pull he has over people at Candyland and also the plantation in general. Even after Calvin's death, he's still making decisions. While in the middle of being transported, Django manages to outsmart the slave traders. He convinces them that he's a bounty hunter and can help them collect valuable rewards. Once they lower their guard, Django sees the opportunity, kills them, and escapes. At this point, Django could have simply just ran off, but no, he needed to finish what he started. So he goes back to Candyland, and this is where we see him eliminate everyone that he missed the first time. After killing Laura, only one target remains: Stefan. What makes this scene so memorable is the fact that Stefan shows the real him. He drops the helpless, frail old man act, and after releasing his cane, he can walk perfectly fine. It was all a ploy. Django then finishes him off. mouth. He shoots him in both of his knees, leaving him withering on the floor. While this is happening, Stephen is still talking his shit, which I do admire. Don't cop please now that you're about to die. Stand up what you always stood on. As he continues to talk his shit, Django sets the place on fire. Stephen is dead. Calvin is dead. He got his wife. They up out of there. But yeah, y'all, man, Stephen is one of my favorite movie villains, right? Not my favorite. He irks my soul, but he's written so good. The reason he bothers me so much, like I stated in the intro, is because he reminds me of so many people we see in 2026, whether that be black men or black women. There are so many kiss-ups and bootlickers who actively talk down on their own people for a seat at the table. They are hurting the collective of black people just for that individual success. And there are so many examples that I can bring up, but the main one I want to highlight really quick, Clarence Thomas. It's just so funny because his rise, man, he started off following Malcolm X. He was a black nationalist at one point, but everything seemed to change once he went to I believe, affirmative action meeting where he met his white wife. This is a man who benefited from affirmative action. He benefited from all of these things he is now trying to dismantle. He currently has a spot in the Supreme Court, and a few months ago voted on dismantling the Voting Rights Act that benefited black people. The only black man in that Supreme Court seat actively voted against black Americans. Truly, he climbed to the top, kicked the ladder down. If you see any more hands up, he step on them. And that is exactly what Stephen represents in this movie, and we see it in 2026. I want to give a huge shout out to this creator right here, man. He did a full breakdown on Clarence Thomas. I highly recommend you guys go check this video out when you're done with this one. He goes very in depth, and also this brother in general makes great content. Go show him some love.
All right, definitely. We're gonna go to the biggest topic of the night. Well, second biggest topic of the night. And that's these motherfucking dolls. I'm gonna start preface with this shit's been going on. It's been making a wave for about 6 years, and a lot of people covered it. There's I'm gonna go through one of them. We just gonna get to it. So I'm gonna start with something real easy. No. Okay, so I'm gonna get to. I'm gonna go from Reeks and then I'm gonna go down to 4. Okay, so we can talk about it. But basically, the gist of it has been it's been going on for about 6 years or so. The BBC and African black journalists have discovered had been talked about it. It's just making a new wave concerning these dolls, but they had been doing atrocious shit in Africa and making content videos that only they could see, showing the humilities, the things that they've been doing to black children, and it also shows the lack of the government intervening, in that situation. These things, there's gonna be one where I just kind of scroll past it because the violence towards these children is just like whoa, and the fact that they are, that no one did anything, you know what I mean? And it's just still going on today. So it's just it's foul. So it's foul. It's fucking foul. So we're gonna start here.
Both AI and a massive team of online police. I just can't imagine anything the government doesn't like can become a trend. So on one hand, it's a reflection of organic racism, but on the other hand, it could also be assisted.
How many of you is so in love with the culture? Is that what that is? Eat the panties on the head and everything like that? Is that what that is? Yeah. Oh, and by the way, the rest of y'all could be like him too. All y'all need is the right filter.
我是 Natasha， 我也是 Natasha。
No, we got all the evidence. We got all the evidence, China. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. And shout out to so many of you who recommended today's nominee. I heard you loud and clear, because y'all remember when they used to say anti-blackness is just an American thing? We don't do that over here. There's a popular toy in China right now of a black baby because people find it funny to abuse it.
Videos featuring a stress relief toy nicknamed Natasha are going viral online and sparking major controversy. The doll resembles a small black baby, and in many clips, users squeeze it, stomp on it, throw it, and even run it over for content. The videos are usually framed as jokes or stress relief, and the trend has spread quickly across social media. What caught people's attention is that these toys come in multiple colors, yet the trend seems heavily focused on this specific version of the doll. That immediately made some viewers uncomfortable. As the clip spread online, reactions became divided. Some people dismissed it as harmless internet humor involving a squishy toy. Others argued the videos felt disturbing, especially because the doll appears to represent a black child while being used in violent or humiliating ways. The debate quickly moved beyond the toy itself and turned into a larger conversation about race, online behavior, and how far people push trends for views and engagement. And now the internet is split. Some people say critics are overreacting to a toy, while others believe there's a reason this specific doll became the center of the trend in the first place.
You had me messed up when the black version of the doll is the one that it became popular to abuse. Huh? That's where you had me messed up. When is the black version of the thing the one that's upheld? Right? When is that the one that's valued? Just so happens to be the one that it's popular to abuse. Yeah. That is quite the smoking gun right there. And no, I'm not giving y'all no ideas.
No. Hell no.
And how is it that they all look like minstrels? Now, they all look like they came right off the set of Amos and Andy. Even the ones that's different colors. They all look the exact same. Like they look like the racist literature from the 1940s South. That's exactly what they all look like. Huh? With the bright red mouth? Really?
Man, this some old bullshit.
They're called Natasha dolls. An alarming new trend is happening behind China's Great Firewall, with critics accusing Natasha doll owners of turning humiliation into content. The company markets the Natasha doll, designed to look like a black baby, as a stress toy in China and encourages people to stretch, squeeze, and abuse it. Videos show Chinese social media users brutalizing the dolls for entertainment. Users slam them against walls, stomp on them, and inject them with liquids. Inject them with liquids? That's what y'all do for stress relief, is inject other things with liquids? Really?
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
One Chinese news outlet reported on videos of Natasha giving birth. In these clips, users cut open the doll's stomach and pull out a smaller doll.
Hey, yo, what the?
OK Africa, a digital media outlet covering African culture and politics, dug deeper into the trend. Content creator ZB recently reported that one social media user defended the color of the doll by saying a white baby, quote, doesn't have the same ugly vibe. The person added, the white one looks more human-like and it feels more depressing, so it won't sell as well.
Wow.
Good luck beating the racism allegations like that. More human-like? I mean, that's right there, right? You know what I mean? That's more human-like. That's what you decided to go with? Sir, why did you steal the TV? Because stealing the radio would have felt inhumane. You know what I mean? It's stealing a radio or a pager, that's old technology. So that would be wrong. Anybody looking for one of those probably should have one. So that's why I stole the TV. That's my defense.
I said what I said.
Now, this seems pretty cut and dry to me, but for the sake of conversation, why don't we consult somebody with knowledge of the culture and see if it gets worse? It will get worse.
I received a few requests to talk about these black Natasha dolls that are trending in China. I don't know if they're still trending, but they were trending at some point. And if you don't know, it's these dolls that look like this. And there's been a viral trend to like throw them on the floor and smash their heads, run them over with cars, fill them up with water and like slice them open. It's awful. Like it's clearly very awful. I do want to clarify though, I don't live in China. I've never lived in China. I'm not on the Chinese side of the internet. So I only found out about these dolls at the same time as the rest of you. So you're asking me what's happening. I don't know. I need to take some time to figure out for myself too. It's situations like this that come out of China that I think make a lot of us in the Chinese diaspora realize how different we are from Chinese people in China. Because for us, like this is obviously racist. This is clearly racist towards Black people, but Chinese people in China just don't see it that way because they don't experience racism.
I'm sorry, did you say have no experience with racism? I mean, I could pull some out of my back pocket right now. Just, are you sure you want to go with that?
On April 8th, a large number of African people in the southern Chinese city Guangzhou were driven out by their landlords and had to stay on the streets. Another video shows many Africans dragging their luggage aimlessly through the streets of Guangzhou. One of them says, "We are just walking on the road. They can't give us a house. They can't give us a hotel, and they cannot provide a place we can stay." It comes after all of the cases reported by Guangzhou authorities in April were reportedly related to African people. Chinese media have only reported about testing people from abroad. They haven't talked about testing locals, so we can't rule out the possibility that many of the locals are also infected, but it's not being reported. It's led to discrimination against Africans among local Chinese.
Chinese people in China hold power, so they have no lived experience to draw any kind of parallels to, whereas for us, it's like, are you blind? Not on red note, and I'm kind of terrified of Chinese netizens, but I did go through several videos and read through the comment section, but I can't read Chinese, so I had to rely on their translator. So there may be some things that are lost in translation, but I think I got the gist of what's happening. These Natasha dolls were actually released a few years ago, and they weren't initially called Natasha dolls. They were called something else. I'm not sure what that was, but they were released in multiple colors, and kids were buying them at first to dress them up and put them on display and take care of them. The black dolls became somewhat popular because there aren't a lot of black dolls in China. And so ironically, initially, it was the racist Chinese people who wanted these dolls to be banned because they were worried that these dolls were going to make Chinese people more comfortable around black people.
I'm going to have to stop you right there, player. Did you just go from these people have no experience with racism to the racists wanted to ban the black dolls?
He did.
The racists wanted to ban the black dolls, but they have no experience with racism? Yeah, come on, man. What we doing here?
Come on now, dog.
Come on, man. That'd be like me saying I got no experience with failure or rejection. My high school years would be outraged.
And a content creator decides to put out a skit of how his mom constantly pushes him to have children, which is a very common situation in China. And to push back against the wishes of his mom, he hid one of these black Natasha dolls on a car seat, and then his mom saw it and got mad, probably especially because the baby is black, and then threw the doll, and then that video became viral.
See, there you go again. There you go again. You said this all started with a mother who was racist and specifically was triggered by the black doll. How y'all gonna beat the racism allegations like this? The black dolls that y'all wanted to ban just because they was black. Now, I know the dolls didn't do nothing. They just came right out the package. But y'all still wanted to push them out the country, didn't you?
Videos became more and more absurd, of the mom getting so mad that she started boiling them or running over them with a car or throwing them in a garbage can, which I think is how the doll got its name, Natasha. But I can't confirm here because in Chinese, I say 垃圾桶 for garbage can. So I'm not sure how that turns into Natasha. Because these videos were so popular, it started a viral trend of all these copycats trying to do the most horrific things that they can to these Natasha dolls to get their own viral moment. And that's how we ended up to today. If you look at the most viewed videos on RedNote, it's about calling out this behavior as being quite problematic. But it's kind of strange because I think a lot of people still don't really see the racial element to it. They see it as being problematic because it encourages violence in young children, but they don't see how it also encourages racism against Black people. There are Chinese people who are calling it out as racism because, like, why are you only doing it to the black dolls when there are all these other colors? And people are like, well, it's because the black dolls don't look like us.
They don't look like us, huh? They don't look like us.
That's
pretty much the definition of racism right there. That's literally, I can't define it any better than that. That's it.
So we don't feel as bad doing it to them. And it's like that's racism. There was even a post on RedNote by a Chinese person who was talking to her Black friend who was expressing her discomfort in these Natasha dolls because they kind of reminded her of her when she was a baby. And the Chinese person was like, oh, I never thought about it this way. And I'm like, why wouldn't you think about it this way? Isn't this the first thing you should think of? Now, the government has intervened to clamp down on this behavior, which I guess is one of the advantages of China. They are now banned in schools. These videos are getting taken down, and they've released a number of articles and videos about why this behavior is problematic. But once again, they are not approaching it from the racial angle. They are approaching it from the angle of promoting violence.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you say the government wanted to ban it because it was violent? With no mention of the black dolls being targeted? Yeah, that'll come back.
Problem with government intervention is that a lot of people don't like being told what to do.
Hey, tell me about it. It was called COVID. It was called COVID. Don't tell me what to do. And then those same people, yes, Orange Jesus. Yes, Orange Jesus. Who do I hate now? What values do I know. You ain't got to tell me.
Especially young people by authority figures. And so there's been backlash to this as well. People are like, well, why are you all concerned about the abuse of dolls, but not abuse of animals?
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So people are pushing back because of the attention that's giving to the abuse of dolls versus, say, the abuse of animals. How about the abuse of people? Yeah. Where does that, how about the abuse of people? Huh? Because we've seen that too. How about that? Or is animals up at the top? Huh? Well, y'all will share that in common with Americans. Because I'm going to tell you, they treat their dogs better than the unhoused. I can tell you that right now. China, they're just like us.
Hey,
Look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
And so there's been quite a bit of pushback as well. But there is one strategy that seems to be working. Chinese people in China seem fairly sensitive about how their country is being perceived from the outside. But they don't really have a good pulse on that because their internet is blocked off from the rest of the world. A lot of these upbeat comments are warning Chinese people that this kind of behavior is not going to be received well from the outside. That Black people in other countries are really not going to like this. So even if you don't understand why it's wrong, you should stop. I wouldn't automatically assume that Chinese people are not going to listen to you simply because you're a foreigner. And if you go on Red Note right now, there are a lot of recent videos from Americans who's posting all these warnings about why this behavior is problematic. And if you look through the comment section, it seems like it's being received well. I feel like they are listening to you.
Now that is interesting.
See? Okay, so we're gonna move faster. We're gonna skip through it because you guys just keep talking about stuff. We're gonna get to these next two clips. Yeah, we're just go past them. A lot of things we already know because they've been covered by such people already. So, hold on a second. We're just gonna skim past it. We go ahead and pick and choose because some of these videos are really graphic. So
okay, I'm gonna be called racist by everybody after today. Are Chinese people racist? Yes. I've been obsessed recently with this toy. It literally on the box it reads Black Doll, change color Natasha, and in all sorts of different colors like there's a brown one. There's an ultra dark skin one.
Yes.
These obviously make you look like they're referencing African kids for the model.
You guys do.
And some of them are crazy, like being posted by Chinese state media accounts, essentially turning this doll through makeup into a freaking white doll. Okay. It recently gained popularity on Chinese social media. I'm pretty sure you can even buy this on like eBay. Because on eBay you can like this one sells for $7.
Welcome. Hey, Leonard. What you doing? Thank God you in here. Cause yep. How you doing, Leonard? It's been a long time, cause I don't want to break down your name. Kesha. Forgive me if I said it wrong. Welcome to the RVA. Welcome. Filthy Frankie Crank Knitter. Yeah, thank you, cuz, for coming through. I see you in here. It is Black First. Thank you for watching. And thank you for coming in so early, Grand Rising. And happy June motherfucking 10th. May your Juneteenth be just filled with nothing but beautiful Black faces and happy times. And no tethers. So, welcome. Yeah, yes, and yes. Okay. Leonard, I'm so glad you're in here. Everybody, I'm glad y'all are here kicking it. Yes, the Crips have entered that crib. Thank God. Finally. I thought I was the only one up in here. Finally. Planning. All right, so we're gonna get back to it. Let me get back to the StreamYard. Now back to what I was saying, family. We're gonna skip through some of this because some of these videos are not like they're gonna show are really ugly. The things that these Asians do over there in Africa with these children, with the children, are worse than what they're doing to the dolls. Absolutely worse. And like I said, about 6-7 years ago, they started investigating this shit, talking about it. And there was a motherfucking Asian man who was paying these African children like $1 or some chicken, like literally, to basically make them repeat ugly phrases and do humiliating acts to these African children. These are children. We're talking about adult tethering activity. These are children. That's my only point. These are children and they're Black. So, when you got some motherfucker, an Asian people doing this type of shit to Black children, regardless of where they live, it is a fucking serious offense. It's a serious thing. And this is only going to make the blackout even harder. Like, you thought it was a game with the boycott. Well, no. This is only going to make it harder. Matter of fact, we need to keep our motherfucking children fucking very far away, you know? There's a level of racism that rivals the shit that we were through their shadow slavery and beyond. You know what I mean? This is just right up there with it. So it's fucking ugly shit. So I don't know which video clip I have it on. So if I skim past it, family, I'm doing it because we shouldn't watch these things. We should not watch these things. We should know that they're happening, but we should not see them with our eyes because they're fucking uncomfortable and very, very fucking ugly. Very ugly. This type of shit make you feel like Nat Turner because it's like it's very ugly. It's very ugly. Very fucking ugly. So let's carry on. And racist. So, you know, they like to call us racist, but we can't be racist. We can only be prejudiced. This is actually active terrorizing racism.
But some people were saying how this has appeared in Japan 2 years ago. I have no idea if that's true or not, but like clearly the dark skin thing makes people think like this is racism against Africans, and they're marketed as stress relief toys, which is
another in itself. So you taking out your stress factor on black people and black looking dolls that you created in some sweatshop, like. What is that?
See here. So like they literally just, you can squish them. You like people stomp on them on the floor. Like just kind of like pretty twisted ways of squeezing the toy. But there's do something much worse. Like there's influencers who are in Africa, who are Chinese content creators, and then they just go around with like babies from Africa. I don't know what happened to the mothers or the parents of these babies, but they're like holding them. And then they're like just doing some pretty racist stuff, you know. And some of you have probably seen this video already.
We've already kind of discussed it when the whites was going over there and trying to adopt like children from Africa, and we were like, what the fuck do they want them for? What they gonna do to them? And we've seen in certain instances where these celebrities have taken black children from Africa and have done the most atrocious shit. Have got them doing the most atrocious shit, like going against their actual physical nature and pushing an agenda. We've seen that happen. We've seen them do some horrific shit that we would have never done. First of all, they don't even know how to take care of us, but let alone why in the fuck would the government just let that shit happen? If you can't take care, you're white. You can't take care of a motherfucking African child. Like, fuck what you're saying. You're a liar. You can't. Let's just start with the fucking basic maintenance of a black child. They cannot. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the knowledge. It's ugly. It's no.
So this lady literally is like saying how you guys need to go back to your country, like in both English and Chinese, telling these like black women in China to go back to Africa. So okay, let me just, how do I put it this candidly? Chinese people are just really racist. Like they literally have a nickname for every single color of skin color. If you're white, they call you Guilo, right? Which literally means like ghost, foreigner. If you're black, they call you black ghost. If you're like Korean, they call you club, which is like literally means like a club that you hit people with. If you're Japanese, they call you Jap, or they call you like Japanese ghost. What are some other ones, like Filipino monkeys? YouTube, please don't demonetize me. I'm trying to make educational examples, okay? So like they have racist terms, just like how white people have racist terms, how black people have racist terms. And so I'm not here trying to defend them in like the sense like, oh, somehow that justifies it. Propagandizing that, brainwashing people to hate Japan. Americans, pretty similar stories, especially now with US versus China. So that's like the real racism I would consider to be like actually like they will want to act on certain levels to bring about like violence to you. Then there's the cultural racism or the competition racism, which is like towards countries like India, to Koreans, where there's a sort of a competition of cultures that they clash, whether, you know, that's with music, with arts, with movies, or just simply with like similar levels of civilizations, populations. You know, India and Korea are two of them. And then the third one is what I would call is like the skin color racism, like the more traditional way, like, oh, if you're darker colored, because dude, in China, like the beauty standard is the whiter you are, the more beautiful you are, right? Like they literally don't like dark skin. Like if you're dark skinned, they think you're actually an alien, that type of thing. So there's like this superiority and skin color racism, which is like it happens to the Malaysians, to Africans, to Middle Easterns, right? Because like you feel like you're superior because your skin is lighter. Okay, and then general racism is like at the bottom towards just other white people, because Chinese people are just racist in general to every other race, right? Now, this is not inherently like a bad thing in a sense, like every race has some level of racism because it comes from just how the world used to be. Like you never used to have interactions with another person from another culture or another race, or if you did, it was so similar to yours, like in terms of the skin color. Oh, before we talk about that, by the way, remember, like Chinese people are also racist to their own ethnic groups. Like, did we forget that they invaded Tibet? They're literally putting Uyghurs into concentration camps. Right now, they have this whole anti-Qing dynasty, because the Qing dynasty was ruled by Manchurians, like Manchus, right? From and Mongolians as well. Like they literally want to erase that period of Qing dynasty because they're like, oh, they're Manchus, they're not Chinese. So like they're racist to like a lot of people. Now I've seen the outrage online towards the African racism, especially this time, right? I think there's some level an awakening for the Africans who for a while have been lied to about what the CCP really wants to get done in Africa. Okay, let me tell you straight up. This is a new era of colonialism. Like this is straight up colonization from the CCP in Africa. Like the whole Belt and Road Initiative, the whole project itself is this huge like neo-colonial project, right? Like you think that they're being nice to you when they build you new airports, bridges, and roads? No, they're putting you into debt. And then all their companies are still using, like, for example, in Congo, when they're harvesting cobalt for the EV batteries, they're using child labor. So like conditions in Africa have not improved by the Chinese investments. And so now obviously the CCP shells will defend it, saying, look, there's Africans in China that are living pretty well and whatnot. And also on the other side, which I think I need to condemn, is that just because there's racist people in China doesn't mean it justifies.
We don't see that at all. We see them just slaving away like usual and just giving it up. So we don't see them living well at all. Like, what are you talking about? We never see them living well. Moving along. Next clip. This I think this is the one that is the most disturbing on all kinds of levels. This is, like I said, it only makes this boy, this blackout. All right.
So in recent years, the alternatives are extremely low, a disturbing trend that is.
This broad is a tether. So just so you know, just reporting for she's an African lady, but I couldn't let the video play because I can't stand seeing black children cry. So this is them doing atrocious shit in the video clips. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's not in my moral compass to be to do that. So I can't stand to see little black children cry and be terrorized and fucking. I can't do it. So in the very beginning, she was showing clips like you see on the screen. See how they're doing that? See that ugly shit right there? So I can't do it. So I'll just show you that briefly. I can't even hear the audio. That's how upsetting it is. But she gonna give us a little breakdown.
Is emerged on Chinese social media platforms. So for those of you who don't know, China's internet is totally separated from the rest of the world. In China, all foreign apps, all international apps that basically everyone else uses, apps like WhatsApp, YouTube, Google, any app that you can think of is completely blocked in China. They use their own versions of everything, basically. So it goes without saying that these Chinese alternatives are extremely localized. They are mostly Chinese and they cater exclusively to Chinese audiences. Now, the type of content I'll be dissecting today is a trend where Chinese content creators deliberately seek out the poorest communities in Africa. And once they are in these villages, they get the villagers to make all manner of content. So today I'm going to talk about a subgenre of this type of content that I find especially disturbing, something that I've been seeing for years now. These are videos that feature children, African children. So if you go to YouTube channel, you are going to see that this topic is something that is very far from my niche, and it is something that I really don't want to talk about, but nobody has really been drawing attention to this problem. I know these kids out of school, and he would spend the whole day with them, making them to make all sorts of videos. And most of those videos he would monetize. Some of these videos are personalized videos that people buy for hundreds of yuan. And these kids, they are not getting paid anything. They are not getting paid anything. And
so yeah, dude's making all kinds of money, right? This Asian dude. So, or we get to some of that, but keep in mind, family, I'm gonna scroll past all the ugly shit.
Children being degraded and cast out in a language that they don't even understand. In tier 3, I'm going to talk about people who sell videos, especially those personalized videos. So happy birthday or happy anniversary, those kind of videos. Like, for an example, the guy who was in the BBC documentary, he would go and take these kids out of school, and he would spend the whole day with them, making them to make all sorts of videos. And most of those videos he would monetize. Some of those videos are personalized videos that people buy for hundreds of yuan. And these kids, they are not getting paid anything. They are not getting paid anything. And he gets these kids to do all this kind of things. And sometimes the parents, of course, they would tell them that, I'm a Chinese teacher. I'm teaching them Chinese. And yet these kids, they didn't even speak any Chinese, right? So it's just basically using those kids for content. When the parents started seeing that something fishy is really going on, he would follow this.
Okay, so that's going on out there. Like, and this was happening like 6 years ago. So motherfuckers this is a story brought from the fucking shade room, right? And it actually was addressing the seriousness of it all, because the BBC had went out there to do an interview. They fucking cornered his ass, and he was walking this shit back. He did an undercover motherfucking hot mic moment too. I was talking about, no, don't. You gotta
Black children are being forced into making explicit videos for social media content creators in China.
Black children, the only children that these creators choose to use.
Now, one woman is exposing the underground industry that she calls racism for sale. I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates.
And you know what else? The shade room. Shade room is but this is where I had to come to get the shit. I could show y'all, because over here at the RVA, we do deep dives. So we have to, look into some shit, and it's making its way, on the New Black Media rounds, and so it's refreshing itself again. But they had covered it like 6 years ago, and like I said, we don't support the shade room. We just using it for the material right now, and it gave context of them over here getting confronted with their bullshit.
Renako Selena is an investigative journalist for the BBC Africa Eye. She's based in the UK, but for years she lived and studied in Beijing, China. She says that she loved her time there. But in 2017, she noticed a disturbing trend that she wanted us all to know about. Chinese people buying and subscribing to videos showing African children performing sexual acts, using explicit language, dancing inappropriately, and using racist language against themselves. Now, she went on a hunt to figure out who was behind this popular industry and why they were doing this to innocent children. Apparently, this is a booming business in the region, with Chinese content creators charging anywhere between 10 to 70 US for personalized videos to be shared on social media, good luck videos, or a happy birthday message. The videos seem innocent enough, but Selena says, don't be fooled.
Africans, Black Africans in particular, are the chosen stars of these videos. And as we saw in the investigation, they often have no idea why they're being filmed.
Selena says the producers behind these videos are mostly adult men, and over the years, the content has gotten increasingly disturbing. For example, in one video, a group of Black children are depicted saying in Chinese that they will always stay in Africa. In another video, the children are captured saying, quote, "Yellow skin and dark eyes are the most beautiful." And yet another video shows young girls dancing and kissing in provocative ways. But it was one video that proved to be the final straw for Selena.
This video is an example of some of the most hideous content in this industry. The children are saying in Chinese, 我是黑鬼，智商低. In English, that means I'm a black devil, and we'll come back to that word. My IQ is low. Heigui is really the Chinese equivalent to the N-word, you know? So these children are demeaning themselves and having no idea what they're saying at all.
What is the infatuation with African children? I just don't understand the Chinese infatuation with African children. Why?
When we confronted the man who was stationed in that particular village, in that particular country, he says, I just like it. You know, I'm teaching them our culture, I'm teaching them our traditions and these kind of things. But as I reflect on my time in China as a Black woman, having lived there for so long, you know, there's a strange kind of fascination with Blackness.
These videos generate billions for Chinese video companies. We spoke to Alexandria Williams, a former employee of one of them, when she lived in Beijing.
So when people outside of China started to catch on at one point, yeah, there was a push to take the videos down, but eventually they just went back up again. Maybe the reason was because it's such a huge genre, like this video of like Black people in China, or like a fascinating.
I don't know what's going on with this sister, but I got weird ass little energy vibes from this sister. Why is she looking up? Why is she smiling? This ain't a cutesy. This isn't a cutesy moment. Like what are you doing right here? Like some weird ass energy right here. The way she's sitting, the way she's describing, the way she's looking off and around, and it's kind of giving playful kind of. It's not that big of a deal type energy. Am I reading it wrong? I feel kind of odd about this sister. Like, very odd. Like, this energy she's giving off is, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, am I wrong?
With Black people within China.
Selena sat down with Chinese journalist Wan Yin Song for her BBC Africa investigative report. It's called Racism for Sale.
The country itself is very polarized. You have people, vocal critics, saying the whole thing is wrong. You also have people supporting those kind of video filmings. To the customers, this is a very good business. It's actually helping the local people, promoting the relationship between China and Africa. But what actually happened behind the curtain is unknown in China.
Selena spent months with help from a forensic digital investigator tracking down the man behind many of these videos, and they found him. His name is Luque, a Chinese national residing in the Southeast African country of Malawi. Villagers in the area know him as Susu, which in Chinese means uncle. Residents told Selena that he'd often take these children out of school and promise to teach and spread knowledge about the Chinese culture. In return, the children would then get $1 or sometimes food. It happened to this 6-year-old boy, Bright. Selena says he's become a star in China because of these videos, mostly because of his on-camera charisma and his charming smile. Selena broke the news on camera to Bright's mother and several other family members of these children that have appeared in the videos. You know, they seemed upset. Did they do anything about this? Did they let these videos continue?
She said to us, I tried to take my child away, and they would just come back day after day, give him some chicken and tell him to come back and keep on performing.
Our investigation found that in just one day, they were able to film 380 videos right here in the village. And they earned tens of thousands of American dollars.
The BBC Africa team then set up a hidden camera and had an undercover Chinese journalist pose as a potential buyer. Days later, they met again, and he had this to say.
做生意怎么样？你这里可以多久？
他们不会做生意，他们就是说今天有吃的把你干完，然后他就走了，然后第二天过来，天天就这个德行。然后之前我要跟他嘻嘻哈哈，就是说怎么很好的朋友，你直接就是你拿出你当老板的态度，就是说怎样对待员工的，就是说要铁面无私。 就千万不要可怜他们，你要记住这个东西，千万不要可怜他们，不管是他们家里怎样了，不要可怜他们，这是最主要。你把这句话放在心里，对待黑人。
Not long after, Selena confronted Luque.
So is this him over here, Henry?
Yeah, sure.
哎，你好，你好，我是一位来自英国的，对，来自于英国的一个记者。 我们是英国广播公司的记者们。你的主要目的在拍这些视频的时候是什么？你要挣钱还是你要帮助当地人？是吗？公益。这些孩子们应该上学，但是他们没机会上学，因为他们每天要拍你的这些视频，知道吗？你知道吗？你要回答这些问题吗？一定要回答这些问题。
你知道是因为他们上学是上半天的，你知道吗？
上半天是吗？
对，他们去上学，去他们自己学校上学，然后上完学，然后再过来额外的学习一下这些中国的。
所以你通过拍这些视频，你能挣钱吗？
不能赚钱。
真的吗？
真的。
这算是剥削，你知道吗？你要剥削这些小孩子们，这是对的吗？
你说完了没有？我没有剥削他们。
What was his reaction when you did eventually confront him?
His reaction was denial to basically everything. You know, he denied having racist views at present. He denied having said these things, and he said that the only time that he had racist views was about 5 years ago.
According to the BBC, Malawian police did launch an investigation and were unable to make contact with Lukwe. We're told that the Department of Immigration and Citizenship did arrest him when he allegedly fled to neighboring Zambia. The Chinese embassy in Malawi did tweet out that the, quote, embassy noted with great concern the video Racism for Sale. We strongly condemn racism in any form by anyone or happening anywhere. Chinese diplomat Wu Peng retweeted also, I reached an agreement with Malawian FM that both China and Malawi have zero tolerance for racism. China has been cracking down on these unlawful online acts in the past years. Will continue to crack down on such racial discrimination videos in the future. Malawi's Homeland Security Minister, Jean Sedenza, told the BBC, quote, that the Child Care Protection and Justice Act has been broken and will use this act so that this national should be brought to book. We will not allow foreign nationals to insult our children, to insult our citizens.
So there needs to be more training within these companies, and they need to delete the videos and just stop. It's not productive.
We're told several social media platforms, including WeChat and Douyin, which is China's version of TikTok, have since blocked users from searching video accounts with the term Africa in it. Selena says she's looking forward to seeing some of these policies change in the future and these videos ending altogether. For TSR Investigate, I'm Justin.
Goodbye, Justin. Then let's get to see what's the boycott doing. It's only going to add to it. I'm telling you right now, Billy. If they thought it was sweet over here, oh no. And you tethers, like you always come for us, but you ain't never come for them. And
today we will look at more Asians going on angry rants towards foundational Black American freedmen for blackout boycotts happening around America. Check it out.
The blackout. I hope they got the message. It's only gonna get worse. Like now that we've seen all that, now we have a little understanding of what's happening. It's only gonna get worse. Like, it's only going to get worse. And how dare you fucking tethers come at us and not come after them for their bullshit. Like, you've been coming at us, like, for, like, a couple years now. Talking all that shit. But you ain't turn around and talk to them, some of them Asians like that. You ain't got no heat for the Asians. But you got all the motherfucking vitriol in your chest for FBA. How is that even fucking possible? Well, now, you know, in case you didn't know, now you know. So now you could issue that disrespect appropriately to the place it really should be, with them and not us. Like you had all that motherfucking spitting fire in your motherfucking chest for FBA, but you refuse to get the ass of the Asians for taking advantage of your motherfucking children and exploiting the fuck out of them, doing the most for $1 or some chicken, cuz seriously? And they have the audacity to make a motherfucking doll too and sell it for stress relieving shit on, and it really goes back to the African thing. You know what I mean? Like it really goes back to them. Like what do you have it all for FBA but nothing for them and nothing for them folk. So how is that possible?
Okay, this whole Asian boycott thing, are y'all serious? Because I think it's pretty clear what's happening, that this is like just an excuse, a nitpicked excuse to be more openly racist to Asians, more than you guys already are. Wow. Like, do you guys think we're not aware of how much racism Asians actually face? And also, did we forget about Stop Asian Hate?
Is this not like y'all didn't deserve it or anything. They act like they didn't have it coming. That they didn't deserve to get treated as such the way they get treated. Like, are you serious? How did you not? Like, what do you mean? They act like we just did this out of nowhere. And more racist than we actually are without race prejudice. There's a big difference. And do you not do that horrific shit in all your fucking businesses? That hurry up and buy shit or that disrespectful shit, talking in your own language in front of black people and disrespecting them? You don't do that? Is that not what we? So we didn't see that or experience that at all on any level. And again, how are you gonna come at us when you need to go and attribute all that fucking upset to the motherfuckers that did it to you over in your own homeland? Like, are you serious? Again, the blackout is very serious. Yes, we're very serious. So serious. Unreasonably serious. No understand it. It's over. It's a wrap. You get it. You're getting it. Look at this broad you try to chastise us cuz looking like a whole white lady. Shut up. Like,
movement that was made specifically because Asians as well were getting targeted racially and killed. And because of one scenario, mind you, Asians in general have gone through so much racism.
In reality, when that happened, and during the COVID thing, how many Asian people actually died from that versus black people on a regular? I think it was not very many. I think it was under 20 or some shit like that. Whereas black people are getting killed every goddamn day. What are you talking about? Like, stop Asian hate. You gotta issue that fucking flavor of veracity to the motherfucking man who did it.
Y'all want to use that as an excuse to be like openly racist towards Asians now and like have a reason to like destroy their businesses? You guys are a joke.
Imagine hating the word so much, but yet you still use it on your own folks. And another thing, if you want to cancel all these business, by all means, go ahead and try to cancel, boycott the hair, walk around with your bald ass head, don't eat the Chinese food, don't do any.
As she's chastising us for the black set.
Of that, okay? Because let me tell you, there is not enough black-owned business for y'all trying to cancel everybody, boycott this, and let's not do this. You wouldn't survive.
With the black mannerisms as well. She chastises us, family, with the black set and the black mannerisms. Look at the way she looked. Like, like if black people had touched that already, and she's feeling so emboldened. This bitch gotta stop.
You would not survive in that community without all these other business. And then you're going to go, no one wants to invest in our neighborhood. Why do you think they don't want to invest in your neighborhood? Because you got your ratchety ass kids going around stealing everybody all the time. Okay, go ahead, cancel all the business. I'm just saying what everybody's thinking. And you mad because you know I'm right. And then you go on national TV talking about, how he was racially profiled and how everybody is racist. Well, had you whoop your son's ass and made sure he wasn't walking around with a pistol, he wouldn't be Mr. Chow.
Get your fucking head out of your ass for 1 second, okay? All Asian people could agree with me on this one, is that you are upset with one Asian person and the rest of the one that looks like him get punished for it. That's the questions that we're asking. It's not because, oh my God, we're losing a business that you're not going to shop with us. No. The question is, why do you punish people that look like Chow? That's it. Because we asked that questions, you went into, so the boy was innocent. No, we're not saying that we're not grieving for the loss of Cyrus. We're not saying that we're agreeing with Chow. We're not arguing about anything in that matter. But we're asking, if you're not happy with Chow, go punish Chow. Why do you targeting collectively because we look alike? What? I'm saying Asian people out here are asking, why do we get punished? Because you're not happy with one person that looks like. And since you're not going to get it, I assume.
The boycott's going well, as you can tell, because you got to ask why they getting punished. And you taking it out of the wrong way. Are you serious? It's a collective issue. It's not the first time. This isn't the first time that somebody did some atrocious shit to a black kid. This is not the first time. Why? You mad because are you upset that your business is failing? Okay, because you know you need black dollars. All right, just say that. So it's going well, Black Family. Let's just say
that because you're operating through the emotion. Okay, it's high right now.
Should I wait until Asian businesses are financially struggling? I don't see how the boycott would accomplish any meaningful change. There's a lot of black people trying to boycott Asian businesses, which really irked me, because I never see them boycotting white businesses whenever a white person kills a black person. The double standard is crazy, especially considering that white people kill way more black people than Asians do. And the reason why Asians are being targeted as a whole here is rooted in racism. In the Western world, we are viewed as a monolith, whereas whites are viewed as individuals. That's why the entire community gets punished for something only one of us does.
Black people are boycotting Asian stores because an Asian store owner recently just offed a black kid. And this is the most stupidest thing ever. This is one of the most racist things you can ever do. And it's coming from black people. And I'm very disappointed, right? Because, you guys gone through the most, struggle in racism. So I thought you would be more understanding about, not turning things into racist issues immediately. But, here it is. You see a Chinese guy or just an Asian guy do something bad to a black guy, and you automatically start boycotting, stereotyping, grouping in all the other Asians. What the hell kind of logic is that? We do not associate with the guy. Have you seen a single Asian person, glorifying or saying that guy, he did it, he did the right thing, that black kid deserved to have that happen to him? No. Who is supporting him? No one is supporting him. If the Chinese community was supporting that Chinese guy or Asian guy, then I would understand you're boycotting everyone. But literally no one is supporting him. We're all condemning him. Show me one person who's supporting that Asian store owner. What are we doing? Why are you becoming more racist? Why are we fighting racism with racism? This is the most stupidest thing ever, bro. If anything, this is raising racial tensions between blacks and Asians. This is the most stupidest. You're just setting everyone back. This is so stupid. Please do not do this, okay? There's no need for you to start boycotting and become racist to other Asian stores because of this one singular incident. Are you stupid? What? If you see your black friend doing this, genuinely please explain to them and calm them down because this is not the right way to, combat racism.
It's interesting to see the mild-mannered so-called model minority.
There's no calming down. It's only gonna get worse because now we saw what you do with these dolls and where that shit come from. It's only gonna get worse. There's no calming down. Calm down, black people. Don't boycott. No, we on a blackout forever, ever. Okay, come on. Please try to have them calm down. I don't want to lose the money in our business. Why are they taking it out on us? It's going well, guys.
The community crashing out like crazy because foundational black Americans are boycotting all Asian businesses around the country. I'm glad to see this happening. Now, black people know what many of these Asians are saying in their languages in these stores about black Americans. It's way past time that foundational black Americans expose these anti-black communities that have been making money off of the black community since the 1970s. It is interesting to see how many of these Asians really think they are white people. They say many of the same things white supremacists say, but now many of these Asians are getting more and more wake-up calls. They went after affirmative action because they believed that would hurt black Americans. Well, that backfired in a major way on them. Racism is not just an American problem. Throughout history, prejudice and discrimination have existed in many parts of the world, including various countries across Asia. Different societies have developed social hierarchies based on ethnicity, nationality, skin color, caste, class, language, and culture. In some places, darker skin has historically been associated with lower social status, leading to colorism and negative stereotypes that continue into the modern era. When Asian immigrants came to the United States, they did not leave all of their beliefs behind. Like every immigrant group, some brought cultural attitudes, assumptions, and biases with them. Some individuals and communities absorbed existing racial attitudes present in American society, including anti-black stereotypes. For generations, foundational black Americans have often interacted with Asian-owned businesses in black neighborhoods. These relationships have many times experienced tensions that have emerged over issues such as economic competition, cultural misunderstandings, profiling, disrespectful treatment, or differing views on community investment. These tensions have occasionally sparked public debates about trust, accountability, and cooperation. Many scholars have argued that immigrants entering the United States often face pressure to assimilate into existing social structures. Because American institutions were historically shaped by white majorities, some groups have sought acceptance by aligning themselves with prevailing social attitudes and distancing themselves from Black Americans. Critics argue that this dynamic can reinforce systems of racial inequality rather than challenge them. In recent years, a growing number of younger Asian Americans have openly discussed anti-Blackness within parts of the Asian community. Through social media, universities, community organizations, and public conversations, many have acknowledged the existence of stereotypes, colorism, and negative attitudes toward Black people that have been passed down across generations. Tell me what you think of.
Yeah, that's right. Now we're gonna go to one more, and then I'm gonna hit this. We're gonna talk about this SpaceX shit. So I'm gonna hit one more. I'm hoping it comes with some laughs. We're gonna go to motherfucking Adam talking shit to fucking Black 100. I don't know why anybody goes to that motherfucking snitch ass dude for any kind of advice. Like,
in fact, the Spody Face is like the most irrationally anti-whack.
That shit. I've been paying attention to that. Has been.
I like J Hood, but J Hood became a loose cannon, and he was there to basically take anybody that wanted to fade Mr. 100. Oh! He ended up, you know what I'm saying? They say he hit.
Yeah. They allegedly without testing.
I like this talk. What? Now you need to go sit in there, though. Go sit in there. Straight up. YouTube. What's happening, man? We back, bro. We back with another video, man. Back with some No Jumper content. I'm not gonna cap, man. Like, No Jumper, they been on one, bro. But a few pieces still missing, man. You got Spody Face, you got Munchie B. They saying they ain't never going back to No Jumper. And when I tapped in on this right here, bro, I can totally understand why they would not want to go back to No Jumper. Like, just to give y'all a backstory on what's going on, right? Adam allowed WAC 100 to put him in that trick bag. Oh! That's just the bottom line. WAC put Adam in a trick bag. You know what I'm saying? WAC brought J Hood to the No Jumper building. J Hood was a loose cannon. You know what I mean? Shout out to J Hood, though, because I like J Hood. But J Hood became a loose cannon, and he was there to basically take anybody that wanted to fade Mr. 100. Oh! He ended up, you know what I'm saying? They say he hit Spody. Spody say he didn't hit him. J Hood say he don't want to talk about it. WAC say J Hood told him the whole story. I mean, if we want to believe WAC, we can believe WAC. You smell?
It's because his bed's sitting on cardboard boxes? What's going on with Cuz right here in his bedroom? You got a bed of boxes, Cuz? Like, I'm not gonna say that that's not a genius thing to do when you got a lot of boxes to. I can't see putting my motherfucking bed on. I got a lot of boxes in my room because I don't see me putting my bed on top of all the. Is this a bed frame of boxes, Cuz? Do we need to have a discussion with you? Like, I mean, do you need some bread? Like, I mean, just put it on the floor because I haven't got a frame because my shit's sitting on the floor. If this motherfucking webcam ever worked again in life on my desktop, you can see it's sitting on the floor. And, you know, my man say, cut, man, like, because do you got a bed on boxes? That's some real poverty-ish type shit. Like, that's a cry for help. Ain't wearing a black t-shirt so tight, man. Like, you ain't, you know, I'm a little weirdly built, but come on, bro. Like, is this a bed on boxes? Is this what we doing? You got the pull-out boxes? Like, oh, this must be my socks and drawers box. One like right in the middle, you know. This is like tic-tac-toe, or the boxes are fucking. Is this like this? I mean, I guess I could dig it if you sleeping on your clothes like that. Like, I mean, what you do? You roll off and pull off a pair of pants and a shirt and some drawers and socks and shit out your bed of boxes. Like, how many motherfucking boxes does it take to make a bed? Like, is this going on? Or am I tripping? Does that look like a bed in the background in the corner on boxes with like you trying to make like your own IKEA joint, with the drawer pull out on the bottom of the bed? Like, is that what we're doing right here? What's the concept behind this bed of boxes? Because I'm just asking because I don't know how to feel about this. It's kind of distracting from the applause and the bullshit you played on your soundboard. But because I'm quite distracted enough to where I stopped it and got to ask the question: are you sleeping on a bed of boxes? Man, this you can say you just tilt the camera the other direction, cuz like you ain't gotta show us that. Like if you was living like that, I would decide to feel sorry for you, cuz you need, man, get this motherfucker a little bit of bread, baby. You can buy himself an extra bed with some real drawers. Like, I mean, I says because I got a whole shitload of boxes and black trash bags sitting to the right of me. It is fucking ridiculous. And I couldn't see myself making a bed of boxes though, cuz like, and have it to where, like I'm saying that my computer needed an upgrade. That's why the drives or the webcam ain't working right. And it's kind of odd to bring the tablet over here where I'm sitting and hook it up on the thing, and so it could be working and me being on my own damn StreamYard in two separate spaces. It's kind of a lot of work. So I just say fuck it, and you'll see me when I get to the Black House. But I'm not at the Black House. I'm at my house. So, but if you look to the left of me, there's a whole wall full of shame and fucking clothes and bags and motherfucking blankets and bags and boxes, and plus I got my little terrarium kit that ain't been put up yet. I got carpet squares waiting to be put down. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on in this motherfucking right side of the room. But sir, cuz, what in the crazy cryptid out world are we living in that you sleep? Is that a bed? I mean, are you sleeping on that motherfucker? I mean, it looked kind of sturdy, but like what you do? You wake up, roll off, because you can't really. You got to roll off, or else you'll crush the box. Boxes. There's like what nine boxes right there just off top, like easily. You sleeping on it, cuz like I want to know. Fuck everybody else. I'm asking the questions. I got the questions. I want to know. Don't laugh at me, cuz I'm not being funny. I'm being serious. Like, are you sleeping on that? Like, do we need to black grassroots use some bread? Like, what is really cracking off, cuz? Don't say you need it if you don't need it. If you sleeping on a bed of boxes, man, just tell us that we can understand. Like, it's a cold, cruel world out here, and you know that this is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, like, tilt the camera the opposite direction. Just tilt it to the other side. That way we don't see your bed of shame and detriment. Like, because this ain't even funny. This ain't even funny. This is like, this I can't, man. I don't even want to shame cut what it looked like. Other than a bed of boxes, there's a pull-out drawers. Like, are you trying to give IKEA a run for their money, or I have more ideas? Like, what are you doing here? I got questions. Just be asking. I'm asking the questions.
I mean, WACC's story does seem kind of credible. The fact that J Hood didn't say he didn't hit Spody, he just said they agreed not to talk about it. You feel me? But yeah. The Adam and WACC show aired, right? And they talked about a lot, bro. And I think I reacted to basically when WACC said what happened to J Hood. But I caught this right here like at the tail end, man. You know what I mean? I was getting some fish together for dinner, man, watching the No Jumper show. And I was like, man, I didn't know that Adam had big cojones like that. Oh, you feel me? I guess Adam just got kind of fed up with WACC, and he decided that he was just gonna tell WACC, hey man, shut your ass up, stop talking all that gangster talk, cause we know you ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, straight up, you feel me? Anyway though, yeah, shout out No Jumper, shout out Adam, even shout out WACC 100, all those guys over there, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing but love for them for sure. But we're gonna tap into this content though, bro. But before we do, y'all make sure y'all like, hype, make sure y'all sub up if you haven't subbed up, bro. Also, if you are a returning sub, I love you, man.
I mean, for real, like we should just sub up just for the fact of the bed box. I mean, just I guess because gonna need all the help he gets. Like Jesus Christ, I don't know what to say. I'm surprised nobody's asking these questions or mentioning this because that's tilt the camera the other way because like
Got a lot of love. Ain't coming back, no cap. Now let's tap into the content.
Come on, stop playing with me.
That's how the Munchie thing went down or whatever. But I think, all right, so NFA gets locked up, and so I got to think on my feet. I want to fill that seat on the Tuesday show. Mm-hmm. And I start thinking, you know, who could I bring in? And obviously, I always have people kind of on the back burner that I'm thinking like, maybe that guy who just did an interview, maybe he could be a host, etc. Bring in. And obviously, I always have people kind of on the back burner that I'm thinking like, maybe that guy who just did an interview, maybe he could be a host, etc. And so J Hood jumps into my mind, and I immediately think, that's going to be tough because him and Munchie have been going back and forth online for the last couple months or whatever. So I asked Munchie, I asked J Hood, would you be down to squash with Munchie? He said, yeah, I don't give a I asked Munchie, would you be down to squash with J Hood? He said, yeah, it's good. I put them together.
Did a great podcast.
They did a great podcast together. So boom, he's in the building. I did not think about the fact that J Hood is as close to you as I now realize. And I didn't think about the fact that Spotify is like the most irrationally anti-whack
but
figure
you gotta
on the
ask
West
him,
Coast.
you know why you wasn't? Because you know it really ain't been nothing to be that way, bro. Like it on some real shit.
Spotify's been kind of overdoing it from my perspective as far as his anti-whack campaign. But all right, this is the thing, is that over the years, I feel like the No Jumper show has been kind of the best mix when you got some non-affiliates and then you got some street dudes, some hood dudes, whatever. I flew a little too close to the sun by thinking that I was going to be able to have J Hood, Spotify, and Munchie B all on there because
he wasn't tripping Munchie B.
Aunt Hefe was cool because Aunt Hefe, regardless of whatever's going on now, he always came off as like the most laid back gang member. Never said on a tray, never really did any like weird irrational shit when it came to some street shit. He was always on some cool laid back player shit.
Shout out Aunt Hefe, man. You know what I mean? He I guess Adam saying Hefe didn't really bang the set like that. You did, you know. I ain't gonna care. I like Hefe as a potter, man, but I do believe that if Hefe, you know what I'm saying, like beat that man to death like that, bro. Even though it's coming out that the man was a pedo, you know what I'm saying? That what the court record say he was supposed to. I ain't gonna say a pedo. I can't say that. Sorry, I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? Long live Lowdown. But they saying he was an ex-offender. You know what I mean? So I mean, just off the strength of that, he may have been a piece of shit. You feel me? But I still don't think like Hefe should have basically put his whole career and his whole life on the line, even being around that energy. You know what I mean? Like, so anyway, whatever happened with Ant gonna happen with Ant. But yeah, I think Ant Hefe was a great gang banging podcaster, bro, because he didn't really bang. Like, you could tell whatever Ant did in the streets, bro, he didn't have to solidify it on No Jumper, bro. Like he went all the way on 8 Trey Gangsta cut, you know what I mean? Like on cut, yeah, he was just cool, laid back, like to sip his lean, smoke his trees, and give his perspective. You dig? But yeah, for sure.
Man, have a problem with J Hood?
What?
Because all J Hood said, they were saying, why did they double his bond?
Right.
All J Hood said was probably because he might be on federal, he might still be on federal parole, so maybe that's it.
And that was a surprise that Aunt Hefe was so upset about that.
Bro, you know what he was upset about?
What?
J Hood in that seat.
Okay.
And then, let me listen.
I don't agree with that.
Let me give you another highlight that you missed.
What? They're talking.
When Aunt Hefe said, people telling me you this, that, and the other. And J Hood said, that's a lie. Put a name on it. And Hefe said, no, I ain't gonna put a name on it. J Hood said, whoever that is a bitch. It was your man,
Munchie.
Munchie.
Wait, you're saying that Munchie said what?
Munchie was the one that's been telling motherfucking Jefe whatever the going on with J Hood.
But there was nothing going on prior to this.
You didn't hear when Jefe said, people telling me you've been doing this, that, and the other. You've been being messy with this, that, and the other.
But he wasn't really, right?
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
That's why J Hood said, that's a lie. Put a name on it.
Right.
And Jefe said, no. I ain't gonna put a name because he know he right there. And one thing that Jefe know, he know how J Hood is. So when J Hood said, well, whoever it is that told you that is a bitch.
I'm telling you, man, Wack gonna end up getting J Hood knocked off, bro. You feel me? Because Wack already know what time it is with Munchie. Why y'all think Wack ain't never ran up on Munchie, bro? He know, man, Munchie is a blind blood, bro. If you swing on Munchie, bro, Munchie got the right to poke you. He got the right to do whatever to you, bro, because he's blind. The nigga is legally blind for real. Like, he can't see nothing, bro. So if he get that gun out of his pocket and he point that bit the right way and he boom your ass, you just another dead nigga. Straight up. You feel what I'm saying? And Jay, come on, man. Bro, Wack talk that talk, man, but it ain't hard for Wack to pull up on Munchie. It ain't hard for Munchie to pull up on Wack. I mean, it may be a little bit harder for Munchie because he can't damn see, but Wack can most definitely pull up on Munchie, bro. Like, straight up and down, bro. You think Wack don't know when Munchie in the no jumper building, bro? Wack don't want to pull up on Munchie. Come on, man. Like, come, all right, whatever.
Laughing like a mother, because now.
And the thing about it is, even if Munchie was the one who told Aunt Hefe that, and J Hood said, whoever told you that is a B, come on, man. Like, what Munchie was supposed to do, bro? Hold on, gang. I'm the one told him that. I mean, he's still chatty patty, and that's kind of like female-ish, right? Stop. I don't know if Munchie told him that or not, but
we don't know.
Okay, whatever.
Don't matter.
That put the police report out is on the phone. The dude that told Aunt Hefe.
Y'all niggas ain't gonna say bless me, bro. Niggas just sneeze. Y'all niggas act like,
okay.
Like y'all mad because I keep stopping the video and I just sneeze and y'all niggas won't even say bless me, bro. Damn, what kind of supporters I got? Damn, bro, put bless me in the chat, man. I just sneeze. After somebody sneeze, you're supposed to say bless you, bro. Like, damn, y'all weird as hell, bro. Damn.
This shit about J Hood being messy just got called a bitch without J Hood realizing it's him.
I don't have any reason to believe that Munchie B would be pillow talking with.
Whose phone was he on? Whose phone was that Hefe on?
He was on Munchie's phone.
It wasn't Spody Face.
Uh-huh.
I don't even believe Spody
I have
Face.
no reason to believe that Munchie B would be talking shit about J Hood.
Why you think Munchie screaming he want to quit? He don't know what's finna get out.
No, we could talk about why Munchie's annoyed, but either way.
That's cap, bro. That bullshit he talking about is cap. If a motherfucker come in, you was just cheerleading about him whooping a dude's ass with the glasses on. So let's not act like you don't know this dude rocks his glasses on whatever he does, right?
To be fair, Bella's only had those glasses for a weekend. It's because I let him borrow them.
Right, okay, so what I'm saying is, let's not act like, Munchie, you was...
Damn, Adam just called Vail broke. Oh, sheesh. Adam just said Vail can't even afford the metas, bro. Like, what is going on here? Damn, Vail. So you don't want to whoop somebody ass with Adam glasses on. And Adam just told, all right, this shit crazy.
Yeah. We got Vail in here. He went viral, for whooping the dude's ass with the glasses on.
So, for the people at home, Vel was sitting on a stool right next to Munchie B while we're all on the podcast. Munchie B had something that kind of looked like a firearm. I'm sure.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if it was a firearm. I don't know. But it looked like one sticking out of Munchie's pocket. And Vel filmed a clip with his glasses of everybody on the podcast or whatever. He's not thinking twice about it.
He's just looking around.
He posted. All of a sudden, there's clips on the Reddit.
Man, that nigga was being a groupie, man. I ain't got nothing against Vail. I don't even know him, but he was being a groupie. He couldn't believe he was around that many real steppers at one time, bro. Oh! And the only reason he knew it was a gun. This is what I heard. Because I wasn't there, but I heard the only reason he knew it was a gun, right? It's called Munchie. Munchie B had the barrel sticking out his pocket and not the handle. Y'all better stop letting Munchie come up there, man, with them guns, bro. Hey, that's just what I heard, bro. I don't know how true it is. I don't know, but they say the only reason that people could tell it was a gun because Munchie had, like, he had where the bullets come out of it. He had that sticking out of his pocket instead of like.
Oh, y'all running around playing eyes for him, right? Remember, his ears still work. And when you look up and wonder how this happened or how that happened, you better remember who you're around.
This nigga crazy.
But guess what? What happened to the last 2 gun cases?
Hey, say Munchie, say the police get Munchie, be like, nigga, what you heard, nigga? Oh. Munchie say, nigga, I ain't see nothing. Munchie say, I ain't see nothing. I swear to God, man, I ain't see. Nigga, we know you can't see what you heard. All right, that was enough. That's enough for joking on Munchie. Shout out Munchie B, man. I like Munchie, man.
I don't know. He beat him, I guess.
Under what grounds?
I don't know.
What? Say Munchie's a rat. Munchie is a part of the grid program. He said that himself, though.
Listen, I don't fucking know. I doubt it. I doubt Munchie's working with anybody, man.
What?
He said he's part of the grid program. Though.
Is that man, listen, and you know he's an extreme whack, boisterous hater. That nigga was over there shaking like Don Knotts. Sporty face coming. I said, damn, the resistance is in front of him. They ain't got the same energy. You know, I talked to his homies and I told him, look, bro, I ain't really tripping the little dude. He a little dude. You know, they tried to call 4X's. 4X's told him, nigga, I f with Wack. Every time Wack called me, he trying to keep me out of jail. He trying to give me some advice. On
Wait, they tried to call 4X saying what about?
I don't know, probably because that's his people or whatever. 4X is going to be 4X. One thing about 4X, he's going to do 4X. If you got some shit going on, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But 4X ain't.
Shout out my boy 4X.
4X ain't no damn fool. He totally understands that.
No, 4X is a damn fool now. I gotta disagree with you on that one, Wack. 4X is absolutely a damn fool. I mean, this nigga held firecrackers while they were lit. Now, I don't know the definition of a fool. I've never looked at. Hold on, let's see. Cause, bro, he talking about 4X ain't no fool. That 4X is entertainment content, personality, or other aspect of his life. A more precise way to put it would be, okay, yeah, he a fool for sure. You know what I'm saying? 4X, even ChatGPT say 4X is a damn fool. Straight up.
Dude's whole mission is to block his light, which he ain't worrying about it.
I don't think that's true. They seem like they're on good terms again.
Listen.
Sporty face and 4X.
Bro, when he made the move on DC, he showed that. If I know Lil Jon is doing business with this dude, I'm not gonna say, hey, look, nigga, you can't come back over here.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to go have a conversation with Lil Jon.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not going to go to the internet and everybody knows this dude was moving with Lil Jon over there. Hey, you can't come back over. It's a direct shot.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I can dig that.
End of the day,
I can see that. I can dig that.
I don't know why they want to quit. Maybe they're a little scared, a little leery. And I'm going to let y'all know, it ain't that a muff could have been addressed y'all another way. I just respect Adam and his build.
But why, though? But why? Like you Wack 100, man. You done did time in the pen, man. You used to hang around Big U, man. You know what I'm saying? You ran with Suge. Why you respect Adam so much?
That motherfucker is tapped.
Why?
A lie.
I don't understand that. Like you basically saying, nigga, I'm gonna tolerate all this disrespect that's going on because I respect Adam. But then again, you sent J Hood over there like a wild pit bull dog and told him, hey, anybody bring my name up, step on him.
That's bullshit.
It's crazy work, gang.
Know that.
Yeah. No,
I just simply respect Adam and his build.
And I respect everybody for not turning this podcast room into a brawl, which easily could have happened. I don't know what happened when they went down the street, but I do appreciate the fact that it was kept kosher. That was kept essentially nonviolent.
Walk.
Here you go,
bro. Turned the corner on Sporty face. Turned the corner, try to do some talking. Bow! Glasses tilted. All this shit. Hold on, I can't see. Bow! Hold on. 2 steps back. He did some shit. Nephew said you ain't got the heart to do that.
That's crazy.
Boot. He started shaking and trembling, talking about why you.
Let me find out Spody pulled the blick, man, and then J Hood say you ain't got the heart, and then they walk back in like. Nigga Spody done changed, nigga. Hey, what that nigga said on the movie Minister Society? Hooper do that name? Y'all know what movie I'm talking about? South Central. He said, prison show did change you.
Fight me over WAC 100 and Compton, please. He said this about my mother and all this old type of shit. That's how. And then they came back in, right? And nephew sat down, smacking his gum because he did what he was supposed to do. All he could do is initiate. If the other person don't engage, is what it is. But he didn't put that on 40s and his dead homies walking out. They gonna squabble. When it was time to squabble, you didn't squabble. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if that's true or not true, but either way, I would like to speak on what I want for the No Jumper show going forward. I would like to remove J Hood from the Tuesday show and play and create a second No Jumper show out of the week, or I guess a third if you consider also the tuna episode on Mondays. I would like to create another episode later in the week, possibly on Thursdays, with J Hood, me, figure out a couple other hosts, and then I would like to rewind the clock.
Why would you remove J Hood?
Re-simplify the two.
Bro, J Hood is the aggressor, bro. Like, WAC, you gonna get this man killed, bro, because you sending this man in here to catch face and whoop ass. Everybody ain't gonna be able to deal with an ass whooping, bro. Everybody ain't Spody Luther King, man. You know what I mean? Like, straight up, bro. Let Adam run his business, man, and you stop making plays and trying to get folk ass whooping things of that nature, bro. You go whoop his ass yourself. Yeah.
This show to go back to the Adam Lush, Spody Face, and Munchie B dynamic. Now,
so you want to show the people that them niggas is scared to be in a room with J Hood. J Hood ain't tripping.
I think that, okay.
J Hood ain't tripping.
Out of the No Jumper show episodes, I think we could have Tuesday as the WAC haters episode, and then we could have a second episode later in the week.
Okay, WAC lovers.
The WAC lovers.
Let me ask you,
and we film our episode usually on Thursdays too, so maybe you could kind of dip in the Thursday episode with J Hood, right?
So you pretty much gonna let the world see that these dudes is ready to skedaddle because J Hood is in the seat, and it's to a point to where, so you just support some cowardice shit.
I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that I think you are like Trump.
What?
You can't just have a bunch of Republicans and Democrats around each other and think it's going to be all good. No, because the Democrats hate Trump so much that it overrides everything. I don't think
that Doughboy sitting there.
What? Man, Doughboy is not a stepper, WAC. You know that. Stop acting like you stupid, bro. You just want you want to send J Hood to crash every time you want to send him to crash, bro. You want your name to come up, and then you want J Hood to just get on 10 and just crash. You really want him to knock hell out of Munchie B, but he ain't that damn crazy. I'm telling you, bro. Nigga hit Munchie B, nigga on down camera, man. I'm telling you, bro. Nigga gonna lose his life on camera if he touch Munchie B. WAC know that. You know what I'm saying? WAC want J Hood to touch Munchie, but J Hood ain't gonna touch him though. He ain't that damn crazy, bro. You feel me?
It's a WAC hate.
But Doughboy is in total non-affiliate. Custer.
Nephew's a Crip.
So
what's the problem? Spody Face is a Crip.
Okay, but would you agree with me? I think it's obvious that Spody Face and J Hood on the podcast not gonna work.
It ain't.
No,
bro.
I believe it's definitely gonna work because J Hood's done with it. He already established his respect and he's done with it.
But I don't think Spody Face seems like he wants to sit down with J Hood.
Because he's scary. So won't you tell me, because Spody Face is scared to be in the same room as J Hood, you want to put Nephew on a whole nother show? Say that.
I think that they're probably not going to be able to get along going forward. And I also think that the Munchie v. J Hood is going to be weird because of the fact that Munchie hates you so much and J Hood has to like stand on business.
As a man, you should be able to say what you gonna say as a man in front of anybody. We done set people right here I done told you was rats, right? When they sit right here, do I tell them they're a rat?
Nigga, 6ix9ine and them don't count, bro. That other nigga you talking about, he the blood nigga, he don't count, bro. Them niggas believe your hype, WAC. Them niggas believe that you done killed a couple folk and got bodies and things of that nature, bro. Like, come on, man. Even Adam don't believe that shit, but they do. Oh. Like, calling a LA gangbanger a rat and calling 6ix9ine a rat is not the same. You feel what I'm saying, bro? That's not the same, bro. I forgot what boy's name. I know who you talking about. You told him he was a rat. I think he's a pirate. Was supposed to be a pirate, but he ain't check you on that, bro, because he believe the hype. Oh. He believe the hype, man. You feel me? Like,
gang business.
Come on. Wack want J Hood to mark somebody else out, bro. That's what he want.
Unrecognizable.
But on doing my research on the gang politics in LA, bro, you ain't gonna mark them out too many times before they got there and go ahead and send you to your makeup. That's all I'm saying, folks.
I tell them they're a rat.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
I ain't know sometimes. I'm going to tell you. That's what it is, right? So at the end of the day, if you pretty much saying, all right, Spody Face and Munchie B is leaving the Tuesday show because they scared to be in the same hood as J Hood.
They could stay on the Tuesday show. Then we're just going to create another show out of the week because I really like J Hood's energy and I really want to do a pod with him consistently. I think he was an amazing addition to the channel. I just don't think, I think having the Tuesday show be 3 turned up members plus me and Lush, it proved to be too much. Or really, I just think J Hood is just too what? He's amazing.
He's too aggressive, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
He's too aggressive. He's a little, he's just a little too aggressive. And
too aggressive.
They're on other
you
sides.
Don't call these motherfuckers aggressive when he talking about on B team, I'm splatting shit.
But they're chilling.
On F4.
Spody and Munchie B, no issues. They're chilling.
Also, real shit. I would love Spody Face say he ain't coming back. Munchie B say he ain't coming back.
No, Munchie B actually just said that he doesn't want to be on a podcast that turns into a fucking gang member summit every week. He even said that he would be happy.
What?
That's what he said.
What?
He said he would be happy to be on the Monday show with Doughboy and Moose.
Inglewood family, A-Trade Gangster, 40 Crip.
That is a gangbanging summit.
It always been that.
But everybody was getting
all of them is enemies,
but
right?
everybody was getting
That's a gangbang summit.
Yeah, that
so
is.
Now we bring a Carson Crip that's neutral. He's neutral to these dudes.
I ain't even heard of that.
You know,
but gang affiliation is one thing. Whack affiliation is another.
So listen, just say you's a bitch and you scared to say what you gonna say.
Well, Whack Hill, man.
Say that shit if I was sitting in there.
Okay.
I guarantee.
Okay. Mr. 100, well, go sit in now then, Mr. 100. Go sit in there. You know what I'm saying, Mr. 100?
Right.
Bring your ass on in here then.
So what the fuck we talking about?
Okay. I like this talk, Whack. Now you need to go sit in there, though. Go sit in there. Straight up.
They wouldn't say none of that. They wouldn't say none of that. Munchie be 115 pounds. Let's be real, bro. Like, you should be like, yo, Munchie on some real shit. You a blind dude to take a Uber up here, bro.
No, he doesn't.
That's a fact.
No.
Bet.
Stop talking about that.
It's a fact.
It's just, I hate when you talk about like people getting hurt up here, people getting
I'm not saying that.
But why you keep saying the Uber thing? Because A, it's not true, and B, it makes it sound like you're asking for something to happen here. I see he brings up every fucking week.
That's best.
Oh, it's about to get real.
Look like the 22ster done just got mad. Let's see how Whack handle this.
No, so I'm here. You're not here.
Oh, I'm here.
You're not here.
Adam,
no, you're not.
I'm here.
Stop fucking saying that.
I'm here.
I don't appreciate you saying that.
I'm here.
No, you're not, and I don't appreciate you saying that.
So you saying he never took Uber?
Maybe it happened once, but I don't appreciate you talking about like you could get somebody touched out here.
I didn't say that.
You can say that shit.
Hey, Adam.
Adam is talking to Whack like, you know what I mean? Like, okay. Big bag Whack 100 throwing water bottles and things of that nature. How about you get up and throw a water bottle at Adam? Adam said, shut the up. You're not like that, buddy. I don't know who pissed in your coffee this morning, but we know the only thing about you that's 100 is your name. Calm down, buddy. You're not going to be talking about my gangbanging friends like that, buddy. He does not take a damn Uber. Somebody drives them, buddy.
For one, you run this building, bro.
Yes.
You don't run these streets.
Every single time.
You don't run these streets.
Here, he had somebody with him that was obviously there.
The other day, he had to call the bitch to come. What you mean? You talking about? This is a fact. It's stupid ass.
How you know that, Wack? How does Wack know Wack? When Munchie there, I don't even think Wack is even allowed in the building. Oh, that's crazy.
You're too loud on the mic. So why you don't got the same energy when you say, hey, look, bro, not for nothing. Wack older than you. He got a lot of reach.
Respect your elders.
And we live. So won't y'all chill out on that shit?
Hey, Wack want Adam to tell Munchie and Spody them to respect their elders.
It's so stupid. What is world, man?
Wack say, why you won't tell them to respect their elders, bro? You know what I mean? Tell them to respect their elders, bro.
He around and take it a certain way. You don't say that.
I tell Munchie.
How many times, Lil John, have I stopped the homies? Told them no. I respect Adam building, so don't fucking.
Man, ain't nobody scared of them old ass death row guys you got, man. Nigga, they washed up. Suge already done had them kill everybody and things of that nature. Them niggas ain't trying to go to jail, man. Stop the cap. Hell, Wack talking about, man. Goddamn, well, don't stop them then, Wack. Don't stop them, bro. God damn it, we want to see it.
Oh my God.
I think I speak for the no jumper universe. We want to see how to be if you don't stop the homies. Let them go up through there and do what they gonna do then, Wack. We tired of you making these damn blank threats, man. We tired of you threatening blind people and Israelites and things of that nature. Nigga, don't stop them next time, nigga. Send them. Send them, nigga.
Don't come at me, bro. No, when you gonna tell them to stop?
They're just talking about you, right? And I do tell them to stop, like every time.
Well, I'm just talking about him.
Okay, and but I don't like you talking about this, like my building, as if this is a place where, I could make something happen or whatever. I don't appreciate.
Uber has nothing to do with your building.
Yeah,
that has something to do with the street.
The reason why you're saying that is because you're trying to make it seem like, something could happen to Munchie. I don't appreciate it. Stop.
Bro, listen to me.
Hey, listen. Stop.
Hold on.
Stop.
So when are you gonna tell them to stop?
I do every fucking time that your name comes up. I tell them to chill out and stop talking about.
You made them say, Wack, you can't call in here, and then they really ran it up.
Okay. I tell them that I don't want to talk about you, and I would appreciate if you didn't do this weird gay mob boss thing talking about him coming here in an Uber, all right?
I mean, listen, shit. You know, more about him than that. We don't got it.
That's cool. Just shut up about it. Just don't.
Wack, your ass better hush, bro. You finna get fired, bro.
There we go, fire his bitch ass.
Wack ass finna get fired, bro. Wack, you better be quiet, bro.
Weird.
Adam on the verge of firing your ass, man.
Okay, but you gotta tell them to shut up about it.
I do every time. How many times do we have to repeat this conversation? I feel like I'm walking in circles here.
You know I'm not from South Central.
Everybody knows you from the valley.
I'm from 4 miles down that street. I don't got no freeway.
I don't appreciate you geotagging us either, right there.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about? You had Travis Scott.
Just stop. Just don't talk about where we're at.
Whatever that
don't talk about it like you could get something to happen here. Because I know you're not going to do that, and I don't appreciate.
Hey, if I wanted to do that, Adam, it'd have been happening.
Exactly. Cool. But
so
just
what
stop talking about my building. Can you not take the fucking hint? Stop talking about my building.
Man, Adam is marking Wack all the way out, bro. Gang, this crazy, bro. It crazy because you ready to kill Spody. You ready to kill Munchie. You done sent J Hood in there to basically take all your phase, man. You know what I mean? Whoever say something bad about me, man, go ahead and do what you gotta do. But you letting the white man tell you to shut the up while I'm talking. And stop talking about my building like you can really get somebody touched in here, because we all know you can't and you won't. Man, this nigga ain't need to be Wack 50, man. This nigga half 100. This nigga ain't need to be Wack quarter, man. This nigga 25. Man, come on, man. You let Adam now mark your ass out, Wack.
This is a place where shit like that happens.
Well, let me ask you a question.
No.
Let me ask you a question.
What I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question.
Just stop.
So when you gonna tell them to stop?
Why do we keep having to have the same
this shit so childish?
Conversation. I tell them to stop all the.
Look at Adam. Look at Adam. Look at Adam's face, bro. Look at him, y'all. Look at Adam's face. Adam marking. Adam like. Nigga, that. Hey, bro. I ain't ever seen Adam this heated. That's that mad white boy face. He like.
and they don't.
No, and they do. I make fun of Munchie for talking about you too much, and it has stopped being a topic of conversation on here, bro.
Your whole issue the other day was because he was calling me gay.
Yeah, I brought that up to clown Scody Face about the fact that he basically runs a fake news channel where he talks about you being gay all the time. That should be good enough for you. You don't need to be, oh, he's in an Uber, I could get him touched. Shut the f up.
No, hold
on. Shut the f up.
First of all, listen.
No, hey,
What's
are you not getting the
you
vibe?
just said it.
Listen,
you just said it. I didn't say it.
I'll end this
Hey, look,
right now.
Listen.
Stop it.
Listen, you
Stop
just
talking about it like you're gonna get
just
some.
said, who said I was gonna do that?
Yo,
I never said I was gonna do that
right now. If you keep talking about the shit,
no, but when you can't bring it up.
Hey, listen,
I can't respond.
I'm gonna stop the fucking podcast right now if you don't stop doing this gay ass mob boss shit.
Who you calling gay, bro? I'm not no motherfucker.
I appreciate you acting like you
but
don't make something
gay.
happen.
Don't call me gay, bro.
Do you not understand
Do I call
my
you
rules?
gay?
All the time.
Because you do gay shit.
Every day. Do you not understand that I'm saying that what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to talk about this building as if it's somewhere where you're going to pull one of your little plays.
I would never do it.
So just stop it.
Adam, listen, on some real shit, if I wanted to do that and I didn't have respect for you, I would have been
talking about it.
Okay?
You're not getting it?
No.
I ain't gonna cap, bro. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this down in the chat. But how I feel, I think Adam is more.
You're like, come on, good. Like, you just doing the most. Like, you know, he's like, that's enough. That's enough out of you. You know, you gotta stop. All right, Bentley. We're gonna move on to the final little discussion. And it's gonna be way off topic. Now we're gonna go back into some serious shit. This IPO. Now apparently with what you call it, Elon Musk. I've been saying online on for like Black News, I've been calling him a thief, right? So he's a fucking thief. Elon Musk. And this IPO, right? And now, you know, like, this ain't pocket watchers, this is reality. You know, Elon Musk and these data centers and this rocket shit and all this stuff is a real detriment to us as a people, Black family. Where he puts them at, how it affects us. You know, I've been talking about these data centers for a long time now. It's very disturbing. And talking about these nuclear shits, is fucking how much water they take, the environmental racism that comes with it. I've been speaking about it for like damn near a year now. You don't believe me? Run them tracks back. This is how serious I am. And every time I get a chance to do a RVA, I like to talk about these fucking data centers because there's always some new information. And there's also a lot of AI shit that's coming out, you know, in regards to these things that are really something that we need to be more informed on. And I feel like Black family, as much as distractions as we like to have, sometimes we don't focus on the seriousness of this war putting this shit up in our communities and killing Black folk or giving them cancer or whatever, you know what I mean? And how the fact that, you know, it ends up at the end of the day coming out of our wallets. Like, if you really listen to everything that's going on, taxpayers pay everything. I'm surprised taxpayers even got a check to look at with all this fucking taxation going on. So, you know, we're gonna cover. I'm gonna play two things because they're very important. I feel like, and they obviously come from white people. So, I feel like it's very important because they seem to be the ones with all the fucking insight. I sit on a board that is avidly against these data centers, and is constantly discussing how we can fight them and defeat them. And ultimately, it starts at the local level. This local level is where all this is happening. And I don't think there's any oversight or anything. Like, you really don't know how much water they're really intaking or how much energy they're really using. I say this because, I pay utilities along with other people. We all pay utilities. And the energy keeps skyrocketing, you know what I mean? It's a serious factor. Really, it's a serious thing. And like just in our state, I'm in Colorado. So in our state, and I live in Aurora, I didn't realize 7 motherfucking data centers in my own fucking area. I never even knew. They never discussed it with the community. They just put them shits up, and then they have to keep drawing from energy. Well, Excel Energy wanted to talk about raising our taxes because they need more energy. And I was like, fuck no. I just said, fuck no. And I think it's on the ballot. I got the ballot. I'm supposed to be filling it out, but it's sitting there collecting dust on my little mail desk, that I have mail on. Why? Because, fuck, man, I don't think that we should keep giving them money. Where's the money coming back to the people? Like, does anything get returned back to the taxpayers at this point in time? Like, you know what I mean? And we're in a water state crisis. Like, is any of that coming back to us? What happened with all these stimuluses and whatnot? What happened to this Doge money? What happened to anything? So, we're not getting nothing back, basically. So we're going to listen to this, what this IPO is actually about. And I'm not going to take it back. He's thieving. It's stealing from. It's stealing. Keep in mind, he's a boy. How the fuck did this happen? How does this happen? This only adds to the immigrant narrative. You know what I mean? You come over here and become a trillionaire off of fucking. He's like on rich white people subsidies, like rich subsidies, like basically rich fucking welfare. You know what I mean? So.
Welcome to a very special edition of On the Record. You see, normally I would be doing a roundup of the news, like Dave Rubin crashing out on Jubilee, Mehdi Hassan gutting PBD like a tauntaun, Trump getting booed at the Garden and making the Knicks lose. But I got super carried away reading the SpaceX IPO prospectus, something that I don't think enough people are doing. Because guess what? If you have a 401k or an IRA, there's a good chance that you're about to own a sliver of the biggest pile of dog shit ever to hit the market. Yeah. And a pile so big, by the way, it could alter the entire mechanics of the stock market. And in fact, it already has. So because of the magnitude of this event, I decided to dedicate the entire episode this week to SpaceX. I dug deep into the prospectus and some of the most recent news surrounding the IPO to finally piece together the extent.
Speaking of this, I'm only going to shoot 2 more because right after this, we got Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, and I will be moving myself over to that broadcast when it comes time. So we're going to kind of take this in, and then we're going to go over there because I'm sure the topic is just right and righteous for what we're going to be discussing. Oh, well, I get ready for fucking Juneteenth, which is going to be great. So that's what I'm going to say. We're going to do 2. Well, this is the last topic of the RVA for right now.
Of the massive fraud that's about to take place on the NASDAQ this Friday. Now, we'll return with the regular On the Record next week, but for now, I thought it was just best to pour my energy into what very well might be the IPO that changes the stock market forever. UNFTR. In 2021, Donald Trump merged his cash-hemorrhaging Truth Social into a blank check SPAC and took it public. We covered it at the time, and it was absurd. The product was functionally Twitter for people who were banned from Twitter. The financial press laughed at it, retail investors got vaporized, and it dropped from the headlines as quickly as it appeared. That was embarrassing. This SpaceX IPO is something altogether different. See, Donald Trump, in terms of scale, is like a pickpocket on the grift scale compared to Elon Musk, who's about to make the pyramids disappear in front of our very eyes. So on June 12th, 2026, SpaceX lists on the NASDAQ at around $135 a share, which values the company at $1 billion. The largest IPO in American history. raising more than $74 billion, which is more than all U.S. IPOs combined over the past 2 years. It's pretty impressive for a company that loses money. Hard stop. But don't worry, the upside is huge. All you need is a little faith. Every IPO prospectus has a total addressable market slide, right? SpaceX's S1, with filing with the SEC, has claimed that its total addressable market, its TAM, is $28 trillion. It's described as the largest actionable total addressable market in human history. Now, for the sake of comparison, the current U.S. nominal GDP is around $29 trillion. Ergo, SpaceX is claiming that its addressable market is the size of the entire American economy. So here's how they arrive at it. $370 billion in space, $1.6 trillion in connectivity, and then $26.5 trillion in AI. So the revenue generating pieces of the company, the things that actually throw off any money at all, are X, which is formerly Twitter, Starlink, which is their network of connected satellites, and sending a whole bunch of rockets into space. And that's what makes up the $18.6 billion with a net loss of $5 billion. Now, Starlink has 10.3 million subscribers, which is respectable for satellite internet. It's modest for a company that's priced at the GDP of a continent, which is why Morningstar put the fair value of the IPO still at a whopping $780 billion, which is 56% below the IPO price. See, more than half of this whole valuation is just narrative premium on a money-losing business. So an investment advisor told More Perfect Union that the combination of sheer size of multiple is completely unprecedented. Based on the numbers that we know, this is absolute batshit. That's from an investment advisor, a professional that does this for a living. But they just don't understand. It's almost like they didn't read the prospectus. I mean, it's all right there in black and white. The mission statement clearly says to build the systems and technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary, to understand the true nature of the universe, and to extend the light of consciousness to the stars. Oh, that's what they're doing. See, and here I thought they were raising money to power Grok queries like, hey, Grok, put tits on my second grade teacher's Facebook profile picture. Anyway, I suppose the biggest valuation in history on an unprofitable company seems reasonable if you're Elon Musk, who has designs on colonizing space. Here on Earth, however, we have things like gravity and reality and actual numbers to contend with. So we're going to talk about those numbers. But before we go through the actual revenue picture for each business segment in a moment, let's just quickly pause to say thanks. We are over 900 members, and we're not even halfway through 2026. So at this rate, we will undoubtedly exceed our goal of 1,000 members. So on behalf of our little squad, I cannot thank you enough for supporting our work. So here's to the new, upgrading, and returning members for this week. We've got Retired Pa, Renan Hummer, Jagra 4, Bob, Deberdew, Catherine, Janky, Tuck Frump 8647, Kim, Old UNFTR guy, Koala 53, Big Kev, Pops from Michigan, Chris L, Tuvox, Terry, Ricalina, Greg, Dave W, and Professor Marg Story. Now, because we don't gate our content on YouTube or the podcast, the website, or the newsletter, everything that we do is made possible through donations and memberships. So if you're not in a position to support us, all you have to do is like the video, hit subscribe, and maybe leave a thank you in the comment section to the now more than 900 members who keep the lights on and the coffee brewed. Now, back to the episode. All right, where were we? Yes, going through the actual revenue numbers. Let's take a look. All right, so there are three main segments of the business: space, connectivity, and AI. And there's a case to be made for space, which is where SpaceX currently makes its money. So what they do is they launch satellites and other payloads into orbit for their own network of connected satellites and on behalf of other organizations ranging from governments and militaries to multinational firms. And while it doesn't directly state how much revenue it derives from the US government, it did mention it in the risk factors section, which we're going to go through in a bit and is fucking hilarious, by the way, saying that in 2025, approximately 1/5 of our revenue was attributable to agencies within the US federal government. Yeah. So the guy who tried to gut the US federal government for wasteful spending has made 20% of his bag from the very same government. Cool. Anyway, here's how space revenue breaks down as of the IPO. So far, space has been a losing proposition for the company named SpaceX. In 2025, it lost $657 million on $4 billion in revenue. And overall revenue was only up 7.6% from 2024, which was also a losing year. It's not exactly the type of returns that warrant a 50-time valuation. So I guess the connectivity picture is a heck of a lot better, right? There it is. Show me the money, baby. 11 billion in revenue with 4.4, boom, right to the bottom line. Of course, the average revenue for a NASDAQ 100 listing company is somewhere between $30 and $35 billion, so they got a little bit of catching up to do, but at least this offsets the losses in space. Still, nothing here seems to warrant the extravagant valuation and potential raise of $75 billion at listing, right? I mean, this must mean that AI is the hidden treasure in all of this. So let's have a look under Grokk's hood. Holy shit! They spent $9.5 billion to make 3.2. Good Lord. Grok, you little money-grubbing whore. I guess we'll have to dig a little bit deeper on the AI piece of this thing, since it's 93% of their projected total addressable market. Now, on the total, the prospectus lists $22.7 trillion from enterprise applications, which is awesome. Now, what's that, you might ask? No one knows. That figure isn't revenue. It's a projection from a company with no enterprise AI revenue for a market that doesn't yet exist. And whatever revenue that does exist from its core model is light years behind its competitors, because Grok ranks 4th globally in AI chatbot web traffic behind ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. Now, where most of the other AI leaders fake sincerity when it comes to saving humanity, Elon Musk has no such hangups. This is the man who built up his side of PayPal without money laundering guardrails to boost revenue before Peter Thiel engineered his ouster. The same dude who built a tunnel right under Las Vegas without permits or any safety precautions. The guy who's building autonomous cars that are so dangerous that entire countries have banned them. The same guy who gave 20-something coders from X access to our social security data when Doge tried to rip apart the US government, the government that gives him 20% of his revenue. So Common Sense Media rated Grok among the worst AI chatbots for safety, documenting nearly 6,700 sexually suggestive image requests per hour. The FTC has an active child safety inquiry. The Irish Data Protection Commission opened a GDPR investigation into how XAI handles children's data, and the S1 describes Grok itself, this prospectus, as a truth-seeking AI model to build on our founder Elon Musk's mission to enable humanity to understand the universe. Just nothing about, sex inquiries, I guess. A chatbot that's under investigation in 2 jurisdictions for what it did to kids is, per the prospectus, a tool for understanding the cosmos. Now, the XAI merger, which folded Grok and X, Twitter, into SpaceX, was also done without a fairness opinion. And Morningstar called that a material threat of value destruction. The Colossus Data Center, XAI's flagship compute cluster, is selling spare capacity to Anthropic, whose Claude is beating Grok in all the global ratings. SpaceX's best AI hardware is therefore underutilized right now by its own product. So that makes the S1's enterprise AI strategy, deepen enterprise and government adoption, less of a strategy and more of like a to-do list entry. Now, the most entertaining part of the prospectus is the pages upon pages of risk factors. Now, to be fair, these are always fun to read in any IPO because the lawyers have to think of everything to make sure that investors are fully informed of the business risks. But these ones take the cake. So here's just a smattering of risk factors that investors have to look past to believe that Elon Musk is about to build a company with a market cap the size of the US economy. You ready? We have experienced and will likely continue to experience launch delays and failures that could have a material adverse effect on our business, financial condition, results of operations, and future prospects. Current FAA regulations do not permit return to launch site reentries for Starship. AI technologies may be flawed, insufficient, of poor quality, rely upon incorrect, inaccurate, harmful, or illegal data, reflect unwanted forms of bias, hallucinate, misrepresent, mislead, or contain other errors or inadequacies. Others, including orbit manufacturing, passenger transport to the moon, and established human presence or gateway hub to the moon, passenger and cargo transport to Mars, energy production on the moon or Mars, manufacturing capabilities on the moon or Mars, and asteroid mining, do not exist today. We do not maintain key person life insurance on Mr. Musk. He does not devote his full time and attention to our businesses. Upon completion of this offering, Mr. Musk will beneficially own a majority of the outstanding shares of our Class B common stock and a majority of the voting power, and therefore will be able to elect all of the members of our board. Mr. Musk can only be removed from our board or these positions by the vote of Class B holders. Translation for that one is he can't be ousted, period. Like, the board can't even oust him because the board has to go to the majority holders of the Class B shares, and that's him. Our substantial level of indebtedness could materially adversely affect our financial condition. The continued proliferation of satellite constellations in low Earth orbit, as well as the risk of collisions with space debris or other spacecraft, could limit or impair our launch flexibility and satellite deployment, which could adversely affect our business, financial condition, result of operations, and future prospects. Many of our initiatives, including those to develop orbital AI compute at scale, manufacture AI chips at scale, establish a lunar economy, develop human augmentation systems, and transport humans and cargo to the moon and Mars, involve significant technical complexity, unproven technologies, or technologies that do not exist or may require significant advancement. And such initiatives may not achieve commercial viability. And finally, the most honest statement of all. We have a history of net losses and may not achieve profitability in the future. So the real kick in the teeth is how many retail investors are likely to get burned in the coming months. A company being rushed to market on hype and bold promises is nothing new. Nearly everything else about this particular IPO is either very new or so old that it's new again. All of it is shady. So here's the breakdown of the go-to-market con. SpaceX is issuing or floating less than 5% of company shares to create artificial scarcity that forces a day one spike. Now, it's also allocating 30% of the offering to retail. That's 3 times normal. And this could be a sign that institutional investors won't pony up for the list price, though it's not for lack of trying, as we'll see in a moment. Either way, that's a lot of average Joe's skin in the game. Now, the most audacious part of the IPO is that Musk managed to push a rule change on the NASDAQ. It's something called a fast entry rule. So this lets SpaceX enter the NASDAQ 100 index in just 15 trading days instead of waiting up to a year. There's no SEC approval even required. So Musk reportedly conditioned his listing on this provision. So NASDAQ also had a direct financial incentive to accept this listing. And the reason this is so significant is that the index funds that own the NASDAQ 100 represent huge passive investments from all over the world. Nearly a third of all American stock is tied to passive indices just like this. So for example, your 401k may wind up owning SpaceX whether you know it or not. So that covers the entry point, but the off-ramp is even more insidious. There's something called a lockup period that restricts the earliest investors who have premium share holdings from dumping their stock right after the initial surge. But it's not so in this instance. The SpaceX lockup is engineered for fast exits. So insiders like Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, Palantir co-founder, Jack Dorsey, they all got SpaceX stock through the Twitter to XAI to SpaceX merger chain, and they can begin selling 20% of their stakes at the first quarterly earnings call. That's just weeks after the listing. So with estimates of nearly $50 billion in retail and passive flows heading into this deal, it means that a significant portion of it can be liquefied in a matter of weeks by the earliest investors in this thing. So we have measures to prevent this kind of behavior. The largely self-policed Wall Street under Donald Trump is just reverting back to the good old days. I mean, Joe Kennedy would be so proud. And there are a lot of dirty hands in this deal. Nearly 24 banks are splitting $500 million plus in fees, the largest IPO haul ever. And Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are both primary underwriters, And they just had analyst teams circulate projections of not a $1.7 trillion market cap by 2040, 3.4 trillion rather. So they didn't publish it. They just informally leaked it to investors during the live deal. So on CNBC's Squawk Box, Andrew Ross Sorkin raised the obvious.
Let's go to the videotape. Both Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley's analysts, of course, the bank itself is underwriting this this big IPO, but their analysts have put out, dare I say, sky-high projections. We can hope they get there. $3.4 trillion, I think, is the market cap that Morgan Stanley put on this company, 2040. This is something that banks, frankly, did not do, were not allowed to some degree to do post that global settlement that Elliot Spitzer made back, I want to say, what was it, 2001, 2002? So what's happened? What's changed?
What it says is nobody's learned anything on Wall Street. Even Jamie Dimon, the guy who holds himself out there as the voice of reason, the steady banking hand who plays everything above board. He held a private event for 350 wealthy investors, including Robert Kraft, who took time away from the strip club to sit in the front row. And Jamie Dimon called it the democratization of finance. So those clients face no trading restrictions post-IPO. Fidelity retail customers who sell once within 15 days get locked out of future IPOs altogether. Dimon said democratization to describe a deal where billionaires get free exits and regular people get a holding penalty. Look, SpaceX, remarkable company, right? I mean, doing stuff that you and I can't do, sending stuff into space that doesn't always blow up. I mean, sometimes they blow up, but they don't always blow up. And I could say, whoop-de-doo, we put a man on the moon 60 fucking years ago, unless it was directed by Stanley Kubrick and that never happened. But let's say it did. So is this really that special? Yeah, it's kind of special. They send stuff into space. It stays there, communicates back to Earth. We all get to talk as cool, right? Yeah, it's cool. So if it was just that, just a company doing cool shit in space with a normal valuation that didn't upend every rule and protection of the market and just put tens of billions of dollars at risk to line the pockets of the guy who freely gives a Nazi salute, maybe it wouldn't be such a fuck you. But a remarkable company and worth $1.7 trillion aren't the same thing in this case. It's a literal fuck you that insults the intelligence of anyone that can read a prospectus. I mean, the $990 billion gap between Morningstar's fair value and the IPO price is a bet on orbital data centers that can't yet legally exist on a $22.7 trillion market that was invented just to make the math work, and on a chatbot that's under federal investigation all over the world. So it's actually not a company. It's just an IPO, a shell. Dare I say, a balloon? Or maybe I should say it's just Truth Social with rockets. So I'll give you one final number for your consideration to erase any remaining doubt about who this ultimately benefits. The CEO's modest salary of $54,000 a year. What a guy. He does have performance bonuses. Like, for example, he gets 1 billion Class B shares that vest when a city of 1 million people exists on Mars. And then a second tranche of 302 million shares that vest when non-Earth data centers reach 100 terawatts of compute, which is only roughly 4 times current global electricity consumption, but in space. So this is designed to make you think that Elon has real incentives for the future. But the rigging of the NASDAQ listings, the quick exit from the lockup, and control of all the Class B shares are the front-loaded incentives that he needs to add hundreds of billions of dollars to his net worth today. And that's what this is really about. And he's going to use your retirement accounts to get there.
See?
Whether you want it, whether you authorized it, whether you even know about it. Sources for everything that we talked about are in the description, and you can find the accompanying essay on unftr.com, along with information about our memberships, our original essays, links to the podcast, links to purchase our own line of coffee, Unfuck Your Morning, Unfuck Your Afternoon, and a decaffeinated Unfucking, manufactured in partnership with native coffee traders on the Puspatuck Reservation in New York. That's unftr.com for all the things. And now, here are those members to thank in the comments for keeping the lights on and the coffee brewed.
This is the story of a political...
All right, one more. That's it. We're done. We're done. Mm-hmm.
When you ask AI to answer a question, generate an
My fault, wrong one. But this is one. Told you steal it out of motherfucker retirements and shit. Like, man, like, and nobody's stopping him. Nobody. Ford is a trillionaire off of the man, and nobody's stopping him.
If you give me $500, would I invest it into SpaceX? I think I would, yeah.
No, I wouldn't that. You would not. Ha, no, but I hope my index funds aren't automatically doing it.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. SpaceX is an incredible company with impressive achievements. It brought the price of space launches down by 85%. Objectively, that is astonishing. The company also made reusable rockets a reality. Many critics said that was impossible. If you love your engineering and physics, yep, great company. But now there's a massive problem. Recently, something has gone terribly wrong with the company. It's no longer what most people think it is. Let me ask you a question. What type of company do you think SpaceX is? You might say a rocket cargo company that operates satellite communications. For those who are more optimistic, you could say that SpaceX is an exploration company who will take humanity to the moon and beyond. Well, according to their own S1 filing, the documents a company needs to file before it goes public on the stock market, both of those answers are wrong. Generally, S1 filings list the industry category that a company is under. For example, the industry code 3760 is for spacecraft, 3182 is for defense and aeronautical. Other companies like Virgin Galactic, Boeing, etc. all file under these categories. But for SpaceX, they filed under the industry code of 7370. That's computer programming and data processing. Oh, it looks like SpaceX is officially filing to be an AI data center company. That already raises an eyebrow, but it's worse than that. To understand how, you first need to understand what a TAM is. TAM stands for Total Addressable Market. It's the maximum revenue opportunity available for a product or service if you achieved 100% market share. It basically represents to your investors what the market for your product is. Looking at the prospectus, SpaceX's TAM is 28.5 trillion, approximately the size of the GDP of the United States. Okay, that's pretty high, but that's not the bizarre part. The strangest part is only 15% of this market is space and communications, and it's written right here in front of your face in plain text on page 11. So 85% of the company is essentially just a wrapper for yet another LLM and data center business, Anthropic or OpenAI. I know some of you guys have commented that you're getting sick of hearing about AI, but this isn't funny anymore. It's getting really serious. When SpaceX went public, it was the largest launch of any company in the history of financial markets, larger than Amazon, Google, Alibaba, and even Saudi Aramco. In the first few hours of trading, SpaceX blasted past a valuation of $2.3 trillion, instantly becoming the 7th most valuable company and worth approximately the same as the country of Canada. For some people, this seemed like a sign of strength, but for others, it was terrifying. The signs of an overheated market. But that's not all. The story of the SpaceX IPO is telling us something if we listen closely. It shines a light on the state of the current financial markets. A corporation is hiding an AI company losing $1 billion a month inside the brand of a perfectly healthy rocket company, just so investors fund it. Let me say that again. In 2026, a corporation can disguise an AI company losing almost $1 billion a month inside of a perfectly healthy rocket company, sell it to investors, and get away with it.
You know, your expectation is not going to be a good investment, and that's the part that I'm trying to understand. I found it's never been a great bet to bet against Elon.
I'll grant you all that. If you, again, look at the S1, the TAM, the total addressable market, is defined at 28.5 trillion. 85% of that TAM is in AI. So even if everything you say about SpaceX and Starlink is true, the entire company is being bet on AI in terms of its future, not on space and not on Starlink. Those are his words, not mine.
It's a mess, and in this episode, it's going to be a wild ride. And a disclaimer, None of this is financial advice. If you want to buy the stock, buy it. If you don't. But let's get into it.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
There's a lot of excitement about what's going to happen.
Everything they can possibly do to guarantee a pop is being done.
This is going to become the largest company on the planet.
For over 2 decades, SpaceX earned its dominance the hard and old-fashioned way. 3 catastrophic early failures, a near bankruptcy that Musk described as existential, a methodically driven slow rise, and finally, on orbital launches. In a company full of moonshots, if we isolate Starlink, it's the only thing that actually makes money. The Starlink internet service has a constellation of over 9,000 satellites and generated $11.4 billion in revenue and $4.4 billion in operating profit in 2025. But the rest of the company is another story, and trust me, we'll get to that. And from here, the controversy begins. When people talk about the broader market, they're referring to the S&P 500. It includes all the big names like Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Amazon. SpaceX had hoped to fast-track its way into the S&P 500 immediately upon listing. This was essentially changing the rules. They were essentially forcing the general public to buy the stock. Fast-tracking its way into the index would have forced every 401k and even pension funds to buy the stock. This isn't just American citizens we're talking about, but investment funds of everyday people all around the world. Roughly $14 billion of automatic passive fund inflows going straight into SpaceX. It would have been a massive wealth transfer, but thankfully, the index committee said no. Why? SpaceX was just too risky. To join the S&P, a company first must be profitable in its most recent 4 quarters. SpaceX didn't meet the mark. Despite posting $18 billion in revenue in 2025, which was a 33% year-over-year increase, it lost $5 billion for the same year. So the S&P 500 refused to play ball, and now that $14 billion in passive funds is off the table. But the NASDAQ, they said yes, so there still will be some passive funding.
And because SpaceX will be fast-tracked onto the NASDAQ index, major funds will be forced to buy some shares.
A lot of Australian investors will be exposed to SpaceX whether they want to be or not.
SpaceX spent years dismissing the public markets. Elon Musk had watched what quarterly earnings obsession did to Tesla. For a company that measures success in orbital mechanics in decades, impressing shareholders in a 90-day cycle seemed like a poor fit. In fiscal year 2023, SpaceX's capex was manageable at 42% of revenue. And in 2024, SpaceX was even profitable, clearing about $791 million in net income. For an expense-heavy rocket company, that is remarkable. So what changed? 2 letters. AI. In February of 2026, SpaceX merged with xAI. Now the company's performance was in shambles. After the merge, the required retrospective accounting attributed to that net loss of $5 billion we talked about in 2025. xAI is a company that's bleeding so much money that it needed the public to fund it. Starlink profits alone weren't nearly enough.
Career market analysts like Michael McCarthy say investors should be extremely cautious.
No matter how we cut the numbers, they simply don't add up.
In 2025, xAI was losing $2 for every dollar earned, burning through approximately $28 million per day. Quarterly losses accelerated through the year. By Q1 of 2026, xAI's capital expenditure alone reached $7.7 billion. That's an annualized pace of $30.8 billion, more than double the entire prior year. In that same period, SpaceX's capital expenditure had gone from that manageable 42% of revenue to 215% of revenue. Objectively, SpaceX was a great company by itself. There was no need to shove AI into it. Every dollar that xAI burns is a dollar that the rest of the company could have used. So to summarize, in one transaction, a focused aerospace business became a conglomerate of rockets, satellites, social media, and a chatbot in the form of Grok. Up next, we'll see some of the bizarre things happening with xAI, and then we'll take a close look at SpaceX's biggest bet, data centers in space. But first, this message is sponsored by Raycon. Finding a gift that's actually useful is the hard part, but Raycon's essential open earbuds are one of those things I can genuinely see getting used every day. I've been using them quite a bit recently on walks, while running errands, and even working from home. What makes them different is the open ear design. They sit just outside your ear canal, so you can listen to music, podcasts, or calls while still hearing what's going on around you. Whether I'm walking through the neighborhood or just getting outside after working on a script the whole day, I don't feel completely disconnected from everything around me. They're also incredibly lightweight, and the flexible multi-angular ear hook means that they stay secure without becoming uncomfortable. Whether I've worn them on long walks, around the house, or during workouts, after a while you honestly forget you're wearing them. A few features that make this a go-to pair of headphones is the open ear design, the comfortable fit, and the multi-point connection. I can switch between my phone and laptop without having to reconnect anything. And the battery life is also excellent, up to 36 hours with the charging case. I charge them maybe once a week. Raycon now has over 3 million customers, and the sound quality is right up there with the far more expensive brands. Plus, they come with a 30-day guarantee, so there's no risk trying them out. I got one of these for Mother's Day too, and she started using it as well. So if you're looking for something practical this Father's Day, this is a great option. Upgrade your dad's workout routine. Go to buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen to get 15% off. Thanks to Raycon for supporting Cold Fusion. Now, let's get back to these data centers in space. Since AI is 85% of the company's proposed market, we're forced to look at how XAI is performing in the LLM landscape. So users switch between ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and Grok consistently. Critics argue that AI is essentially a commodity at this point. Nobody talks about Grok being the market leader, except for users on the X platform. In fact, according to some estimates, Grok only has 0.4% of enterprise use. In the AI sector, enterprise is where all the money is. So that's not a good sign. Alright, well maybe the management team is a star-studded lineup of smart people, so they'll figure it out, right? Well, perhaps not. Musk founded XAI with 11 co-founders in 2023. Today, all 11 have left. There's 0 remaining. Okay, so that's not encouraging, but that's still fine. They can still make money by selling compute to other AI companies. Well, there's some problems there too. The deals so far don't give an aura of confidence. Google entered a partnership with XAI to lease some GPU compute for $920 million a month. Sounds great, but when you look deeper into the deal, there's a strange smell. Firstly, either party can terminate the contract with 90 days notice. Okay, that's a bit tenuous, but reading further, you learn that Google has a 6% stake in XAI. And there you go, that smell gets stronger. It smells like yet more circular financing with a sprinkle of revenue boosting for the SpaceX IPO season. Okay, so what about Anthropic? Didn't they sign a deal with SpaceX in May of 2026? Yes, but the way that deal came about is hilarious. It turns out that XAI screwed up the design for their first mega data center. For some reason, they built it with 3 different types of GPUs. This meant that the fastest GPUs were just sitting there idle, waiting for the slower ones to finish. The result was that AI training only ran at 11% of full capacity according to sources. Seeing that it was useless for training, XAI decided to rent out the data center and move the training of Grok to a new one. So that's not a great sign in management competence. But okay, that's fine. The company can still make money with a data center in space. SpaceX has filed with the FCC to build a space cloud of up to 1 million satellites. Orbital AI compute is targeted to begin by 2028, but launching 1 million satellites is a lot. The Starlink network has 9,000 satellites, so imagine over 100 times that number orbiting the Earth. 2 years ago, I literally moderated a panel on space junk, and I was even on the news talking about it. Although SpaceX's satellites have autonomous avoidance systems, coordinating 9,000 objects and coordinating 1 million objects are 2 completely different challenges. I truly believe that if we don't want space debris becoming a hot topic in 15 to 20 years, sending 1 million satellites into orbit with GPU technology that will be outdated in 3 years just isn't a good idea. Or am I the crazy one here? Maybe there's something I'm missing, but it doesn't look like a financially competitive idea at all. In fact, it seems kind of wasteful. It seems like even in the best case scenario, with every new GPU release from NVIDIA, the orbital data center will become less and less competitive over time. In the worst case, if LLM algorithms get vastly more efficient, or AI running locally on devices becomes the norm, that seems to me like a huge threat to the central thesis of a space data center. But I do get the basic idea here. On my last episode about data centers, I got so many comments from you guys saying how horrible it is living next to them. Some of your stories were heartbreaking. So yes, I can see people wanting an alternative. But as for actually putting data centers in space, I'm just not so sure personally. So it remains to be seen how well this works out economically. From an engineering point of view, leaving aside the costs of launching that much mass, Dissipating the heat radiation from the GPUs will be a challenge. In space, there's no air, no water, and no convection, so radiating heat away becomes very inefficient. But this is their area of expertise, so they probably got it figured out. That being said, there are some other things to consider though. They are as follows. Cosmic rays and protons can cause bit flipping in memory, resulting in errors in calculations. And that's not great for some of the most densely packed transistor technology in existence. And also, energetic solar particles can destroy unshielded GPUs. Van Allen belt electrons degrade solar panels over time. And most devastating of all, solar flares can cause massive radiation sparks, resulting in the potential loss of the GPUs. To fix this, each satellite must require heavy radiation shielding and possibly redundant systems. Without it, the data center performance will inevitably degrade over time. All of this add mass and cost. But what do I know? Obviously, I'm not sure what the future holds, so we'll have to wait and see if this risky long shot plays out. So, if orbital data centers don't end up working, in the prospectus, there's still talk of asteroid mining and Mars colonies, so that's got to be worth a lot of money, right? Well, even so, SpaceX only believes that it's a subset of 15% of their market. Remember, 85% is AI. So when you think about it, the company themselves don't really believe that. It's a bit of a shame that AI is now 85% of SpaceX's addressable market. This is essentially what investors are buying according to their own filings. So what will happen to the stock? Well, nobody really knows, but the general consensus is that it's going to rocket up as it launches. Then there'll be a slow grind downwards. SpaceX was a genuine, world-class aerospace company with a profitable satellite internet business that had no competition. If these were normal days, they would have IPO'd on the basis of steady growth. There was zero competition, so they could have jacked up their prices as much as they wanted. That should have been enough for investors. But everyone caught the AI bug. And now, for some reason, AI has to be 85% of their business. XAI is essentially a Trojan horse, because in the prospectus, you have to scroll through 11 pages of rockets and talk of reaching the stars before you get to the financial details that reveal that the whole plan is to float an AI company. Investors seem none the wiser.
The share, last time I checked, they were like 200 something. They're probably going to go over to $500. 10 million?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. 35? Really? What is he selling? He's selling real estate on Mars.
The S&P 500 thankfully said no to this, but the Nasdaq said yes. So look, who knows? I could be completely wrong. A rabbit could be pulled out of a hat, and SpaceX could rise to a $100 trillion valuation in 5 years. But as for right now, it seems very risky, and there's also a bad financial smell. Anyway, I'm done talking about it. I'm just going to get the popcorn. Right, so thanks for watching. What do you guys think about the SpaceX IPO? Do you think things are going to go great and it's going to make a lot of money? Or do you think it's just a quick, panicked cash grab off the back of the AI boom?
It's thievery. That's what I think. It's fucking thievery. That's what I think. That's what I'm talking about. Fucking active thievery. I lied, apparently. I thought I was running out of time, and I still have a little bit of time. So yeah. So a little bit of time left. Yeah, I'm milking it. I'll try to get as much as I can get done because it's Juneteenth weekend, and I'll be done. You know, got to get as much as we can in. Then we got Chewbacca.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff. To see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to be one.
Bag holders, IPO valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to. But you don't need a finance degree to understand. You need 10 minutes. The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of. Index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
Here's how the scheme works and what you can do about it.
So are there really 3 hours of questions? Or has it? Are you fucking serious? I have to be careful about saying things about companies that might go public.
That's never been a problem for you, Elon.
You can't hype companies that might go public.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money.
Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion, most of it from Starlink and government contracts.
But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple.
Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket ship company. He uses it to buy XAI. Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet. According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If some of my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people, you get 10%.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people, Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well, you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
If people want to invest in SpaceX's IPO, that's their right. The problem is Musk found a way to make people invest in SpaceX whether they want to or not. How? Index funds.
The index fund is one of the rare examples of the finance industry coming up with something that lines the pockets of ordinary people and not Wall Street itself.
An index is a list. Someone decides which companies go on it. A fund is a basket. Someone builds it to mirror the list. When a company gets added to the index, every fund mirroring it has to shares because they think it's a good investment, but because the rules require it.
Index funds have both outperformed the vast majority of active managers in every market, in every country over any time frame in the long run.
Thousands of indexes exist. Nearly a third of American stock is tied to one of them.
One of the most popular tracks the NASDAQ 100, the 100 biggest non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange. Under NASDAQ's index rules, SpaceX isn't eligible to be included in the NASDAQ 100. New companies have to wait up to a year. It's called seasoning.
Seasoning a stock is just the process of having it trade publicly for a while. Public markets tend to be unsure of how to handle certain kinds of investments, novel sorts of companies really quickly.
Like a rocket company that makes most of its money providing satellite internet and wants to build AI infrastructure in space.
If Musk could change that rule, he could trigger mandatory buying of SpaceX stock by every fund that tracks the index. This spring, NASDAQ changed their rules. This document outlines the proposed changes to the NASDAQ 100 index. The most important, a fast entry rule. If a huge company goes public, it gets into the index in 15 trading days. No seasoning. There was a public comment period. Wall Street was for it. They say companies are more mature now, and these changes allow the index to better represent the market. The opposition came from regular investors concerned about buying unproven companies at high prices. But the rule change isn't the goal. The goal is what the rule change enables, a plan with 4 different steps. Like everything, the price of a stock is based on supply and demand. How do you increase the price? 1. Artificial scarcity. Most IPOs offer 15 to 20% of their shares to the public. SpaceX, less than 5.
2. Of those shares, retail investors get 30%, or up to 3 times the normal allocation. Remember, Main Street over Wall Street.
Combined, a bunch of demand and a small supply. That means a higher than normal price. 3. 15 trading days after the IPO, SpaceX enters the NASDAQ 100. Any index fund tracking the NASDAQ 100 now has to buy SpaceX.
You have this wall of money coming from index funds that it has to buy no matter what the price.
Turbocharging the price. Step 4, investors cash. There are restrictions to this, a lockup period. Same idea as seasoning. The people who know the most aren't allowed to sell until the market has had time to actually figure out what the stock is worth.
According to SpaceX's own IPO filing, Elon has to wait a year, but some early investors can begin cashing out before the standard 180 days. The people buying as the price rises? Retirement savers through index funds.
The people selling? If history is any guide, the original SpaceX, Twitter, and XAI investors.
I like to stay optimistic when I can, but the setup there is for some pretty abusive market manipulation. Legal, probably. Ethical, doubtful. And in fact, absolutely not.
None of this works without NASDAQ changing the rules. Musk made sure there was an incentive to do so.
NASDAQ is both an index provider and an exchange.
Ben Schifrin spent 18 years at the Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees the stock market.
You know, it kind of used to be the case that the exchange, wasn't really supposed to be this for-profit money-making entity, but now it is.
2 stock exchanges compete for every major listing, New York and NASDAQ.
For the NASDAQ stock exchange, having SpaceX is a big win. You want big, prestigious tech companies to go public there, and the New York Stock Exchange wants them to go public on the New York Stock Exchange.
SpaceX was the prize. Musk knew it. According to Reuters, Musk conditioned where SpaceX would list on one thing: fast-track SpaceX into their major index.
It's all gravy for NASDAQ.
SpaceX pays NASDAQ to list their stock. The real money is somewhere else.
All the data and trading fees that they then sell over time, year after year, to other trading firms, to asset managers.
NASDAQ changed a rule that shapes trillions of dollars in retirement savings. No regulator approved it.
If an index wants to change how it's going to include certain stocks in that particular index, that is not something that has to be approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Upwards of $30 trillion is being directed by a process that's effectively self-regulated.
I think at some point we are going to have to say that these are incredibly influential investment advisors in practice, and they should be regulated and supervised accordingly.
Because it's not just SpaceX or NASDAQ.
You can see how, one index provider getting the ball rolling would perhaps lead other index providers to follow.
You've probably heard of the S&P 500. It's the most powerful index in the world. Bloomberg reported the S&P is considering its own version of what NASDAQ just did. They'd shorten the seasoning period, and they'd let the largest companies in without ever showing a profit. The reason isn't a mystery. OpenAI and Anthropic are both expected to go public this year at massive valuations. Neither is profitable. There's no regulator watching. The only check is the index provider's own internal comment process. NASDAQ just ran one of those. When I asked NASDAQ if the change was made because SpaceX demanded it, and if there's a conflict of interest in being both an exchange and an index provider, NASDAQ never answered the conflict of interest question, but did say that the rule change reflects how markets have evolved. The consultation, they said, followed industry standards. The S&P is running the same playbook on the biggest index in the world. Their comment period is open. It closes in early June. Anyone can submit a comment, including you.
Bullshit, man. They're just taking out of our shit, and it's a fucking buying dump. That shit is crazy work. It's like, and nobody's saying anything to them about this shit at all. Like at all, not even a little bit. How much time I got? All right, family, and we got to cover this housing real quick. Very important. Just due to expert. For people that got housing choice vouchers. Very, very important, family. I'm on a voucher, not the housing choice, but I have a different voucher. But housing choice vouchers are being eliminated. It's very, 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 very important for anybody and everybody to find
under new rules.
Vouchers
so everybody's clear, I'm not putting the president or the administration on trial here. I'm just suggesting that if they aren't successful in their first efforts, they are frequently known to retry, for those of you that are on one respective aisle or the other. But I'm not here for a political agenda, just suggesting that this follows suit with Section 8 housing programs at the federal level. We're also seeing a real big uptick, about 6 to 8% on the market for low-income housing. It means the administration is probably doing a really good job of pressuring cities and states to, open up their zoning laws, which would allow a lot more low-income housing. And of course, they also freed up some restricted federal lands, which allows developers to jump in at lower costs and, of course, build. But with hyperinflation, we have to look at the builder. If the builder already has a roadblock getting into a city to build low-income housing, and then you take and you turn to the wooden 2x4s and you triple the price, then it means that most builders can only afford to build really expensive homes to actually turn a profit. So we really need this inflation, including hyperinflation, to change. A good example of that is at the gas pump. I live in a state where historically gas prices are some of the lowest in the nation. I mean, we still, at present, up till a few weeks ago, could get a gallon of gas for $2. Okay, now we're pushing $6. And so, if we're riding that high in the state of Texas, then I can assure you, nationwide, places like California and the Upper East Coast are probably high. But that's a great example of everything being pushed really high right now. So, great efforts towards low-income housing through an economy with hyperinflation. And then, of course, we have another system in play, grocery stores trying to rob people, digital tags that are testing you to see your upper threshold for what you're willing to pay. We've got everybody grabbing products and scalping them and then trying to resell them at triple value. So you see, it's everybody's gotten into this game. And so I wonder when all this will start to lose its steam, because it overall affects the housing market. Housing is one of the biggest critical issues in all people's lives. And when you have an economy that's just going absolutely apeshit wild, down to simple people trying to price things at garage sales at 50 times its value, where we appear to be spinning out of control in every respect. It doesn't matter what income level you're at. Everybody's scalping everybody. Got to help us all. If there's a blizzard or a hurricane or a fire, a forest fire, because on top of hyperinflation, then there will be double bubble, triple bubble on top of that, because that also pushes stores and resellers to obviously push things even astronomically higher. So I fear for, natural disaster through all of this. All these things play together, whether we're discussing a gallon of milk, a gallon of gas, or housing. It is the economy. The economy is heavily driven by money and housing. And so we're making advances towards it. But the problem is, under the current economy, it's being canceled out by inflation. And so there is some progress being made, but I mean, we can't continue to offer builders at a premium against the U.S. taxpayers' dollars to be able to build houses, though we need it severely. So I'm wondering where all of this is really going. It's even brought my own retirement in question, even with some of the serious health issues I have. At the current pace of money being burned and extreme costs, I'm wondering if I'm going to have to work all the way through being sick, because no retirement plan is ready for this. So I can only imagine what it must be like to be in extreme low income and battle both housing and the need for vouchers over the long term, either through retirement, being a senior veteran, or even homeless. These are paramount issues that are extremely hard to solve right now. I see it playing through California. I've had several clients recently that have, I've advised them through appointments, and we discussed the prospects of California. That state does not appear to want anybody. They don't even want the middle class there. And I'm speaking broadly. It's not opinion or a political debate here. I'm saying that the state is setting itself up to only service the wealthy. That's the only people that can afford to remain, because if we consistently raise rents beyond the normal working class, then I suppose the rich are going to have to serve cheeseburgers out the windows, because there won't be anybody left there to work. And we can't drive minimum wage to 30 an hour either. So, and I bring all these issues up because we all feel that, right? And so it gives you kind of a better perspective of how housing is really dealing with this. If you got to get a guy out there to nail nails, but he wants $50 an hour, then you got a problem. You see where I'm going with this? Not only that, but I mean, just pure inflation and building costs. So we make great progress in terms of trying to build low-income housing and using federal tax dollars and grants to achieve that goal. But it's really just being canceled out on a hard level. And so I'm hoping at some point this damn bubble for all this shit pops, because it's unsustainable for the American public, especially in terms of housing. I'm watching, and through my office, I'm watching more and more people that I used to deal with low income. Now I'm dealing with people that are medium income that are being priced out. In other words, people that never thought they would ever have to be on housing or receive a voucher is now becoming a very serious and real option in many of the cities going up the East and West Coast. And so you see many of the people that, have said so many things about the low income and why don't they get off housing and get a job? Well, we face a very indifferent climate with AI. So let's talk about that a little bit as an added measure to this conversation. AI is already having an extreme impact. Many of you don't realize this, but AI is being incorporated at a lightning pace throughout almost all these big agencies, including Google, Facebook. And so you're wondering, well, how does that have to relate to housing and vouchers? Well, it's very simple. When AI takes over all the white-collar jobs, and it's taken over vast portions, even Facebook lays off 13,000 people, and they're increasing that at a rapid pace. So you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not really white-collar, I'm not up there, I'm not a doctor or lawyer. Well, robotics is just shortly behind AI. They're competing very heavily to get that rolled out, and they have been already successful at some of the major companies. So what's going to happen in the near future is a lot of people that depended on being in IT, writing things, in management and other issues, you're going to be canceled out by AI. It's simply cheaper to not have to pay anything and have the AI that can work 24 hours a day and cover thousands, tens of thousands of jobs. And so then you have the working class, your blue collar. And so when robotics reaches its pinnacle point of actually being super useful and it's actually affordable in the market, then you're you're going to see a vast portion of jobs disappear. And so where does that put us in housing? The story leads to a point. And next year, we could very, very well see a huge spike in people that were formerly middle class now get kicked down a notch to the lower class or low income. And so that means that the housing market insufferably is going to get crushed under this deal. And so it means there's going to be people pouring in, trying to figure out how to reinvent themselves in their career. In the meantime, they're going to have to use a system that they ultimately were talking shit about a year ago, thinking they'd never need something like that. And it now has become a very real concept for them. Shamefully, from the darkness in their own home, not telling a family or even a neighbor, the same people they talk shit about, the low income, why can't they get a job while they suck it on food stamps? Now the middle class is becoming, they're having to eat their own words with this.
You see the
and it's becoming ever present. It's getting more and more extreme. And so my concerns for 5 and 10 years for both blue collar and white collar is there will be a lot of jobs knocked out, and they're already starting this. These companies are working at a rapid pace. There's nothing like making $1 trillion when you can fill the building with robots and AI, dealing with both sides. And AI can manage a lot. I mean, it's as good as 1,000 people. And then you add $13,000 robots in there that can work 24 hours a day. They're no longer going to need people to drive anywhere. They're not going to need Amazon reps, none of that. And you see the rapid pace of which your banking and every other store is using AI. You can't even drive through Taco Bell. You get AI now. Wait till they put the robots in the Taco Bell. There won't be any low-income jobs left. And so we're arriving very quickly at that future, and they're working at a rapid pace because the people that have the most money are the ones wanting this, because there's no payroll behind AI. And so it's just investment, you see? So we all need to be very mindful of the future as it arrives on our doorstep at such an accelerated pace. I mean, this stuff happened. I mean, we were talking about the foundational issues of AI and robotics in 2021. We're now seeing really good working copies of robotics. We're already working in Amazon. We're also seeing really good examples of AI. I dealt with it through PayPal. I dealt with it through eBay. I've dealt with it through my banking. AI is now everywhere. And the reason that I know even better is because when you get on the phone with one of them, look, I know humans. Nobody's that fucking pleasant ever. You can tell. You get about 3 minutes in the conversation and you know you're talking to AI, because no human's that fucking nice, okay? And then all you do is ask, and it'll tell you it's an AI. We will reach a future where the AI won't tell you. That's usually how you're going to know. The person's just simply too damn pleasant, and their etymology, the way they talk, is going to be too clean. And you're going to know you're not really talking to a human. You're talking to something that is calculated, that understands how to manipulate the human process and thought process to appease you, right? And so, digressing back to housing, we're quickly arriving at that, not just through what I'm discussing at the present, but also that HUD and housing authorities, they've already rolled this out on the landlord side through HUD and housing. We're only a practicality of maybe 2 or 3 years before housing authorities and most of their employees are no longer required. Largely housing authorities will run on AI because it's more efficient, less fraud, and they are able to process 1 million times more applications. They're able to make decisions in a second when it takes a housing authority employee a month to roll their office chair to a printer. So you will see that this is the beginning of the end for most housing authorities. They will still exist, but it will largely, by large, be probably an IT person there, maybe a manager or a director, and then all the lower end jobs will be gone. There simply won't be any respectful need for any caseworker anymore, because we can get AI to do it without prejudicial behavior and attitude. You see what I'm saying? They can process at a maximum level, and it may become a requirement at the federal level just to rein in all the fraud. And so the only caveat to AI is we're still in a training period, and therefore, when AI makes a mistake, it usually is epic and you can't get around it. So some people are going to get cooked on that deal. They'll actually qualify for housing, but because AI is still going through our training period, it may cook them on that deal. But for I'd rather see you guys burned again by 3% error rate on a AI than a 98% failure rate by humans that have attitudes, mental health problems, and every other issue they have as caseworkers. They can't handle a job. Not that it pays that well anyways. I'm pretty sure the Friday at Popeyes gets paid more than a caseworker. And and that's saying a lot there, and they barely get anything out of them. So why do I bring that up? Because I believe that this is going to be beneficial to being able to process and be able to systemize a national system for housing and vouchers. And this will kick a lot of people out of the system that have simply tried to use this as a ongoing welfare system for 20 and 30 years. You set criteria, the AI is very clear about whether you qualify or not. It can catch errors in real time versus a human catching it 3 years later. And so it's going to improve, but it'll also get worse in many ways. But it's still better than human level error. All right, so I'm going to jump into comments, and I'm going to wrap this up. I just wanted to explore a broad range of news. And these are concepts you can unilaterally go into Google and most news agencies, and you can determine the level of rollout for AI at present. You can see the loss of jobs very clearly in the market, look at the major corporations, and you can see a direct effect on both economy and housing. So it's important that your plight is not just with trying to get a voucher or keep housing. It's whether or not you're going to be able to utilize that in the future under the current rules. And you need to be able to adapt to these changes. You're looking at, we used to call it adversity. Now it's AI adversity. You need to be able to survive the AI. And so it's going to serve some very well. And for others, well, that'll be the end of the lunch ticket. Okay. Your numbers, once your number gets popped, I don't want to hear shit from you again. And you should have never sat on that voucher that long. So, the thing about it is, they're placing a lot of importance on housing and people in fraud. Look, we have a lot more fraud through almost every other federal agency other than housing. Housing doesn't get that much money to start with. I love to see them roll out the AI for our war bills, how much we're spending on contractors that charge $12,000 a screw. So if we're going to, if it's good for the goose, good for the gander, I would love to see them to roll out AI to actually shut down this shit with contractors running $1 trillion bills. You see what I'm saying? All these federal contractors, $12,000 for a screw. I mean, get the fuck out of here. All these inside handshake deals through the government. Then you got Medicaid fraud is way off the deep end. You're talking about a few $1 trillion of fraud there. And so I think that every federal agency, but whether you'll never see an AI is in Congress or the House. Why? Because the politicians don't want to get fired. They'll put that fucking thing anywhere but there. So you will not find AI in the White House. You won't find it in Congress. You won't find it at the Supreme Court. And you're not going to find it in the House of Representatives because they don't want that thing there. Boy, that'd be a real truth teller, wouldn't it? Because you can't call fake news anymore when something can actually read and calculate entire statistics for the whole planet within a matter of minutes. And you pair that with some of the newer technology like quantum computing, that has the ability to count every star in the universe in a fraction of a second, and so we are having this big convergence of robotics, AI, and quantum computing. And when these three converge, all three at the same time in the next 3 to 10 years, it's going to be, we're going to be living in a different world. It won't look any different outside. It's not like we're going to look like a strange and interesting place off one in Japan where everything's lit up with neon lights, but it'll be a strange place to live in America because the way it's going to change how you do business, and so it all digresses back to housing. People don't have jobs, then we're going to see a greater need for federal housing. And so you'll see it as it plays out. Come back and let me know how that works out for you in 2027, 28, 29, and when this really pops off in 30. Look, these $1 trillion companies, they're throwing maddening amounts of money at this. The quicker they can give people their pink slip, the more money they can dump into AI, the quicker they ain't got to pay shit to anybody. And so people that have survived of being postal workers and working class, that old robot man's going to run circles around your ass. And so we're going to have an interesting future. By the time I'm really old, if I make it, it'll definitely be a different world. So thankfully, kids and children are already adopted to the new way of things. But most of us that are older don't like it. We don't like that kind of change this fast. And it's happened rapidly. You can't, like I said, you can't see it in the open public, but you can see it through every way they can make money. Technology always follows the money because it makes money. So it's not, then we're not creating technologies to help better our lives. We're creating technologies to make the richer extremely rich now. And so you see how that game plays out. So the world outside will look very much the same, but the way you get cooked in your checkbook and in your credit card is going to be different because it will analyze every data point, and that includes rents. You've already got companies that have rolled out AI through their housing system, like Zillow and many others that are using AI to artificially buy up properties sprinkled through a city. They artificially raised, and what they do, let's take a look at that concept real quick before I go. If I walk into a small city, and let's say there's only 100 houses there, the average rents in that little city of 100 houses, average rents are $1,000. Now, if I go in, how many of those houses I've got to buy, raise the rent by double before I can actually change the rent standard for the entire city? About 30%. And if I do it well enough and spread the houses out, so buy houses in every so often throughout the 100, right? And you buy about 30 of them and equally spread through a city, then you will artificially push up rents because you know why? Them being evenly spaced and both raised in rent is going to encourage regular landlords to want to push up their rent rates. The same thing you watch play out in California and LA. And they're doing this right now with AI. They're figuring out how many houses sprinkled through a city they need to buy, jack up the rent before they can create a circumstance of FOMO, fear of missing out on rent. Okay, FOMO with an R. So fear of missing out rent. And so this stuff's being artificially stimulated, and it plays on one very economic thing in our brain: greed. Well, shit, Bob and Sally on street 1 and 2, they're getting $2,000. Therefore, I want to change my rent. I want $2,000 too. I deserve what they're getting. So if you buy enough of these evenly spaced, and the corporation can buy enough evenly spaced throughout a city, they can artificially push the numbers. And so you're not facing this on the basis that housing is a big problem. Greed is a big problem. And then they're using AI, and you see it's already weaponized against us in terms of this. And so this is how we get market manipulation. And so, you guys say, oh, well, really, I guess the cost of everything's gone up. No, the greed has gone up, and the byproduct of greed is artificial inflation. You create enough inflation in enough of these markets, then you get what? Anybody want to comment? What you get is hyperinflation. It means that everybody now wants a piece of the fucking the pie. You see my point here? And so while I'm digressing very logically in what I'm talking about, because I'm not an economist, but I mean, anybody could read the writing on the wall. This is not hard to understand. Though I am not an expert in those areas and mostly just federal programs and housing in all 50 states, it doesn't make me an economist. But I think that I've levied a very basic way for you to understand what's really at play, what's really at stake throughout our economy, through housing, how that affects retirement. And to be honest with you, at this point, I'm going to have to work till I die. I might be out there peddling lollipops. Who fucking knows at this point? But I do know one thing: no amount of savings at this point is going to cover the future. Okay, so when I'm 90 and I'm out there selling, flip flops on a push cart, then there's a reason why. Because I'm not stupid enough to believe that I have enough money to cover the advancements that are being made to suck every dime out of everybody. And so if you grew up and were old enough through the 80s and 90s, we bought things and we owned it, right? We live in a society now where we will reach a point where we will rent coffins for an easy, low payment for $5.99 a month. They will indenture not only you'll rent your coffin for hundreds of years. Then the family, when you die, then they're going to have to pick up the rest of the bill. That $5,000 coffin will cost you $3.5 million. And if the family fails, then they'll simply get a sealed order by the court. to take all the assets to cover the future of that coffin. You see my point? So we're going to be in a society where we rent things. We no longer own it. Only the corporations can own it.
Right.
And so we're moving more and more. Everything's a fucking subscription. They want to bleed you dry. And so you can't own anything anymore. You know, it's getting crazy. And
He's not telling those lies. What did I say on the for Life Like This? I've been saying. There was one paycheck for being fucking homeless. And now look. If I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Haven't been wrong yet. Come on. Yes, I have experienced the eruption. All right, this is the last one, I promise. I swear to God, we leave it after this. I'm going over to the Frontline Black News, where it's Grand Rising.
Thanks to Opera for supporting PBS, and you can learn more about them at the end of our episode. This map shows that natural disasters happen absolutely everywhere, except here. What's with this giant blank spot across the American Southwest? As most places get riskier as our climate warms, should we all just move here? Is this actually a climate refuge? Well, we dug into the numbers and found out that the most important thing this map reveals is what's not on. And it turns out that what was left off is more sinister than I ever. The first thing you need to understand about natural disasters is just how common they are.
95.5% of U.S. residents live in a disaster-declared county.
This is Amy Chester. Her organization created the Disaster Atlas, which is a map that shows every disaster declaration in the United States from 2011 to 2024. We asked her how disaster declarations work and why they matter.
So if you are a governor, you go to the president of the United States and say, hi, can you give us a disaster declaration? If the president of the United States says yes, then FEMA steps in and you get all of this disaster money that's supposed to help you financially build back to where you were before.
Maps like these provide valuable information about what's happening across the country.
80% of states have experienced 10 or more disaster declarations during this time, California being the highest with 39.
But some of the hardest hit places aren't areas we typically think of as disaster zones. Vermont may be the most striking example. 8 of the 10 counties with the highest number of disasters are here, largely because of repeat flooding. You may remember the catastrophic floods of 2023 when parts of the state were hit with 9 inches of rain in just 38 hours. Flooding is one of the more widespread hazards, but certain regions are especially vulnerable to specific disasters, like hurricanes along the Gulf and East Coast, convective storms and tornadoes across Midwest and Mid-South, and wildfires and mudslides along the West Coast. So is it really the case that this area is lucked out and doesn't get many natural hazards?
There's a big portion of the country that doesn't have disaster declarations, and we thought that was super interesting. So we looked in further and realized that they are the areas that have really high heat days.
Let's zoom in on Phoenix, the hottest city in the United States. In July of 2023, there was an incredibly deadly heat wave. That record-breaking July 2023 heat wave saw 303 heat deaths just in Maricopa County, where Phoenix is. For comparison, during the July 2023 Vermont floods, only 2 people died across the entire state. And that heat wave in Phoenix was actually the deadliest natural disaster of 2023 in the entire United States. But here's the weird and sinister thing that I alluded to earlier. In Phoenix, there was no disaster declaration.
You don't get disaster declarations for mortality. You only do it for economics. So in many ways, no one is actually kind of seeing the impact of these events.
So wait, we don't even consider the deadliness of an event when it comes to declaring official disasters? Well, that seems problematic. But trust me, it's even worse than you think. But before we move on, we need to talk about heat. First, it is the deadliest kind of weather in the US. Second, it's one of the only hazards that's getting deadlier over time. Since the 1990s, we've seen a 63% increase in heat deaths, which means we're failing to adapt. And third, it's really hard to figure out how many people are dying from it.
Everywhere, and especially in the global south, the mortality due to extreme heat is severely underestimated, even in places like Australia and America, in part because it's so insidious. It's what we call a silent killer. It doesn't just happen, unfortunately, like a flood or a tornado or a fire. It's not instantaneous. And also the way it's recorded is very different.
That's because most people who die in a heat wave actually die from something much more common, like a heart attack or stroke that was triggered by the heat stress. But by analyzing individual death certificates, Marina and her team at the Lancet Countdown found that we are far undercounting global mortality.
The actual number of global deaths for 2023 associated with heat exposure, estimated in over 500,000 deaths.
And because heat causes crop failure, Marina estimates that 500,000 is still a massive undercount. According to their calculations, there are 120 million more people that are food insecure due to the increased frequency and intensity of droughts and heat waves, which is another reason heat deaths are so hard to quantify. Their impacts last for a very long time. And heat doesn't just kill. Even if we focus only on the economic impacts of extreme heat, which is the primary metric for federal disaster declarations, the costs are enormous.
Heat exposure reduces our capacity to do physical and intellectual labor. With record high heat over the past few years, we're seeing very rapid increase in the loss of labor hours due to heat exposure. Obviously, the most affected sectors will be sectors where people work outdoors, the agricultural sector, the construction sector.
And those lost hours add up fast. In 2024, heat exposure caused an estimated 640 billion potential work hours to be lost around the world, nearly doubling the annual average from the 1990s.
And in total, monetary loss is now above the $1 trillion US being lost annually due to that labor capacity loss.
Wow. I'm starting to think that maybe extreme heat waves deserve a little more respect in the disaster department. Because if heat is becoming more deadly and more expensive, even as air conditioning spreads around the world, what are we getting wrong? And in the US, would it help if extreme heat were officially treated as a natural disaster? Let's start by looking at the legislation that governs nearly all of our disaster policy.
This is talking about a singular event that is weather related, or it could be terrorism, it could be an oil spill, something that's considered a federal disaster. So for instance, you can't get a disaster declaration for drought because it happens over many, many months. And this act actually governs how the money flows afterwards, what's considered an event, who has the ability to be able to ask for an event, and a lot of the technical things.
Buried in all of that legal language, there are two really important ideas. First, the federal disaster system is built around the idea of an event with damage you can easily document, like a landfalling hurricane or wildfire burning through a neighborhood. And second, the system is mostly designed to respond after that damage has already happened. Now, there are a couple problems with this system, especially when it comes to heat. The disaster of extreme heat is largely invisible. So when FEMA is trying to figure out whether something counts as a disaster, heat easily slips through the cracks.
There are a lot of ways that we could measure this as economic impact, but we don't, because we don't have a really good way of understanding how many days are lost from work, for instance, or if people had gone to the emergency room and didn't have insurance and now taxpayers are paying for it. So there definitely is an economic impact, but it's really hard for governors to show at that moment.
The other big problem is timing, because communities would benefit most from that money before the heat wave hits, not after.
U.S. need to suffer before you get the bazillions of federal dollars that could come after an event. But you've already suffered. So why are we doing that?
When it comes to extreme heat, the most important work is prevention. And that starts with focusing on the people who are most likely to die, which are older adults, especially over the age of 65, people with underlying health conditions, outdoor workers, people living alone, and people experiencing homelessness or chronic lack of access to shelter. The good news is that one of the most important interventions is surprisingly simple. A lot of people who die in heat waves are alone indoors, and in some cases, they stay there because they think they're safer inside, even when they don't have air conditioning. All the while, the temperature inside their home is climbing to dangerous levels. So part of prevention is really basic. Know who your neighbors are and check on the people who are vulnerable. But at a large scale, this requires a shift in how we think about heat.
We're still not realizing that heat is not a lovely summer for the beach. It's actually a life-threatening event for vulnerable people, and we need to respond in a health emergency mode.
That's why prevention has to mean treating heat like the public health emergency that it is, and building systems that reach people before the danger becomes deadly. And one of the hottest states in the country, Florida, has seemingly moved in exactly the wrong direction.
Since 2024, Florida passed legislation that prohibits cities and counties from requiring employers to make accommodations for high heat days. Not only that we're not going to have it, we're actually forbidding localities to have these requirements.
Just sit with that. As heat becomes more dangerous, some communities aren't just failing to protect the most vulnerable people, they're prohibited from protecting them. And that's especially confusing because prevention works. It saves lives and it saves money. A US Chamber of Commerce study found that every dollar not invested in disaster resilience today can cost communities up to $33 in lost future economic activity. So waiting until after disaster strikes isn't just ineffective, it's also incredibly expensive. And that brings us back to the map. The conspicuously blank spot in the Southwest was never showing us where disasters aren't happening. It was showing us where our definition of disaster is failing. If a flood washes out a road or a wildfire burns down a neighborhood, we can see it. We can quantify the damages. But if a heat wave kills hundreds of people quietly, our systems can act like almost nothing happened. So yes, heat should be treated like a disaster, but more than that, it should be treated like a disaster that we can prevent. Because in a hotter world, the goal can't just be rebuilding after catastrophe. It has to be preparing to keep people alive before it happens. As always, though, I'd love to hear from you. How do you stay cool in the heat? Any crazy heat wave stories? Let us know in the comments, and don't.
Absolutely not. I have that problem, so I have that problem for real. I have a heart condition and fucking heat. Yes, I'm coming over there. Just a second. Yes, I'm coming over there. Yes. Wow. Anyway, all right. I thought that was funny. I thought I put that up there. Yes, Jesse, I'm going over there. Let me just close out this, and I'll be heading right over there. I just killing time. As he said, yes, Grand Rising, which pocket the chase, and part of the chase is over here, so I'm gonna be heading on over there. Here shortly. See, Loke's doing Loke activity right here. All right. Yeah, no, it's gonna be hot. Like, I have a beautiful motherfucking Juneteenth, but we are in the thick of the heat. We're in the thick of the heat. It's gonna be a hot motherfucker. Like right now, it's 63 degrees outside. It feels easily 70 in my room. So I don't have no AC. My apartment didn't come with that. Let me tell it though, as soon as you approach the apartment, you feel the heat from the bottom. It feels like I'm walking into hell. Right? Going right into hell. So a lot of this is sometimes where you try to conserve electricity as well. We want to turn the AC on. I don't have an AC. Really that I could speak about. I never had an AC or a heater. But as the years go by in this dive-ass apartment, the apartment seems to heat up. So on its own from somewhere else. Not knowing really what that's about, but I just know that that's crazy. It's gonna be a hot ass Juneteenth. So, it's a heavy deodorant day. Definitely a heavy deodorant day. And take your little rag with you so you can wipe your face down. Definitely not a makeup day. And sisters are really worried about us. We're gonna be outside frizzing out. Through our brains and fucking twists and shit. I'm already experiencing the frizzing. And I just like literally just tighten it up a little bit, you know what I mean? We're gonna throw a little couple little things in it, make it a little pretty. And I'm like, God damn, man, it's gonna be a frizzy issue. And no amount of gel is gonna help. Because it's just gonna melt. It's just like I'm just saying. It's definitely gonna be a deodorant day. And it's hot. It's gonna be a fucking hot day. So drink plenty of ice cold water. Take your water bottles with you. Fill them up with ice. Have that ready available. You don't want to be dehydrated, mobbing around, greeting and hugging and fucking listening to music and buying and fucking hugging and dapping and all that good shit. You don't want to be out there like that. So make sure you stay hydrated. Take your water bottles with you. Make sure you got lots of ice. Make sure that you're good, just in case you gotta pull to the side and put some lotion on it because you done melted off the lotion and shit. So I'm already knowing. It's gonna be a beautiful motherfucking Juneteenth because I said so. And it's gonna be a great motherfucking weekend. And we can't let no tethers or no anything rain on our motherfucking parade. This is our weekend, so it's gonna be us doing us things. Yay! Yeah, see? Yeah, it's pretty hot up in my room, twin. Like, it's mad crazy hot. I'm looking at the computer because, I'm at my house, so I'll be over at Jesse's a little, after, an hour or so after the show ends or whatever. Probably, around 1 or something, some-ish. I'll be over there. And you got the webcam and stuff. I don't have a webcam right on this. The computer needs updated. Drivers will not work for the webcam. Could turn on the tablet, it'd be really crazy, but I couldn't factor in doing all this work, to make this happen. But I was a little twisted. I'm already knowing that I'm sitting here looking, about to throw my little charms and stuff in my twist. And I'm like, it's bad enough that my real hair come poking through the motherfucking Brazilian woods that I can't really control that. It's like, should want to touch the universe or touch the universe. Here and say anything. But I'm already knowing that not only is it coming out the fucking woodwork, but it's a frizz factor day. It's frizzy. So every sister I know gonna have their shit all done up, and the shit gonna be like how mine is right now. Sweating and frizzy. And it's like, god damn, we can't take these fans outside just we just look to like we're doing the most. But seriously, I'm already knowing. So I'm saying, it's like in my room right now, it's probably easily 70 degrees. Easily. And that little Happy Juneteenth. Yep. Happy motherfucking Juneteenth. This is a no tethered fucking holiday. And no, this is our day. This is our weekend. So We're gonna show up, turn out, you know what I mean? Daps, hugs, greetings, listen to some music, maybe buy a couple of little things, you know, hugs and daps, and happy Juneteenth, Black people, yay! Yay! You know what I mean? It's the start of the summer. Yes! We're outside. Yay! Yay! We also gonna have to contend with the motherfucking racists and white supremacists on the other side of the block. Oh, they're protesting and say fuck Juneteenth. And we got tethers and we got the fucking pride thing also going on. And just to diminish our motherfucking our globe and let them do their thing. Like, stay over there. Just don't come to, well, damn it. You know what I mean? Just don't come over here. Just stay where the fuck you're at and stay over there. Because this is motherfucking Juneteenth, yay! It's not a happy thing, but god damn it, we're gonna make it like that because it's just what it is. Also, real quick, family, right before I leave the motherfucking space, I gotta tell you something. Hold on 1 second. If you don't sit your ass down, you won't do this. All right, there you go. Well, leave it on, cuz. Why you bored? Jesus. Going on a whole trip this weekend. What your problem is, B1 Doug? All right. Yeah, we gotta keep our exactly that too. When you got your little damp rag to wipe your face down, you gotta keep eyes on the motherfucking supremacists, because you know, after all this shit, they've been feeling very emboldened, more so than usual. Okay, fam, let me read this to you. I posted it on my Facebook page, right? From 19 hours ago, okay, at the newspaper or the internet newspaper, however. It's not the news break, it's the internet newspaper, but I don't like to call it the newspaper. World news. I'm gonna read it to you, family. Pay attention. Ghana pushes for more concrete slavery reparations. I already made a comment. I was like, no, Ghana, no. No, Ghana, no. Fuck no and no, Ghana. Ghana hosted a landmark global conference on Thursday. I didn't see it in the feed. Okay. Seeking to translate growing political support for slavery reparations into practical commitments towards justice. The conference, which brought together leaders from around Africa and the Caribbean, comes after the United Nations adopted a historic resolution that declared the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. Since the resolution's adoption in March, the campaign for reparations has gathered unprecedented momentum. I bet it has. Okay? Unprecedented momentum, said Ghana's Foreign Minister Samuel Abalakwa. I can't say it. I'll just call him Samuel A. While non-binding, the resolution pushed by the Ghanaian President John Mahama goes beyond a simple acknowledgement and asks nations involved in the slave trade to engage in restitution and compensation. Hell to the motherfucking nah, Ghana. We won the battle against slavery. We won the battle against colonialism. What? No, you haven't. No, you have not won the battle against colonialism, Ghana. Like, Jesus Christ. We won the battle against apartheid. And we are confident that we shall win the battle against reparatory injustice, Samuel A. told the conference. The adoption of the UN resolution marked the strongest endorsement yet by the international community of the case for reparations, garnering the support of 123 UN member states. Since the French President Emmanuel Macron has endorsed the symbolic, keyword symbolic, repeal of royal decree that governed in slavery in French colonies, he has said the issue of reparation must be addressed while warning against making false promises. Speaking to the Accra conference by video, Macron said history cannot be reduced to a merely financial logic. The French were the third largest slave traders in Europe after the British and the Portuguese. Pope Leo last month issued an apology for the Catholic Church's centuries-long delay in condemning slavery, calling it a wound in Christian memory. Okay, so he apologized. So fucking what? The growing international support for these conversations demonstrates that reparatory justice is no longer a perpetual issue, Ghana's foreign minister said. Beyond symbolism, once considered a hub in the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana is now transitioning from being a crime scene to a sanctuary for healing and reparative justice, Samuel L. told hundreds of delegates. The West African country has been at the forefront of connecting people in the diaspora to Africa, granting Ghanaian citizenship to more than 1,000 people in recent years. Geez, like 1,000 people is really a lot, right? That's really a lot. Come on now, because the fucking Ghana's tripping. They're smoking that top tier crack, that top tier bass rock. Like, what the fuck is he on? He didn't know. One will be an advisory panel led by heads of state, another group of experts focused on restitution, and a third examining the legal aspects of reparation. The question before us is not whether history can be changed. It cannot, but whether we have the courage to confront it honestly and the determination to turn recognition into meaningful action, said Muhammad. The lineup of speakers at the three-day event included leaders from Barbados, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Namibia, and Libya, alongside with Nigerian Nobel Lecture Prize winner and global rights activist Wale Soyinka. Jesus Christ, his fucking last names. It is not merely about apology or compensation. It's about the rehumanization of memory and the restoration of values that were distorted by centuries of dehumanization, he said. God, that's because. He also continued by seeking justice for the past without confronting current failures, including the ways in which still commonly human lives on the continent today, cite the kidnapping of school children for ransom, a common crime in his home country. We went over the what's going on in motherfuckers' home countries with these Asians, but they got all the motherfucking heat for FBA. They never got the heat for the fucking Asians or the white men. They got all the heat for us though. I'm just gonna say that because I showed that today earlier on the RVA. It's never the same show twice. I'm just saying. Conference participant Miriam Abudule from Burkina Faso told AFP Africa expects reparation in the form of structured compensation. Wait, back that track up. Let's say Miriam Abudule from Burkina Faso told AFP Africa expects reparations in the form of structured compensation funds to governments or communities from former colonial powers or institutions linked to slavery, as well as debt cancellation or restructuring and the return of looted artifacts. And that's where they leave it there. They just kind of leave that. They just kind of close it out like that. Like they close it out like that. One more real fake for the thing. The fact that all right, he said Ghana's parliament really expect they also were talking about the LGBTQ bill. Really, the Ghana parliament really expect the LGBTQ bill to be just considered, not passed. And they're doing more on today. Jesus Christ. Wowzers. I said, like, no, Ghana, I put it on there too. I made a little comment underneath it. I was like, no, Ghana, no, absolutely not. No. What the no. Just fucking no. Like, yeah, they're doing this, and you know why they did cross no feeds? You know why? Because this be something we'd be pissed off about. I didn't see it yet, so I'm just reading from the newspaper or internet newspaper, and I thought that it was very important that we read that so we could be really, really factoring in our upset for the day. Hey, you know what I mean? All right, family. It's been beautiful. Stay black, stay dangerous, and fucking keep your head on a swivel. Take your waters out. Fucking frozen, and make sure you got your rag with you. It's going to be a fucking heavy deodorant day. And ladies, just expect to have frizzies and your shit to be coming out the woodwork after you get done with the weekend. Just expect to have it get done. Because I'm already experiencing it. And I'm telling you, I don't even have to know. But you should be it's just going, it's a frizz day. I'm frizzing up in my own room. I saw where they're trying to combine Juneteenth with Pride Month. These wicked people at work. Yeah, we got the Pride thing going on at the same time. See, in June, look, black people don't really get. I don't give a fuck about Black History Month. That's just fucking Black History Month, right? But they seem to think that I'm not paying attention. Their Pride isn't like twice a year, okay? It is like twice a year. They say it's not, but come on, man. Did we just have a Pride fucking week recently? It's looking like 2 times a year. They try to slip it past us. Like, we're not paying attention. I'm paying attention. Fuck Pride. Like, man, fuck Pride. Okay, so they're going to be like right down the street on the other side of the block, couple blocks over in the big part of the big part, right? But god damn it, man. If it's not that, then you got the white supremacists. It's every other year, fact is it, family. Fact is it. Every other year we see the motherfucking KKK or whomever, Patriot Front, whatever fucking banner you want to call these motherfucking demons. We see them every other year at Juneteenth holding signs. It's not every year, it's every other year. If you're really looking, you're really paying attention, it's really every other year. You'll see it, you'll be like, roll your eyes, but figures. Why? Because they won't let us have shit. They won't let us have shit. They won't let us do shit. And when and keep in mind, in Denver, we just barely got this 3 days back. Like, they was giving this to us 1 day, and we was fucking thoroughly upset. Like, me, just thoroughly upset. And it was just 1 fucking day. And the way how it's paid for is like, even like stupid. You know what I mean? It's fucking stupid. It's all stupid. It's like they're trying to like pull the wool over black eyes, like that we don't see what's happening. Just like with Cinco de Mayo and anything else. The fact that they although planned like what did they do the year before? They planned last year. It was a No Kings rally during Juneteenth. So we had them on the other side, which was really not that far away. It was practically like 2 blocks away. They had a motherfucking No Kings rally with thousands of people over there and children and white folk just getting just over there. Okay, right? That was happening on the other block. Okay, so they planned all kind of fucking crazy fuck shit in the midst of our motherfucking holiday, and we're like, yeah, Juneteenth, even though we're not supposed to be like, yeah, Juneteenth, motherfuckers got it wrong, but still we're here. You know what I mean? Yeah, we got the day off. Yay, us. Woo, woo. You know what I mean? And now we're like, well, because we have to take it back from tethers trying to co-opt our shit, right? Co-opt and put fucking their shit, their spin. Like, how dare they put their spin on it? And then this article comes out talking about what the fuck they did like yesterday or 2 days ago on Juneteenth. Don't you see it? You see the fucking propaganda? You see the fuckery happening right there? They'll do anything to fucking upset FBA on FBA fucking holidays because they just don't give a good goddamn, right? They'll throw in an LGBTQ pride fest, you know what I mean? And they'll block off all the motherfucking, main streets and like, yay, everybody's flying their flag, woo woo. Then they'll throw in, it's supposed to have like a no King's Rally or whatever, but they'll just be all the white folk out there anyway. So just be like with the KKK signs, it's like fuck black people. It's like they always do. This is what the fuck they do, and it's every other year some crazy stupid shit happens, right? Because they just can't let us be us outside, right? Some crazy shit will happen. It'll be the deflect the motherfucking event. And then you'll have tethers on here or on Twitter Spaces everywhere else talking, well, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, this ain't, no, man. If y'all haven't learned that now, is that we're getting kind of like serious about shit. You got to take the fucking memo. Like, look, we're on an Asian blackout. And after that doll shit, it's definitely forever, ever, and ever, and ever. You know what I mean? And now this. I don't understand. And Ghana's way out of pocket. Like, Ghana is so out of pocket. Let's move over, family. We got to move over to Frontline Black News. Let me go ahead and close this out. My babe is probably going to be filming today of fucking Juneteenth. The moment he gets outside, his camera's going to start running. He's going to be all extra stupid happy about this shit. And I'm going to be trying to hide in the background as per usual. Let's go over there in Frontline Black News. Come on, twin. Come on, DSB. Let's go over there and listen, see what Jesse and Shabaka got going on. Shout out to Jesse. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Kesha. I'm gonna butcher your name, baby. Filthy Cracknetty. He's updated his name. Shout out to Keezy, who's up in here too. Leonard. I said Leonard. Yeah, and all that good shit. So let's go over there. It's fucking 80 motherfucking degree. 80 degrees? Yeah, so today you're gonna have a hot ass day. Let's go over there because Jess gonna come looking for me in a minute and talk about just balls of being somewhere. I don't want to miss it. So yeah. All right, we'll see you over there, family. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay hydrated, and your head on a swivel because we out there and them motherfuckers is highly motivated to pick us off one by one or in groups. So you know what I mean? But by any means necessary, let's keep our eyes on the prize. You know what I mean? Trying to make it through the event. All right, bet.